Guess this means that I better not suck going forward. In all seriousness, I can't thank those in the peanut gallery and my friends in the inner circle enough. I never thought that my admittedly dumbass videos and ideas would take me this far, especially since my content is niche in its delivery and style. Not everyone wants to listen to a rando online basically ramble for the next eternity about how games come to be or what goes on in one, and I have had my fair share of remarks, both constructive and otherwise. But the fact that I'm standing right here at 1K, well over it now as this took some time to write, means that what I do isn't completely meaningless. That I have provided some form of entertainment or even knowledge to those that want to seek it out. And at the end of the day, that is what matters the most to me, your guys' enjoyment of my content, as truly without you guys, my self-indulgence would be directionless. Speaking of self-indulgence, you've probably seen how long this video is, and yeah, bear with me, 3 games in 1 for a truly epic tale is a mark of a milestone. Now, hopefully this won't cause too many issues, but since this was written in the past, I won't actually know until it is live. So from me to you, let's talk about one of my favorite stories to grace fiction, and is my favorite game of all time, Mon-Musu Quest. This section is going to be multi-layered, as there are a couple of stories I need to retell, a few definitions to describe, an internet subculture to explain, and a development process to unfold. There is a lot of ground to cover, so to cut to the chase, Monster Girls.
Thanks for coming in, everyone. Today, we're going over Monster Girls 101.
Oh gee, it's the writer's poorly disguised fetish for this one, and I'd tell you both yes, and wait until you get to the story for you to start accusing me of being out there. I'm sane to my taste, thank you very much, says the guy who has referenced Succubus Prison before. I'm getting off topic, so let me round back to the subject for today. Monster Girls. This is a concept I've made many callbacks to in some of my more prominent videos. Saya no Uda does fall under the category despite its darker leanings and subversion of some of the tropes, as well as my least productive year. Gungrave is where I made a hard first mention of MGQ, but that is a tangent and a half explaining my hint back in the Munchables. For the briefest of overviews of what I will dub Monster Girl / boy culture, at its core, it's the general personification of typical fantasy creatures and monsters into generally cute or hot humanoids that still retain some monstery bits for exoticism and allure. For a somewhat canonical term, teratophilia. Yeah, we about to get Greek all up in here, and I don't mean that as a joke. There are 3 roots to the word: teras, philia, and terato. Using an article from All That Is Interesting for an explanation on those building blocks, the term teratophilia derives from the ancient Greek word teras and philia, which respectively translate to monster and love. Terato, meanwhile, refers to physical abnormalities like birth defects. For sake of simplicity and separating the kinks, pun intended, I'll focus more on teras and philia, as terato has essentially become its own thing, compartmentalized away from Monster Girls. When you think terato, think Biken from Guilty Gear. Which, for a tangent, teras is almost always centered on sapient fictional creatures in the realms of fantasy, unlike with Zoo that hankers for real-life animals, and should be condemned by everyone as the dregs of society. Reminder, K-Wolf got off scot-free despite the mountains and mountains of evidence existing for his heinous crimes. Well, I have to bring up one of the most disgusting failings of the law alongside what I consider one of the most objectile mindsets next to enjoying scat is that both teratophilia and Zoo have the same origin story: the Minotaur. Yeah, another tale of Zeus unable to keep it in his pants, except this time as a bull instead of a goose. Born from Europa after her session with Ox Zeus was Minos, legendary ruler of Crete and judge within the underworld. Before his time as a bit player in Dante's Inferno, he had to prove that he was the one to rule Crete, facing off against his 2 brothers, Sarpedon and Rhadamanthus. Despite some difficulty, world history mentions that Minos had an ace up his sleeve. He claimed that he had the support and authority from the gods to rule, and he boasted that he could prove it by praying for whatever he wanted, and the gods would make it so. Answering the call was Poseidon, who offered a majestic bull for the would-be king to sacrifice in the god's name. 3 guesses as to what happened. Perhaps seeing a heavenly bull and figuring, I could turn a profit, the newly king Minos instead opted to trick Poseidon, slaughtering a replacement bull that the sea god knew wasn't the right one. Enraged, Poseidon inflicted Minos' queen Pasiphae with immoral passion. Either that or Pasiphae angered Aphrodite, and she was the one to strike the queen down with a bad case of down bad. It depends on who you ask. All that matters is that Pasiphae asked Daedalus to construct a fake cow visage so that she'd be able to get down to business. Born from that abominable union was Asterius, the half-man, half-bull that would be locked inside the labyrinth for eating people until he was slain by Theseus. I would also be remiss not bring up the likes of the Gorgon sisters or Arachne, seen as the former are strongly associated with snake women, the latter spider women. However, what is probably the most interesting aspect of teratophilia is that, unarguably, it has a mostly female backing or focus, with the male being the monster. I mean, Beauty and the Beast is both a popular fairy tale published in 1740 and a well-known example of teratophilia. Japanese painter Hokusai, a man unlike de Villeneuve who wrote Beauty, gave us the dream of the fisherman's wife, leading to an untold amount of tentacle monsters, pits, and forests. That was in 1814. And what about the untold amounts of dinosaur and Bigfoot erotica in the modern age? Shape of Water won an Oscar. Now, there are a few reasons as to why teratophilia is popular with women, and because I ain't one, I will borrow the words of both Kink Lovers and ATI. Kink Lovers writes that some psychologists point to simple escapism to explain the phenomenon. Some say women are empathetic and nurturing, and misunderstood monsters bring out those qualities, as do humans who have suffered disfiguring traumas or diseases. Some speculate that women who have been hurt by real men feel freer to experience sexual pleasure on their own fantasy terms, while ATI interviewed an author by the name of Virginia Wade who said that, "The longer I'm in this business and reading other people's work, I'm beginning to realize that it's this capture fantasy where you kind of have this thrill about being kidnapped and ravished, but of course you would never want that to happen to you in real life. Werewolves and vampires offer that risky excitement of being unable to fight against something far stronger than you with the added backing of the fantasy element as well as that troubled angle. I can fix him. Or make him worse." Bad Dragon's been in business for 14 years now, supplying a demand for a lot of people's naughty thoughts, but seeing as I'm a straight dude, I say this because I don't want to step on anyone's preferences accidentally or otherwise. You can be a man and want werewolf knot, or a woman and want some mermaid herring. I ain't gonna stop you from doing you. Where do I fit in all this? The Middle Ages, exact century of the 14th, around the time the term succubus was first being thrown around. While many of you already have an idea on what the female demon is, to go with the National Library of Medicine's definition, the term succubus was for the first time used in the late 14th century to describe supernatural being, derived from a Latin word succuba, meaning to lie beneath. According to the folklore belief, succubus is a descendant from the ancient figure of Lilith, who was the first wife of Adam. She left Adam and refused to return to the Garden of Eden after she mated with Archangel Samael, who mated with 4 succubi. From Mesopotamia to Hebraic, Lilith was usually associated with the devil in both proximity and depiction. Lilith is blamed for diseases inflicted on men, but also for wandering about at nighttime, vexing the sons of men and causing them to defile themselves. A literal sex pest that in all honesty hasn't changed that much over the years. The only element that has been kinda dropped, and that depends on what elements an author wants to include from succubus lore, is the whole dream invasion shtick. Succubus Prison keeps the whole mythos of the demon, Lost Girl has the energy drain angle, and countless online stories, role plays, and what have you pick and choose which aspects to play with. Scrolling the X board of 4chan would have you come into contact with the usual green text or post talking about wanting to summon a succubus. That's not to say that there isn't a male equivalent of a succubus that is known as the incubus, who roughly does the same things, and while both were cited back then for the cause of sleep paralysis or other mental disorders, they fell into the same trap that the likes of the Minotaur did. But there was an added feature with laying with the likes of a succubus or incubus or any other creature of the night. Blasphemy. No longer just being physically overpowered, but spiritually, that both your body and soul is unable to resist, providing an extra layer of depth that would become more prominent in a lot of teratophilia media. I feel that with that line of wording, I should explicitly say that teratophilia, or the more monster-focused side of it, does have some commonality with the likes of more quote-unquote extreme play, stuff like domination or consensual non-consent. Keep note that I'm strictly referring to the fantasy, as Psychology Today writes, it must be noted at the outset that there is no such thing as consensual rape. Rape fantasy or rape play involves sexual role-playing in which one partner plays the submissive, the victim, and the other plays the dominant, the attacker. The behaviors extending from rape fantasy are fully consensual. The terms rape fantasy, forced sex fantasy, or rape play are misnomers. If an individual is consenting to the sexual behavior, then it is not rape or forced sex. The turn-on may be the idea of being forced to have sex for many individuals, but they do not actually want to be raped. Now, to what extent this walks hand in hand with monsters, a bit messy, another pun intended, mostly because to what level the actual by force aspect can be varied. Pretending to be pinned versus actual pinning is the way I will phrase it as, and like anything of this caliber, is dependent person to person. I can point to a number of saucy werewolf or hellhound stories that flip-flop between the two, forcible dubcon and consenting play, and undoubtedly to what bestial extent you want your monster to be is another variable that differs. Do you want a full wolf werewolf with the fur and muzzle, or something that has adopted elements of one but still has human-esque skin in places? What you answer with in regards to that question might also determine if you're okay with components that make up the furry fandom. That's why the werewolf is a good litmus test, as it encapsulates a lot of traits pertaining to what I've mentioned above. Some people are okay with Crystal, while others only want Hitomi. But that's not all to say that all monsters pertain to these extreme types of interactions. For every story of a male or female monster dominating a human, with or without consent, pick your preference, there is a matching romantic tryst or saccharine rapport from a male zombie finding love after death to a gentle vampire countess whisking away a nobleman from his dreary lifestyle. And while ultimately I could continue with examples and examples of definitions and ideas, at the end of the day, this is a personal taste kind of dealio. The origins and historical context has been laid out for the most part, but whether you are in or out when it comes to teratophilia is an up-to-you thing. In the words of Travis Touchdown,
some people fuck at funerals. I cut off heads.
That's why I'm mostly avoiding the psychological line of thinking, as I don't want to play armchair psychiatrist. I don't feel too confident in speaking for other people or claiming this is why people are into a certain fetish. All I can say is what I can for myself and attempt to untwist the pretzel of history to ascertain how this came to be. Yet this deliberation is still going in circles as I have just rounded back, so let me focus, as when I say Hellhound, I don't mean the classical Cerberus three-headed variant. I mean the one found within the vaunted pages of the Monster Girl Encyclopedia. While I can't ascertain for certain when the idea of Monster Girls blew up, one of the people at the helm of this cultural development was King Ku Cross. I apologize going forward, as what I'm about to cover isn't as well documented compared to what I have written above. From what I can gather, King Ku Cross, a Japanese artist, got his start sometime during the late 90s, early 2000s, mostly because his trademark work, the Monster Girl Encyclopedia, was posted onto the boards of 4chan around the mid-2000s. Gracing the site was a collection of bios pertaining to the various monsters that inhabited a somewhat traditional fantasy world. The catch, all had a somewhat humanoid appearance and bore the adoration for humankind to the point instead of wanting to eat people, they wanted to have more personal relations. Some more forthright about their intentions, others throwing caution and consent to the wind. It was a world where one day you could be a regular farmer, the next hooked up with a Lillarune because you wandered off a bit too close to the forest's edge, or the husband of a whole star you took in. Suffice it to say, the pages that were leaked were a hit, a wiki quickly going up to document what King Ku Cross came up with next. It served as a hub for this new outlook, as well as a way to see how the artist evolved with their art style, with the earlier pages lacking the usual life the later drawings would have. I would post a link, but the wiki was taken down due to the adult content, and as such, I won't post the replacement wiki for the same reason, as I know I'm already pushing it as is. But perhaps the most overlooked part of the encyclopedia is the somewhat loose story and heavy investment into explaining why things are the way that they are, both in a worldly and biographical sense. While I've already mentioned that each monster is laid out in a documentorial way, the two main books of the series, which I both own, are written from the perspective of a traveling scholar that is trying his best to avoid Pound Town from both human theocracy and demonic whims. That's because the world of MGE is in a bit of a bind. Back before the current Demon Lord rose to power, monsters were exactly that. Phantasmal beasts that hated humanity and were more bestial in appearance and instinct. To combat the threat, the chief goddess blessed the likes of heroes to fight against the creatures, birthing the highly religious order, a theocratic collection of zealots that mostly dictate people's lives for the worst, including those that are heroes. Think the church from Tales of Symphonia, or a hard-ass version of the one from Dragon Quest. Coincidentally, King Ku is inspired by a lot of sources, from video games like the aforementioned DQ to real-life mythology. Now, while most monsters were beasts, there existed the succubus race, the most human-like of the monsters. Instead of wishing to kill humanity, one succubus thought it would be better if the two races joined together. Fighting her way to the seat of the Demon Lord, this succubus climbed the throne and remade all monsters in her image and mindset, thus the mostly humanoid appearance, though there are outliers like the sandworm and fondness for humanity. And while the Order and Chief Goddess tried to stump this change of dynamics, the greatest hero of them all sided with the Demon Lord and became her husband. This left both sides in a slump as the chief goddess is recuperating from her loss, the various other goddesses in the world picked sides, the Order clamped down on territory, and the monsters made their move as human spirit energy, aka whatever euphemism you want to use for nut, became their primary food source. At the center of this background conflict, as the entries of the encyclopedia are broken up with writings pertaining to how humans turn into monsters, if you're female, or incubi, if you're male, is the whole birthing issue. Monsters that procreate with men only birth more monsters, and any human woman that has contact with a monster or demonic energy turns into a monster, so it is very much a race against resources and time. The current Demon Lord and her daughters, the Lilum, want to overthrow the Order and Chief Goddess so that the biology of the two races can be changed, with monsters able to give birth to incubi and monsters, and the Order just wanting to kill the Demon Lord and return things back to the way they were. If anything about the ongoing plot of MGE, it serves as a springboard for ideas and definitely allows room for the audience to finagle with, as what details you latch onto will be different than someone else's. I've read a lot of fan writing both on the wiki and other sites like AO3 to see what people do with what has been given, and even some fan stories have been cataloged in their own side novels for MGE like Fallen Brides and My Insanity, both of which have been approved by Kinku himself. These writings typically take the form of doujinshis, the Japanese term for fan fiction, and can range from neat little fan books to what most people think when they hear the word. My inclusion of this detail pertaining to Kinku is perhaps the most important part about them, their willingness to work with fan projects and granting their blessing on products. This is where Tora Tora Resistance steps in. For a background, they're a doujin circle, a sort of round table for authors to get inspired or get their ideas published. While Toro Toro had already developed and released a few ASMR audio files connected to the monster girl genre, the group starting in 2008 with Whispers of the Immoral Girl and the Female Pervert, they got into contact with Kinku around the late 2000s with an idea. A game. In what was going to be their most ambitious project to date, Toro Toro sent out the call to not only Kinku, but a number of other artists that had found success within the realm of Monster Girls. The first two chapters of Mon-Musu Quest, or Monster Girl Quest, Lose, Get Raped, I ain't exaggerating, seeing the light of day in 2011 on DL site, and the third in 2013 on the same website. The main story would essentially play up a lot of the finer points of the MGE world, zeroing in on the relationship between humans, monsters, and their ruling bodies, the Church and the Monster Lord, by centering a tale around a fake hero by the name of Luca and the Monster Lord Alice the 16th. One problem, however, Japan only. Back from climbing down Mount Sinai was Rogue Translator, imparting his wisdom to the masses. Not much is known about the man considered Monster Girl Moses other than his ability to quickly create translations, Chapter 2 completed in the span of 3 months, and that his actual job requires him to travel a lot. He's a bit of a meme in that he is so secretive, he jokes about his death at the hands of governmental officials on his personal blog, but this man had serious dedication, and without his drive, we wouldn't have MGQ over here. He isn't an unsung hero, but boy will he be missed, as after the completion of Mon-Musu's translation, he's dropped off the face of the earth. Wherever you are, Rogue, this one's out to you. And let's just say that MGQ rocked the whole entire Monster Girl cultural zeitgeist to its core, fundamentally becoming a bible of sorts to the subgenre. A few of you might know the memes of Hora Hora or Touch Fluffy Tail, as they originate from MGQ. Ken Ashcorp producing a song under his channel titled Touch Fluffy Tail. There was also a 2-part OVA that isn't bad? It's not great, but it's literally a few extended lost scenes post the ending of Chapter 3 with Luca having fun times with Alma Ilma, Uberti, Alice, and a collection of some other girls, Crab Girl, Spider Princess, and Emily, because of Minagi, one of the 6 great monster ancestors, trapping him in an illusion, so I can't hate on it too much. Due to the popularity of Monster Girl Quest, a sequel would be developed in the form of Monster Girl Quest Paradox, a more traditional RPG with a party system, while still pertaining what made MGQ the game it was, just putting the characters into a different scenario and accruing more artists like Psychedelic G2, otherwise known as the main artist for Succubus Prison. To go even further, there was a crossover event in the post-game of version 2.3 Paradox featuring characters from Shrift, Parade Buster, The Three Charms, and a few other H games including Prison, and one last step beyond before the major Paradox collab, MGQ and Shrift cross paths in the latter, the likes of the Beelzebub showing up to torment Protag Kazuya. Bit of a full circle moment seen as this whole scenario started with a willingness to collaborate. Translating Paradox would be Dargoth of Violated Hero fame for Part 1 and Azor X and his team of MGQ Delicious, a fan game centered around Vor, so heads up as I know it ain't for me, and for most of you it probably isn't either, fame for Part 2. I would make a joke about how long it has taken to develop Part 3, but Satoshi, one of the artists for the franchise, made a tweet on the 18th of July 2020 that it will be released. Ain't that cosmically hilarious? Mentioned previously, the only way to buy the game is through Japanese sites like DL Site. As such, you are on your own when looking for a copy, as I don't think I can link DL Site, though I will provide a link to Rogue Translations. This does mean the only way you can play is via the computer or your phone, as I know some can actually run VNs. If you do own all 3 chapters, you can combine the files to have one giant narrative with no switching programs. And take note that MGQ is an H game. While the closest I've ever gotten to covering one is Saya, it still leaned heavily on being a visual novel first with smatterings of eroge. For quick reference, visual novels can be both eroge and H games, but not all are and not all eroge are H games, as there needs to be a gameplay aspect. Fate Stay Night and Yasugana no Sora are visual novels in eroge, while something like The Three Charms and Succubus Prison are H games with bits and pieces of visual novel ideas. H game, if you're wondering, is a shortened form of hentai game, and I know some consider H games and eroge the same, but I like to differentiate as I'm picky when it comes to classifying visual novels that do and don't have gameplay elements. So you're probably asking yourself this, or I'm gonna ask for you, as otherwise these sets of stories won't be told. Why Monster Girls, and how did I find Monster Girl Quest? Well, glad you asked. For the first half, I'll cast you back to around my jump into middle school. Preteen, and even stranger Noah, still in Ohio at this point in his life, was in the midst of playing the Wii and was staying at his grandparents' house for the weekend, mostly because that was the style at the time. Now, before I settled into a night of tomfoolery and waggling, I had to run errands with my brother and grandmother. Code talk, I could probably ask for a video game if I was lucky enough, as my grandparents do like to dote. Usually when we went on grocery trips, we shopped at Sam's Club, which could be best described as a nicer Walmart due to you needing to sign up to even get through the door there. You could find better items as well, but to get to the point, I was rummaging the game section and saw a game that would change my life, maybe for the better, maybe for the worse. Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. Particularly the GameCube version, as motion controls weren't my jam, despite the fact that I owned a Wii. Good behavior is a net positive, as my grandmother bought me the game, unknowing of what it would do to my fragile preteen psyche. I pop in the game, boot it up, and get through a decent portion of the opener, enough to become well acquainted with Midna. If you haven't seen Imp Midna, let's quantify her by saying that she is the launcher of 1,000 short stack and female goblin characters. Oh, and she's also a tsundere, airing more on the gremlin tendencies of being someone who loves to stir the pot. Preteen Noah didn't stand a chance, and damn the designer who came up with her and everyone who approved her design, as Nintendo knew what it was doing. Doubly so since her Twilight form is basically all natural minus a few cloths. From there, I won't say it was a downward spiral, more a dead man's switch waiting to be flipped, with my adolescent self growing more interested in this subgenre. It wasn't until a fully unsupervised Noah was perusing the internet one day on, Sankaku Complex, when he had his first encounter with the Monster Girl Encyclopedia. That's when I became invested, though it wasn't through my exploration on SC that I found Monster Girl Quest. Instead, a rambling night through YouTube saw me on the seedier side of a somewhat dirtier site, where you could find parodies of a certain sort not signposted at all. Lo and behold, a battle against a Heavenly Knight showed up in my recommended videos, and I ended up marathoning a French-speaking LP's Let's Play on all 3 chapters of MGQ. And when I mean French, the game dialogue was in English, but all his commentary was in French, besides the times he would exclaim damn in my secondary native tongue of English. There was no way for me to understand what the guy was saying, but damn it if I didn't feel connected to him on some sort of personal level. He was my stepping in point for the game and the related sites. I don't know how many hours of my life were spent scrolling the wiki/fan site for the series, or how many OC bios I've read through pertaining to the universe, plus all the Tumblr blogs and times I've played through MGQ itself, but it was my equivalent of Kingdom Hearts. Still my equivalent to Kingdom Hearts, and it was a major gateway for me to the likes of Daily Life and other such series I consider cozy. Turns out the dynamics of Monster Girls adds a lot to the table that you can explore in a hilarious, bawdy, or serious way. With a wrap-up before we get to the story, take care that I will be going out of my way to say that the subject matter of MGQ isn't for everyone. If you've made it this far, you know what your limits are, but as a heads up, MGQ does contain depictions of racism, terrorism, an abundance of rape and other sexual acts that will be censored, violence, a few distressing scenarios that aren't classified under the above, kinda depressing shit really, and other topics that will upset those with a weaker constitution. At times there will be body horror, so keep that in your cap as well. I'm also legally obligated to say that everyone that appears in the work is completely fictional, and anyone performing or receiving any act of lewd nature also isn't real. Get your popcorn ready and settle into a cool glass of water, soda, or whatever beverage you prefer, because here we go. Our decidedly ambitious tale in the making opens up with a meeting from God, or goddess in this case, Ilias, the one who created the world and its inhabitants, including a race of supposedly vile creatures called monsters. Before we get more information on why such a species is an insult to humanity, Ilias tells Luca, the lad we are in the perspective in, that today's an important day for him. Not only has he come of age, but that means he'll personally get a blessing from Ilias called the baptism and officially become a hero in her name. This is the moment that Luca has been looking for his whole entire life, and ain't nothing's gonna stop him. Though it is mentioned that heroes haven't really beaten back the monster threat, not since Heinrich Heine from 500 years ago. A legendary hero that defeated a vicious monster in the name of good. Seeing Luca off of a proclamation that the will of a hero rests in him, the young man wakes up from his dream and gets started with some morning tasks. Mostly praying to Ilias, wishing his dead mother a good morning while checking on the last keepsake he has of her, that being a ring, and prepping for the long journey ahead. Once he hits Ilias' temple for the baptism, he's off to the Monster Lord's castle and won't be returning home. Good thing nothing is there to interrupt Luca as he packs. As a villager, Hans screams out that a monster has wandered close to the village. With Ilias' village in a panic, Luca rushes out to face the threat despite never having seen a monster before, and his adopted Aunt Betty trying and failing to dissuade our guy. Working up the town into a frenzy is a lowly slime girl. Huh. You know, for his first monster encounter, it could have been worse, but that doesn't stop Luca from shaking like a ninny. He does try to persuade her from leaving the premises of Ilias' village, but she's too hungry to leave and is more than willing to make Luca her food source. Not to physically eat, mind you, at least not this one. Male spunk is the main source of nourishment for all monsters. They are an all-female race with only humans coming in male and female formats, so what's a monster to do if she wants to eat or breed? However, one of Ilias' 5 commandments is to not fraternize with a monster, otherwise terrible consequences happen. And with Luca firmly in the Bible Belt of this world, you for sure as shit know he's about to uphold that commandment. In saying that, he doesn't want to kill the slime girl and would prefer to chase her away, which after some difficulty, as training dummies aren't a substitute for the real deal, and Luca always manages to somehow lose his shirt like this is a bare naked ladies song. Wear a belt, Luca, it'll keep your pants from falling down. He does. About that non-violence, by the way, Luca doesn't want to kill any monsters. Rather, he wants the two races to live together, and he thinks that if he beats the Monster Lord, his dream of coexistence will be realized. It was a common occurrence in the past, but ever since 30 years ago, an event called the Slaughter of Remina put both species into conflict with one another. Apparently monsters instigated the attack, but no one knows for certain as no one survived. It's all a bunch of hearsay, and the levels of hate varies between region to region, with some areas still holding out for coexistence. Vowing to fight for coexistence, even if it means costing him his life, Luca trudges onward towards Ilias' temple for the baptism, but a large crash catches his attention. The cause of it? Unconscious, if powerful-looking monster. A lamia, more exactly an echidna, as this mysterious one falls more in line with the subspecies, what with the blue skin and apparent power she's radiating. While Luca is on the clock, he decides to see that she is okay at the cost of missing his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Heroes make sure people are alright, even if they fall out of the sky for no clarified reason. After a brief exchange with the unknown monster, the woman noting the pungent smell stemming from Luca as she licks her lips, seems that the monster race can determine quality from smell alone, where she pokes holes in Luca's thought process. His want to be a hero is foolish, and he contradicts himself by not viewing all monsters as the enemy, with coexistence being an impossible ideal only dreamed up by children. The lad is let go by her as he races off towards the temple. Suffice it to say, Luca missed his window, though how much of that is because of wasted time or some other event we are not privy to yet is to be determined. Returning home with his dream in pieces, Luca finds that the unknown monster, named Alfie's Fateburn but shortened to Alice, has done a little B&E as she is standing in his kitchen. After a game of 20 questions, Luca asking if Alice knows who he is in comedic fashion, it is alluded to that Alice is the reason for why Ilias didn't show up. Not only that, but the woman is also hungry, enjoying some slices of dried meat that Luca kept on himself for rations, inferring that he's actually a good cook with the echidna enjoying his sampling, and that monsters can receive other forms of nourishment like eating and drinking, and interested in Luca's line of thinking. Despite making fun of it earlier, Alice is intrigued in seeing how far Luca will go before he gives up on his beliefs, with an unwanted, but definitely needed, traveling companion in the form of this traveling Goramond. The two hit the road towards Iliasburg after Luca checks in on everyone in Ilias village, where we learn that why monsters try to make their foes, particularly the unbaptized, blow like a geysers because of critical ecstasy, a nasty little side effect that drains those who are upped of their fighting spirit and will to resist. On the pathway to the next town, Luca and Alice discuss the perks and detriments of the baptism, as on one hand you smell unappetizing to monsters and your essence tastes like angel liver, plus you're able to blatantly rob people Dragon Quest style among other discounts at shops and inns, but monsters are more likely to eat you, as in exactly what that means. There was a vor warning at the start. Guess man meat is back on the menu. Both Alice and a wandering slug girl think so of Luca, and while the echidna is not going to help Luca directly in combat with any monster on their journey, meaning she will leave him if he loses, Luca does manage to frighten away the slug girl with salt since her defense was so high, but that leaves the two travelers without any seasoning for camp tonight. They make do, however, with some tasty breakfast for dinner before Alice decides to take over Luca's training, as his technique is pitiful. With the cursed sword skill Demon Decapitation now in his repertoire, Luca answers a few questions from Alice regarding his keepsake ring. His mother died of an illness 10 years ago, and his father an apparent idiot who got himself killed. Alice, meanwhile, is the only daughter of the Fateburn family, a somewhat prestigious group that owns 500-year-old books, as Alice casually pulls out an edition of the World Traveler Guide dated back to the year 867. Sleeping for the night and waking up to a vision of Ilias that isn't of any substance, plus another discussion on prohibition and its ramifications, Luca and Alice shove off again towards Iliasburg, avoiding a pointless scuffle against a mandragora minding her own business. At the town proper, Luca fidgets a bit at the entrance, knowing that Alice won't be able to waltz right into Iliasburg without causing hysteria. Luckily, and this is partially why Alice is classified as an echidna, Alice is able to disguise herself as human enough for the two to enter. Not that it matters right now, as in the center of town, a dragonkin swordswoman is mopping the floor non-lethally with the city guard and any heroes that have stayed in Iliasburg. This is Granbaria, one of the four heavenly knights, yes, that is a reference to the four heavenly kings of Buddhism, loyal to the monster lord and is a bit out of depth for Luca at this point in time. Still, a hero, even fake ones, don't back down, Luca opting to square off with the swordswoman of fire. Thoroughly outclassed when Luca showcases his skill of demon decapitation, Granbaria is shocked. How could a human use a cursed sword technique? Strong-arming the lad, Granbaria is talked down by Alice, inadvertently giving away that she is clearly the monster lord. Unless your name is Luca, in the words of Hank Hill, that boy ain't right. Seems that the amount of heroes coming out of the Ilias continent, there are 3 in this world, Ilias, Sentora, and Hellgondo, was the reason for Granbaria's attack, but following her lord's orders, the Dragonkin shoves off from Iliasburg, inadvertently making the duo the heroes of the town. That helps when the two stay at the Sutherland Inn, a ritzy bed and breakfast famous for their dongo, as they get the hero's rate of 4 gold for one day for displaying their heroic actions. Or at least, one of them did. Having her fill of dongo, Alice and by extension Luca learn that the honey used to make it has apparently stopped being produced in Happiness Village due to a shortage of manpower. Looks like they could use a hero, or someone claiming to be one. Oh, and Alice wets her beak in the other sense too, as monsters have 2 stomachs. One for regular food, the other for those sweet, sweet fluids!
ならば特訓だ。世が与える刺激に耐えるがいい。ほーら。こんなに大きくしてしまって。口では拒んでいながら情けないやつだな。溜まっておるのだろう。 特別に余が処理をしてやるぞ。ぐだぐだ言うな。一石二鳥。いや、三鳥か。特訓になって性処理もできて世の腹も膨れるのだ。はあ、もううるさいやつだ。
Prefacing her handy with the excuse of training Luca to resist, one of them goes to bed tired and wondering if what they did was alright, the other full. I mean, besides the humiliation in the morning, turns out the walls of the Sutherland Inn are about as thin as Luca's faith of Ilias, the two get right back to adventuring and learning about a few points of interest. First off, they buy Luca an Arincan shirt as it offers the most protection compared to a lot of other, grander armors, tipping the twosome to the town of Enrica. Secondly, when Luca and Alice do try to leave Iliasburg, they bump into the unfortunate Lamia Amira. With eyes only for Luca, she's quite obsessive, if somewhat sincere and helpful. The townsfolk like her, and well, I'm sure we will too. Amira does alert Luca and Alice to a local bandit problem, and while some of the monsters are higher level, with there being a dragon, vampire, and Lamia amongst the group, something tells me that Iliasburg would be burnt to the ground instead of having random objects stolen. Still, a problem is a problem, and it needs to be solved. Though having a few destinations at hand, Alice pulls Luca aside before he can pick where they go next to give him a sword? It's called Angel Halo, made from the smelted remains of 666 angels, but it looks more like a devil's arm to me. Horrific appearance aside, instead of physically hurting an opponent, it drains their magical energy, sealing them when they run out and forcing them to draw upon free-floating energies to become unsealed, allowing them to hopefully reflect on their actions in the time between. A belligerent earthworm girl is the first monster Luca beats cleanly, returning her to the soil as a tiny earthworm. With a way of combating monsters without killing them, Luca heads to solve the little bandit problem plaguing Iliasburg. That's a literal usage of the word, as turns out all the bandits are nothing more than a pack of honestly innocent troublemakers pretending to be the four heavenly knights that Luca gets to apologize to the citizens of the burg before they realize that the bandits could actually help around town. One trouble solved, a reward in the form of a red jewel later, and a fourth wall breaking conversation with Amira later, Luca and Alice venture forth to Happiness Village to an odd scene. Only women are working on the homestead. The only man in town is a boy that immediately becomes the target of a harpy from the local harpy village. One harpy clattering and scolding from Alice later, as none of the women even tried to stop the boy from being kidnapped. The village chief's wife asks Luca to free all the men from the clutches of the harpies. Despite that he's like, what, the 8th man possibly sent to his death? Not a particularly great look for the women of Happiness Village, even if the harpies are abducting people. However, wanting to fight for the weak, Luca still chooses to assault the Harpy village, as two wrongs don't make a right, his bravery inspiring the women to join in the ambush. Striking at twilight, Luca reaches the Queen of the Harpies and engages in a duel, fending her off but not sealing her. As it turns out, the only reason why the Harpies were kidnapping men was for breeding purposes. That damn prohibition again, with many of the kidnapped not harmed in any way, well, besides having to explain to their wives, daughters, and mothers that their family just got bigger as the bird monsters explosively mate. Luca and Alice adhere to the meddling rule, as it is up to the people of both villages to figure out how to coexist with the other, the chief's wife and Queen Harpy deciding that the best option would be for the men to be sent over to the Harpy village to keep their population strong, while the Harpies would work in the bee farms to produce happiness honey. A win-win, a job well done, off to the next location. Enrica Village. Besides two encounters with some dark elves, Luca and Alice get turned away from Enrica by a mysterious woman by the name of Michaela who recognizes Luca and his keepsake ring. Keep this pin in your head as we'll be coming back to this later. Way later. With nothing else to do on the continent, our duo heads over to Iliasport so they can move onward towards Sentora. The trip does take multiple days, the two hunkering down for camp, where Luca recites the legend of Heinrich and how he killed the Monster Lord to an annoyed Alice, but she does spout off that the Lord Heinrich Slew wasn't the nicest one around. No one has seen the current one. Ha! But I doubt Alice would have ordered the slaughter of Remina, more like the slaughter of buffets everywhere with how much she eats. Ending the night with some training, Luca picks up Bloody Fissure Thunderthrust, or Thunder Thrust for short, as the two head off to bed. Restarting the trudge to Iliasport, the two reach it in the day, with a rampaging storm brewing in between the two continents, and only when a boat tries to reach Sentora or Ilias the landmass, ship travel is inadvisable. A monster is afoot, and I'm not talking about Amira, who points our travelers to a local cave that holds one of the late Captain Celine's treasures, Poseidon's Bell. With it, a ship can't be sunk, but the only problem is that the cave has become a den of monsters. Having done her duty, Amira slinks off as Luca gathers information around town, the only bit to note that there is a rise in fox spotting, before he and Alice set off towards the cave. Another longer trip, Luca and Alice have a night of camping where their rigorous training method takes a toll on the lad. While Alice doesn't teach him anything for the night besides telling him the secrets of fighting that are described as having the movement of the wind, a body one with earth, and having fire within your sword, Luca finds out he can regenerate his wounds via meditation. Supposedly, a fallen angel did the same thing, but the validity of this story is not proven. Reaching the cave next morning, Alice pinpoints the trademark smell of crispy, thin-fried tofu, the odor of fox. Better them than ghosts, which Alice is definitely afraid of, with a two-tailed kitsune bumbling out of the shadows only to be sealed and run further into the cave. A cave that has most of its traps activated as if someone, possibly a Tamamo that the kitsune mentioned, was having fun with the implements. Besides an encounter with a roaming meta, freeing the sealed kitsune from a hungry spider girl and walking around an obvious mimic, the duo don't have any problems until they reach the end of the cave where Poseidon's Bell is. The presence of the kitsunes means that someone wants Poseidon's Bell, with a massive seven-tailed fox blocking the door to the cave's inner sanctum confirming this. Named Nanabe, Luca has an uphill battle with the seven-tailed kitsune, but when all hope is lost when Nanabe puts him to sleep, a mysterious power shines forth from the lad, easily sealing the quadruped. Luca has no clue what that was all about, and neither does Alice, but before they can begin to question why or how Luca taps into his unknown abilities when asleep, a nine-tailed kitsune exits the treasury of the cave. This is Tamamo, another one of the Heavenly Knights. Having 9 tails, she's the strongest kitsune in the world and embodies the element of earth. Showcasing a more casual attitude, Tamamo unseals the two-tailed kitsune, Nanabe drawing the short end of the stick, before having some banter with Luca, revealing that the only reason why Tamamo was after the bell is because Alma Ilma, the third Heavenly Knight mentioned thus far, is making travel between Sentora and Ilias a pain for everyone. She also drops the bombshell that Alice is the Monster Lord, but we all have eyes and aren't Luca. However, before the hero and Monster Lord can have a scuffle, no good deed goes unrewarded, as the kitsune from earlier mentions to Tamamo that Luca rescued her. Offering him a choice between fried tofu, touching Fluffy Tail, and the bell, Luca naturally picks the bell. The nine-tailed kitsune then asks if Luca is going to fight her, with him responding no. She hasn't caused any trouble, so why should he fight her? Leaving off with a farewell that the two will come to blows in the future, Tamamo leaves Luca and Alice alone. Our Monster Lord restating her choice of wanting to travel with Luca because he's interesting, and that her only command to all of monster kind was to exert power in the case of self-defense. Seems like everyone got that twisted, humans and monsters misinterpreting that decree. To add further confusion, neither Alice nor the previous Monster Lord ordered the slaughter of Remina, and when I said everyone there died, that included the monsters. Barely anyone knows about that part, but before the two can speculate on what happened, Alice presents herself as the Monster Lord before a hero, with Luca insightfully remarking that if Alice disappeared now, all the monsters would be left confused and vulnerable. This is a double-sided issue, as Heroes and Ilias' laws are a problem to monsters, but monsters like Rambaria and Alma are also harming innocent people, vowing that Alice isn't a bad person, that humans and monsters need to come to understand one another, and that by his own blade will Luca need to solve the problems he runs into. The duo return back to Iliasport to commandeer a ship towards Sentora, specifically Port Natalia. On the boat ride, Luca and Alice manage to sneak in some training, adding Demon Skull Beheading to Luca's growing cursed sword style. With downtime, Alice examines Luca's keepsake ring, noting that it isn't the cause for his awesome might displayed earlier. Perhaps Luca's family tree has a monster in it or two, as though the race usually births out more of their kind, sometimes a human male is born bearing some residual magical power. Luca's mother wasn't a monster by the by, seeing as she died of an illness that ran rampant in Ilias village. Meanwhile, Alice never knew her father and her mom was a fiend. Metaphorically speaking, as unmistakably she was an echidna like her daughter. She was Alphys the 15th. Apparently a nice lady, but she's dead now. Breaking away from the dead mom talk, as it is a bit of a downer, Alma conjures up a storm that is dissipated by the bell, forcing her to go 1v1 with Luca. The queen succubus of the wind, she has a flighty attitude, already nicknaming our fake hero Luca Boy like her name is Maximilian Pegasus, and displaying a playful if predatory demeanor. Selecting her tail as her means of defeating Luca, limiting herself to it when Luca goes for Demon Skull Beheading, Alma loses according to her own rules as she blocks the move of her hands. Next time though, Luca won't be so lucky. The rest of the ship ride is without incident, though at the Monster Lord's castle, Alma's return incites Granberria to test Luca again, and Tamamo to visit her hometown. Oh, and the last member of the four Heavenly Knights, the Queen Slime of the Water, Betty, is at Undine Spring, basically moping like a shut-in. At Port Natalia, Luca is amazed to see the local mermaid population working in conjunction with the townsfolk, though he is forced to buy some dubiously prepared seafood from a poor mermaid merchant. The hero and Monster Lord's next stop is San Ilia to meet with the king, but a random mermaid pulls Luca aside to inquisit him for a request. Before a bomb goes off. A terrorist called one in at the local mermaid school, and though no one was injured, Luca catches a glimpse of the perpetrator of the attack, a disheveled man by the name of Lazarus. Thoroughly worked up, Luca tries to get the two of them to head off for the day, but Alice notices how antsy the hero is and pulls their duo into the local inn for the night. Rest and relaxation works to calm one down as Luca explains that Lazarus is the current leader of Ilias Cruz, a fanatical terrorist organization that even the church doesn't abide by and is ostracized, funneling the members of the group further down the rabbit hole as rejection reinforced their beliefs. Two things are for certain though. Ilias Cruz wasn't behind Remina, and Alice is hungry. Again. Though it seems like her dexterous tale means more to unwind Luca than seriously train his massive weakness.
少し腹ごしらえをさせてもらうだけだ。それに貴様の脆弱な心鍛え直さねばならんしな。なんだ、これだけで大きくしたのか少しばかりおでも出遊んでやらねばならんな。
Up and early next morning, and after a vision of Ilias that I've been mostly skipping over as she repeats herself more than a broken record, Luca asks Alice if it's alright for him to defeat her, the echidna stating that he needs to follow his own path, not what others tell him to do. Hitting the road and dealing with encounters against a trio of roaming monsters, Luca and Alice reach San Ilia, the religious capital of the world. Since all heroes went to see the king, ours has to sign a waiver to be approved, giving him and Alice time to sightsee, mostly so that we can learn that another one of Ilias' commandments is, point your sword at the goddess and thou shalt cry, which even includes statues of her. Somewhat big brothery her religion is, leaving Alice and by extension me bored of the Holy Land. Thankfully, the king of San Ilia received a vision that an unbaptized hero named Luca would appear, granting an early audience. As you can expect, the meek gentleman that is the king preaches some religious mumbo-jumbo before having a crisis of faith when Alice destroys the brittle goddess sword. What Luca truly needs is the blessing of the four spirits, Sylph, Gnome, Undine, and Salamander, for him to step up to the four heavenly knights. Thankfully, they are all on Sentora, but no one knows where, mostly because Alice won't point Luca into their directions, as that would be going against her stance of not helping him. There is a book, however, in the Royal Library of San Ilia dedicated to the animist religion, and with Luca explaining that the Monster Lord broke the Goddess Sword and fending off a returning Grand Barrier, the duo get into the repository no problem. As Luca searches for the guidebook, finding it booby-trapped with page monsters, the work of a younger Alice when she threw away the book, Alice starts baking potatoes as it's her favorite kind of potato. This inadvertently helps Luca defeat Page 65537, as she can only be sealed when exposed to fire, the Monster Lord catching the whole library on fire in a cooking accident. Playing dumb about the rampaging inferno, Luca sneaks out of San Ilia Castle, Alice sincerely apologizing for the kitchen fire. Cooking isn't her forte, as she has almost burnt down the Monster Lord castle before, though she does present to him the freshly excised copy of the Four Animists and their sources. Reading through it, our fake hero learns that Sylph is in the Forest of Spirits near San Ilia, Gnome in the deserts of Safina near Sabasa Castle, Undine at her spring near Grand Noah, that my name, and Salamander near Gold Volcano. South, west, east, and north. With the Spirit of Wind the closest, Luca and Alice pick it as their next major location, but unfortunate Lamia appears to the cheers of everyone. Despite her claims of being unloved, no matter where she goes, the townsfolk love hanging out with Amira unless she's running into soldiers who are actively looking for the Monster Lord, getting a few children to spill the beans about a haunted mansion. With me realizing that Ghost Dad would be a horror flick to Alice, the abandoned house is a prime area to investigate for Luca. That's not all, as when Luca and Amira are chased by the town's guard, more so Amira, the lad stops in front of the city's request board, a new one coming in from a monster, the mermaid from earlier named Mia, asking for help from someone who doesn't have a bias against monsters. A prime job for Luca, giving him a few tasks to complete in the San Ilia area. Heading back to Port Natalia for Mia's request, she wants to marry her husband, the Gary Coleman of this universe, due to Mia's magic and preferring her hubby cute than rugged, but the two aren't strong enough to brave the trial needed for them to officially become married. Fortuitously, anyone can go in the place of the couple to get them married, Luca taking on the role of essentially the best man in this scenario. A few fights and a misunderstanding with the Kraken, wherein Luca is put to sleep by Alice so that he can break the Queen of the Southern Seas Aqua Pentagram with Flash Skill because she thought the fake hero was a thief wanting her colored orb later. Luca solves Mia's trouble and befriends the ditzy queen. This isn't me making fun of her, she's not all there, as when returning Luca back to the surface, she flings him out of the ocean back on dry land. As for Mia, it's Thirsty Thursday for her as she takes Luca's corncob the long ways. She claims her love is only for her husband, to which all I can say to Mia is, don't speak with a full mouth. Well, at least man and monster can come together, so at least Luca and Alice are happy about the turn of events. Next up is visiting the haunted mansion to figure out who the girl that's living there is, with the usual Alice shenanigans connected to ghosts. Chrome is her name, a 100-year-old necromancer succubus, airing more on the necromancer half, and she's been desecrating and experimenting on the dead in the hopes of making the ultimate zombie. Frederica is her claim to fame, but with the woman's spirit holding back on going all out on Luca, he's able to free the young aristocrat's soul and beat Chrome into running away, Alice getting the scientist to quit with her defilement of the dead. For the time being. Inadvertently, the two's actions free all the ghosts of the mansion, they spiriting off towards San Ilia as Alice faints in fear. Dragging his comatose partner out of the house, Luca bumps into a strange woman wearing a lab coat. She seems to be in cahoots with Chrome as she was planning on giving more tech to the necromancer and even knows Alice is the monster lord, but before we can get any answers, she vanishes. Back in San Ilia, the ghosts are incorporating themselves back into society, with many of the townies accepting them with only a few issues cropping up. Ghosts are ghosts after all. Problem solved? Finished with all the other issues, Luca and Alice visit the Forest of Spirits to earn Sylph's blessing, but since it is a lengthy trip, they set up camp where Luca tells another story detailing the creation of the first monster lord who was a fallen angel. Again, this falsity is rebuffed by Alice, who mentions that the original monster lord wasn't equal to Ilias. The world was light and dark originally before the two goddesses were formed from their respective element, but anything past that is unexplained, like what happened to the first monster lord. Camping time is training time, with Luca rounding out his offensive skills with Death Sword Chaos Star. At the mouth of the forest in the morning, Luca heads in by himself as the appearance of the monster lord would disrupt the tranquility of the fairies. Tangent time, fairies can only be seen by those unfaithful to Ilias, our boy Luca clearly having some skeletons in his closet as he can see the winged creatures. Of course, having a man show up means that the fairies and elves have someone to play with, but besides some half-hearted pranking and a misunderstanding, nothing really bothers Luca in the forest. He even becomes fast friends with a pack of fairies when he apologizes for stepping on the flower they were hiding under, earning himself a fairy acorn. Why they were hiding is because a rampaging Alrona is tearing up the woods, killing and eating anything it gets in its sights. Well, that will need to be looked into, Luca proving his ideals to Sylph is the more pressing issue. Thankfully, she's an airhead and tasks the fake hero with landing a single hit on her, easily accomplished by letting the wind spirit tire herself out. Now, with an elemental living rent-free in his head and feeling the voice of the wind and all it brings, a sour breeze announces the presence of that Alrune mentioned earlier. Oh. Body horror table of one, and even Alice doesn't recognize the species this chimera belongs to. It even shrugs off an Omega Blaze from Alice before Luca tells her to fall back. A hero should fight his own battles and not let monsters infight. Coming to blows with the mess of plants, Luca gains the upper hand when he activates Sylph, blowing the Dryad's tendrils away with a weak wind guard as he seals it into a collection of different leaves and petals. Whatever it was, the Chimera Dryad's base was human, but the female body used was so heavily corroded by the plants attached to it that by the time it fought Luca, it was a monster through and through. Doesn't explain the reasoning behind it, but with the defeat of it, the fairies all thank Luca and Alice before they swarm San Ilia. In a non-aggressive manner. Ghosts and now fairies. The religious capital of the world has become more lively, with the only folks complaining being the overtly religious ones. Employing the meddling clause again, as the now blended citizens of San Ilia will have to come to their own conclusions, Luca and Alice proceed to the Safina region for Nome, marking Sabasa Castle as their next point of interest. An almost 15-day trip to the desert castle sees our twosome almost die of heat exhaustion, starvation, the two having to subsist on cooked scorpion for a night, getting lost, Luca barely mastering the power of wind, and a whole bunch of random encounters, one of which being a genie that Luca resists the temptation of, and takes her lamp as a souvenir after she gives him the blessing of power for rebuffing her advances. Avoiding a Ron Perlman narrated game over screen, Luca and Alice arrive at Sabasa only to be immediately dragged to the castle, specifically the king's court. All this cloak and dagger absurdity is because the princess has been kidnapped, the only note left after her disappearance having the word pyramid on it. That's pretty open-ended, but if the public finds out the princess is missing, there'll be an uproar, and Luca isn't one to overlook cliches. He even gets to marry the princess, though he doesn't really want to. Before heading off to bed for the night, Luca and Alice gather some information about the whereabouts of Nome and the Pyramid, running back into Amira, who's taken up shelter in one of the castle's prison cells. Not because she's a criminal or that the people of Sabasa don't like her, the rulers of the region are proud of the monster blood in their lineage, it's that she gets a roof over her head and 3 square meals a day. A squatter, you could say, if her CG could. While the Pyramid is an easy find, the only information on Nome is that strange mud dolls have been seen around Safaru ruins. Sylph knows those to be Nome's familiars, so Luca is hot on the trail, thanks to Amira. Having proved her worth, Luca tasks the unfortunate Lamia with discovering any information regarding Undine and Salamander, the half-snake valiantly rushing off eastwards to Grand Noah while our duo retire to an inn after cross-referencing any information on the princess, inadvertently learning about the atrocities of Witch Hunt Village and the local lord. At the fancy hotel, Alice picks up where she left off with Luca's ideals, coming to the conclusion that her initial observation was wrong about him. Luca's more in line with a martyr than an idyllic hero. Death to him is a better alternative than not obtaining his dream of coexistence, all because his father was killed by monsters. His father, the original leader of Ilias' crews. Lazarus, and while we won't learn his name till later, I'll give it now, Marcellus were originally adventurers wanting to stop the Monster Lord, the 15th in this case, but failed along the way, turning their intentions to terrorism. Live by the sword, die by the sword, as Marcellus was killed by monsters for his crimes, and Luca would much rather die than lose his way like his father, as revenge is a never-ending cycle. But the sins of the father don't transition downward. Dying for Marcellus's crimes won't change the world, only enforce the status quo. For the first major time, Alice comforts Luca with a profound thought. For humans and monsters to coexist, he must live to build that world. renewing his heroic vow by expressing that as long as he's defending the weak, he won't regret his actions. Luca is pulled aside for his daily session, Alice justifying her puff as a continuation of their training, though it reads more as the echidna wanting to ease the fake hero's stress for the night. In the morning, the two depart for the pyramid to find the princess, bumping into a female soldier by the name of Sarah who's unaware of the plight of the king. Instead, she's here to take the Dragon Seal trial for her true, one-sided love. Forming an alliance and leaving Alice outside to enjoy the sights of sand, and more sand, the duo of Luca and Sarah battle their way to the center of the pyramid as one half the trial, our lad finding himself unwittingly undertaking it as well. All because Sarah, who's our princess, no duh, Luca's social awareness is worse off than mine, has a lady boner for Granbaria. Tomboys, man. Everyone loves them, especially when they save you from danger. Like our fake hero, Granbaria doesn't like it when the weak are trampled. Insert joke here about trampling. Getting back on track and out of the gutter, to marry a dragon or dragonkin, you need the seal rewarded from the Dragon Seal trial to make it official. To cut down on some faffing about, the second half of the trial involves solving riddles from the Sphinx, the jewel of Tsubasa, as the region as a whole is deeply connected to her. Said word teasers include the usual Sphinx affair, but when left with a question he can't answer, Luca passes off to Sarah, which is the correct choice. However, the questions the Sphinx asks are meant as a warning towards a human marrying a monster. Humans live such fragile lives. Monsters will always draw the shortest straw, the Sphinx regaling Luca and Sarah with the story of her life and love. The first ruler of Tsubasa was married to the Sphinx and she watched him die, his final wish to see out his life as a human. The Sphinx could have joined him in death by sealing herself into human form, but she was afraid that no one would ever remember the first king. And thus, alone she sits in the pyramid. But with the passing of this information to Luca and Sarah, perhaps a new generation can understand the Sphinx's pain and solitude. Passing the trial, Luca and Sarah were rewarded with the Dragon Seal as the jig is up. Sarah only left the castle to take on the trial. Oh, and Luca receives another orb from the Sphinx, this time the yellow one, having a total of 2 now. Something, you need all 6 to revive the Holy Wings, but that's about as cryptic as a metaphor. With the princess in tow, Luca and she return back to the king to figure out how to get across to him that her preference isn't just limited to dudes. I say that because when the king puts on a feast for Luca, Alice, and the princess, he locks her and Luca in her room where the princess practices her head game with our live dummy as a form of repayment. After the second unwanted serenade on his flesh flute, Alice displaying the usual jealousy attributed to snake monsters and pointing out that this whole rescuing business was a sham the king knew right from the start, the duo gather supplies in Tsubasa before heading out towards the witch hunt village. By chance encounter, Luca runs into Lazarus at the Tsubasa branch of the Mermaid Pub. Sipping his alcohol, the terrorist orders an OJ for Luca before the two discuss a few topics. Mostly what Lazarus is planning on Luca's end. He did bomb a mermaid school not a few days ago, while Lazarus admits that Luca looks just like Marcellus. What he lacks in looks, Lazarus makes up with his discerning eyes, perceiving Luca's way of fighting only from a few context clues. He isn't as observant with why Luca fights, however, that being for the weak in Coexistence, but when our lad fires that back at Lazarus, the decrepit old man says the same answer. That befuddles Luca, with Lazarus continuing that coexistence is impossible, that he and Luca are the same, crushing the beliefs of others for their own ideals. The only difference is that Lazarus acknowledges the self-righteousness of his actions. For justice to succeed, persuasion is key. Even a lowlife like Lazarus knows that, but for him, he's too far gone, evident by Lazarus setting off another explosive, destroying the pub. Thankfully, there were no casualties besides Luca's mental state, the boy coming to grips that even if he's a hypocrite or self-righteous, he can't allow monsters or humans to oppress the other. Or themselves, for that matter, as Luca and Alice head to Witch Hunt Village to prevent any more witch hunts. A longer trip means setting up camp where Luca has a dream of the past. During his childhood, Luca and his mom were persecuted by the people of Ilias village, so much so that they rejected him from buying medicine and didn't even pray for his late mother, effectively killing her. With her dying words, Luca's mother begs him to not hold grudges against the people of the village, Marcellus, and to become a fine hero. Alice isn't left out either, having a dream of her mother, though its contents are unknown at this time. Arriving at town, it's blatantly apparent that everyone is in paranoia mode, a woman pleading for Luca and Alice to leave before a pair of soldiers runs up on the duo. Since Alice's disguise is about as conspicuous as a witch in Salem, the guards try to have her tried as one, but playing a prank on the soldiers, Alice forcibly gets their retractable knife to cut her, proving that she isn't a witch. They run off anyway, the guards and a couple of townsfolk, an information monger, and the local priest in on Lord Lily's grift. Dozens, if not hundreds, have been taken to her estate for who knows what, pushing Luca past the breaking point, scaring the guards away from the front door of Lily's mansion with a show of sylph, revealing that none of Lily's loyalists have seen a real witch or warlock before. Luca finds the inside of the Meister's house ironic. Lily herself is a witch. Every female she has captured is experimentation material, every male a source of energy. All for her pursuit of the world's truths. Making clear that he wants to stop her, Luca is forced to chase after the seeker of truth, witnessing firsthand her abominable handiwork, finding various women, one named Lucia, transformed into horrific suckvors or worm villager sleeper agents while all the men are bled dry. Cornering Lily in her lab, Luca learns that she was just like him, an outsider that was victimized by a town because of her status. She's the daughter of a Sabassian prostitute, and her father despised her illegitimacy, Thus she studied the dark arts and rose to the title of Lord by killing him and her half-brothers, but where they differ is that Luca wasn't able to seek out revenge. He had to become a hero for his mother. Sealing the worms bursting out of Lily's arms, Luca gives her over to the town to allow them to decide her judgment, while those still alive within her manor are freed. Not everyone returns, some either dead or, in the case of Lucia, missing, and Luca isn't in the spirits to celebrate. All he wishes is that the citizens give Lily a fair trial. Even Alice notes how depressed Luca is, divulging that the town will probably give Lily the death penalty, but she still applauds his hero's work, drudging up old memories from our lad that after his mother died, the illness spread to everyone else in the village, killing off most of the elders, forcing Ilias village to rely on immigrants. From outsider to senior member, Luca, as Alice states, endured suffering and avoided spreading it to others, making him different from Lily. That's not because his mother wished for him to be a hero, that's just Luca wanting to protect the weak from injustice. And with hope yet, the worm villager that Luca fought before congratulates him for his service, and tells him that everyone in the village knows why Lily lashed out. Instead of wanting to perpetuate the cycle of hate, they've decided to imprison her so that the bonds of violence are broken. With that said, all the worm villagers still have access to their worms, presenting a new problem for the witch hunt village to sort out in due time. The resilience of the spirit, I tell you what. Hanging around for a little bit longer, Luca and Alice learned that the history of witch hunt was already pretty dour, Lily just taking advantage of a bad situation. The snitch who I called a monger earlier received a butchering that would make Julius Caesar proud, so there is still issues that the townies need to work out for themselves. The priest chased off and replaced with an actual one this time, with the elaborate church made into an orphanage, and a familiar, at least to Luca, face. The red-haired scientist woman. She's not a monster, but Lily proclaiming herself a seeker of truth alongside this scientist showing up isn't a coincidence. Rounding out the adventure in this region, Luca and Alice head towards the last known location of Gnome, finding the Earth Spirit by chasing after her mud dolls. Like before, Luca has to test his mettle against the spirit, Sylph pulling in clutch to reflect a sandstorm back at Gnome and defeating her. 2 spirits down, the loudmouth Sylph and quiet Gnome. 2 to go, our tetrad leaving the desert of Safina for the varied wilderness of Grand Noah to find Undyne. The castle is once again the main destination point, though the village of Yamatai catches Alice's foodie attention. Too bad they have to camp for the night with Alice destroying a poor poor cooking pot and a failed attempt at making dinner. She was taught to be a monster lord, not a homemaker by Tamamo, who was also the previous monster lord's teacher, Alice herself confirming that she's 21 and a half, almost 22. Luke is about 16, this is medieval times, which means he is an adult, to 18, meaning I'm a right boomer compared to these two zoomers. I feel fucking old, man. Tamamo's age is unknown, but she might be what Luca guessed earlier for Alice. 300 years old, if not older. Camping time is training time, though Luca's mastery with the spirits is wanting. He can only summon one at a time and with little control. Heinrich, meanwhile, was able to defeat the 8th Monster Lord Black Alice with all of them combined. Granted, Alice might not be a suitable teacher for Luca in this department. Before going to bed, Luca tries praying to Ilias, only for Alice to point out how much our fake hero contradicts himself. Luca will need to sort them out before he implodes. This is the first night Luca goes to bed without praying to Ilias. A few more random encounters in between camp and town, Luca and Alice finally reach the front gates of Grand Noah, only to be stopped by a religious Lamia. A sister Lamia, you could say. She's not hostile, just a bit of an oddball scene as she worships Ilias despite the goddess hating monsters. But while she needs her disguise for her missionary work on the Ilias continent, Grand Noah is welcoming of monsters. Seems Coexistence is still believed in, sending Luca over the moon. Gathering information around town, our main two learn that the Colosseum is quite popular for men, women, and monsters, that Yamatai is having a monster issue, and that a local fisherman has disappeared near the Taboo Spring. In the tool shop, the elf store owner expresses to Luca that Grand Gold is in even more harmony than Noah, prompting his excitement while a cute tail ribbon prompts Alice's. Being the gentleman that he is, Luca buys it for Alice before the two head to a sewing shop to learn from the owner that Plansec village is nearby, Alice covertly trying to dissuade Luca from heading there. Lastly, before the two head over to the inn, they run back into Amira and the fruits of her digging. Taboo Spring is Undine Spring. There is a dungeon underneath the surface of it, but those who venture too close are never seen or heard from again. Continuing her duty, Amira heads off towards the Gold region to gather clues on Salamander, wishing Luca good luck in his endeavors. While looking forward to sleeping, an offbeat question about the flowers in Alice's hair leads to Luca pollinating the symbiotic plant for the night. No mention of training, if you're wondering. The pretense has been dropped.
"この花にも少し養分を与えてやるとするか。もちろん養分とは何か分かっているな。言ったではないか。この花に養分をやるとな。たっぷり貴様の精を吸わせて元気にしてやらねば。"
In the morning, the duo head off towards the Colosseum for a bit of respite, Luca the fighting and Alice the food. While the first fight they see is exhilarating in Minotaur versus a Centaur, the two correctly surmising to a noblewoman that the Minotaur would win, the second fight reveals the nature of the public event. It's an exhibitionist's wet dream. Ignoring the show being put on, the noblewoman drags Luca aside to give him the score. She's the Queen of Grand Noah, and would like a man to win the upcoming Queen's Cup, as none have won it in quite a few years. While the prize is the green orb of the six, Luca's more than happy to make the Queen's dream a reality rather than earning a reward. While he blows through the quarter and semifinals, what is this, King of the Ring? He's the only candidate to do so, meaning he has to face the powerful Cuba in the finals. Both the Queen and Alice try to tell Luca to forfeit, but he doesn't budge, finding out that Cuba is actually Alma. The Colosseum is her stomping grounds, and though she wouldn't mind humiliating Luca in front of an adoring audience, she's more interested in his connection to the wind. He's too forceful, not playing with it like she does. With her roundabout words, Luca upgrades his wind wall to playful wind, equaling Alma in the defensive department and pushing the fight to a standstill. Or it would if the Queen of Succubi didn't forfeit again. Alma's had her fun for the time being, leaving Luca annoyed at his default victory. Three orbs in tow and a relit spirit to overcome the nights, Luca and Alice march towards Yamatai, Luca almost dying to a snowstorm if it weren't for his companion's quick thinking. Granted, she did abandon him to play in the snow while he was fighting a Yuki-onna, so it's more like righting a wrong. On the edge of Yamatai now, the almost deep freeze leaves Luca hungry, but his portion of fish catches the attention of a Nekomata. While she is begging for food, Luca does feed the stray with the grilled and edible for human seafood he got back at Port Natalia, leaving the cat monster happy as she gifts him her bell. One incidental fight with the elf guards of the village later, Luca and Alice enter Yamatai to find it a mock-up of every rural traditional Japanese small town you've seen. The elves of the nearby village and people of Yamatai have a working relationship. Men are sent to mate with the elves while they guard the populace, and monsters are openly worshipped as gods, Alice and Tamamo included. She did say she wanted to visit her hometown after all, and not because of the free food. Tamamo knows of the troublemaker as well, with the village chief informing Luca that it is around the time of year that Yamato no Orochi demands a sacrifice. Men aren't killed for the snake monster, she has the sacrifice for a year and indulges her hunger before releasing him back to Yamatai, where the sacrifice must recover for a year before returning to work. That problem, alongside all the village men wanting to be the sacrifice, is killing Yamatai's production. No workers, no village, so someone needs to sort out Orochi, that being Luca, though Tamamo does offer her assistance. Before carrying out the plan, our group has time to rest, Luca beseeching Tamamo at her shrine to learn that the reason why Alice hates Kitsune so much is that she was raised with them and they bullied her. On Tamamo's orders, no less, making sure the somewhat naive heir didn't grow up hating humans. Why? How many pins do we have now? The Knight of Earth also examines Luca's keepsake ring with her well-tuned nose, finding the absence of any power and oddity yet to be explained like the previous point I brought up. All we know is that Luca's power is closer in approximation to Angel Halo, and is so high that if he recklessly uses his holy energies, his fragile human body will be eaten up by it. A terrible fate that Tamamo has seen happen before. With nightfall, Luca has to beat back some sacrifice potentials before sneaking onto the sacrificial altar with the Tamamo ball in his pocket, him and the fox squaring off against the serpent. Though Orochi is bulky enough to shrug off Luca's attacks, Tamamo guides him into unlocking the Breath of the Earth, powering up Gnome before they seal the Queen of the East, as Orochi is in the same vein as Kraken and Sphinx, with an Earth Rumbling decapitation. Scratch another problem, an upgraded spirit, and a promise to Tamamo to not only take care of the Monster Lord in her stead, but to rise to the challenge of defeating the Kitsune at the Monster Lord's castle. Second verse, same as the first, Luca and Alice hang around Yamatai to see that the Goblin Bandit is in the middle of her new job, delivery from Ilias to Sentora. They also spot the two-tailed Kitsune from the cave, who Alice proceeds to bully. Oh, and that Orochi is in a terrarium until she learns her lesson. Next up, the allegedly peaceful Plant Sect Village, a destination that Alice warns Luca from visiting, but he goes anyway. Why the warning is that the plants and insects aren't at peace anymore. They're in the middle of a race war. Spotting two plants at the mercy of three insects, Luca beats them back so he can hear out from the plants what's happening. Meeting with their leader, Alra Priestess thanks Luca for his assist before asking him to join the plant's side. She explains to him that the war began 10 years ago when Queen Bee of the Insects started discriminating and massacring the plants, forcing their hand and asking for assistance from the Kanan sisters. They are the centerfold of the plant's army, equal in strength to the insects. Luca pushes for the idea of talking this problem out, but the time for talk is over. Fighting is inevitable. Selling his sword to the plants, Luca's drafted into a covert operation meant to cripple the insects from the inside. Without the queen, the insects will be disorganized and surrender. However, before he gets into position, Alice appears to indicate how easily Luca was talked into helping. Not that Alice can help either. Forcing both sides to stand down would be tyrannical on her part and wouldn't promote peace. The roots need to be torn out from the base for this plant sect to grow healthily. On both sides, is when Luca seals the queen bee, the plants begin genociding the helpless insects. That's what happens when you jump to conclusions after only hearing one side of the story. In a heated rage born from betraying his good intentions, Luca takes on the remaining plant army, bathing in a sea of sealed petals and flowers. Right on cue, Alice appears to point out the flaw in Luca's logic. Both sides in a war think they're justified. Listening to only one half of the story doesn't give you the full picture. Lost and insecure, Luca falls back onto his belief of what a true hero would do, causing Alice to cut the bullshit and get Luca to remember why he entered the war in the first place: to protect the weak. With that as his reason for wielding a blade, Luca's resolve won't waver. It's not what would a true hero do, but what would I do, pinpointing his ideals and removing the burden of ideological heroism off his back. Luca steels himself as he walks down this path of responsibility straight to Alra Priestess and the vile Kanan sisters. Without tiring, Luca seals the leaders of the plants, effectively ending the war. Still, though, he doesn't feel satisfied knowing he caused more harm than good. In a contemplative mood, Alice deconstructs Luca's previous way of thinking, making note that if he determines justice in the world by his own self-made image of a hero, he'll only cause more problems. Everyone thinks they're on the side of justice, from monsters to humans, and that's how they justify their brutality. Pure evil deserves no mercy. Likewise, good and evil are both relative terms and outside of unique circumstances are hard to quantify. One person's justice is another's self-righteousness. Yet Luca still ended the war, which Alice commends him for, and out of this pit of despair, Luca not only reconfirms his ideal for coexistence, but sees that a number of plants and insects fled from the conflict, refusing to shed blood for pointless reasons. Without the tyranny of Bee, Priestess, or the Kanan sisters, the relief effort can immediately begin, both sides unhindered and finally together. All because Luca refused to take a life. He can change the world. And Alice, but what she means by that is unclear. Putzing around Plansec, Luca sees that Priestess has become unsealed, apologizing for her belligerent behavior and classifying Luca's actions as divine retribution. She also merges the acorn and bell from earlier into the Jewel of Friendship, allowing Luca to communicate with the fairy and Nekomata as long as he peers into its core. Wrapping up Noah, Luca and Alice wander over to Undine Spring, the monster lord sensing Urubetti's closeness and remarking that she will make things aggravating for Luca. As if to agree to that statement, a voice not belonging to Undine telling trespassers to leave rings out. Urubetti is not a fan of welcoming mats, but her slime brigade is, badgering Luca for a spell until they realize how outclassed they are and call upon their queen. Befitting her connection and title as the Knight of Water, Urubetti is as calm as a forest stream, but has the killing intent befitting a rampaging whirlpool. Unlike the previous knights who either toyed with or gave Luca the benefit of the doubt, Urubetti wants to kill him for all the injustices done to slimes in their homes. It takes the intervention of Undine to prevent Luca's death, and even then, Urubeti is still so hardline on her xenophobia that if it weren't for her close connection to the water spirit, the Queen Slime would have gone through with her threats. Undine is only slightly better, protecting Luca because he has Sylph and Gnome, but threatening him with absorption if he falls to her in combat. In a heated struggle, Undine manages to get Luca to buckle down, allowing him to summon Gnome and Sylph at the same time. Three spirits in the head, and because I can't find the place to put this, more tormentors for Sylph as her abuse at the hands of the others has gone unmentioned until now, Luca asks Alice for clarification on Urubeti's claims. Lower grade slimes need clean bodies of water to live, but the amount has dwindled because of humanity's accidental pollution. What was once a gentle queen has overflowed with hatred, misplaced and indiscriminate against people who don't know better. Ignorance is a problem, but flagrant murder isn't the solution. Yet this will need to be solved after the Heavenly Knights are stopped. Second to last stop, the Gold Region. That means another lengthy trek, this time through the Great Forest of Noah, giving Luca the time to ask Alice how Monster Lords are crowned. Contrary to assumed belief, a coronation is held to determine the next in line, the living heir of the Monster Lord plus any others who wish to take the throne, battling it out until one remains standing. Power means everything, and while the winner, always the Fateburn heir as it seems, becomes the Monster Lord, the losers usually wind up as her cabinet. That's how Alice has her 4 Heavenly Knights, with them all fighting in a battle royal. For ordering, Alma surrendered like she does, Urubeti and Tamamo both knocked each other out, and Granberria was defeated by Alice. This isn't a measure of the knight's strength, all are equal in raw ability, but specialize in different skill sets. A grouping of monsters does block Luca's path to the Gold Region, but he's unable to make headway with Undine's power. The two also have to camp, Alice's training not really providing the answer either. It seems like this session of training will leave Luca empty-handed, but Alice teaches him Lightning Sword Flash, an upgraded version of Thunder Thrust, taking advantage of Sylph's playful wind. In the morning, the Huron Lord finally reached Grand Gold City to an astonishing sight. An artificial monster is blocking the front entrance. Different from the Chimera earlier, the Golem is clearly a magical construct. Thrust into battle as the Golem isn't allowing entry into Grand Gold, Luca entertains a cadre of town guards that arrest him. Thankfully, his prison stay isn't long, as a carrier pigeon confirms Luca's heritage as human. The Golem, a product of magic science that protects Grand Gold from intruders. She lets anyone in as long as they've been registered in her memory banks beforehand. Free of jail time and a criminal record, Luca's feat of shutting down the Golem would make for an interesting tale for the King of Grand Gold, who's more busy calling upon travelers to entertain him than running the kingdom. That mentality isn't just limited to the king either. Many people shirk off their jobs because a colony of brainwashed ant girls and constructed golems are used as slave labor. Hopes crushed, Luca can only resign himself to information gathering at this point in time. With the hive of scum and villainy known as Goldport to the northwest, the Purple Sabbath ready succubus village to the west, and Salamander at Gold Volcano, the townsfolk in Amira provide their clues. That does mean our unfortunate friend no longer has a job, but Alice tasks Amira with searching for the whereabouts of the other 3 orbs. Before hitting the hay, Luca and Alice examine one of the local magic workshops, uncovering that the Queen Ant is in the basement of Grand Gold Castle, sealed and forced to relay orders from the townies to her children, and converse with a diplomat returning back from the lady's village. There's a nasty rumor that any males going into the place never come out, but with the diplomat standing here, that discrepancy needs to be fact-checked in spite of Alice protesting against the idea of visiting the town. There is an uneasiness to Luca and Alice's stay at Grand Gold, made worse off when an automaton escort tries to service Luca. For once in his life, Luca's able to shut down a monster's advances through words, only for Alice to showcase that she can indeed suck a golf ball through a garden hose. As a reward for staying loyal to her, not only has the pretense been dropped like before, Alice finally brings up the contradiction of the prohibition and Luca's ideals. In due time.
まあ、人形の奉仕を断ったのは褒めてやろう。その褒美として、世がこの口で快楽を与えてやろうぞ。実に美味しそうなペニスだ。貴様のこれ、むさぼってやりたいとずっと思っていたのだぞ。この下でベロベロに舐め回して、口の中でしゃぶり尽くして、飴玉のように味わって、射精しても関係なく口内で溶かすように眠ってやりたいと思っていたのだ。どんな風にされるか想像したのか。だがその想像より何十倍も気持ちがいいぞ。
Rising and shining for a brand new day, Luca and Alice witness chaos in the streets of Grand Gold. All the ant girls are shepherding the humans to a centralized location, and the golems are going haywire. Even if this outcome was squarely because of the abuse, Luca can't abide by an injustice being paid with another. Following the line of ants, Luca finds everyone in the castle lobby, the girls picking out who will be the queen's personal breeder. That includes the king, but with some encouraging words, Luca works him up into leading his people, allowing our hero to face off the monsters unimpeded. The issue of the queen ant still persists, and this time Alice is offering her assistance, knowing that the magical advancements made within Grand Gold is an affair she needs to look into as the Monster Lord. Sure enough, the duo find the engineer from earlier, Alice using her mystic eyes to get the mage to reveal the truth. 5 years ago, a woman named Promestine gifted the city technology. She's our mysterious scientist from before and apparently gave humans fire, so she's not human nor monster. Perhaps a third option, a goal of hers stated as wanting to seal the current Monster Lord. That means the Queen Ant was merely a test run, and with her breaking out of her seal, Luca has to face off against her. Not as a hero today, but one for tomorrow. Holding her off for a time, Luca is just about to seal Queen Ant when Alice returns with the Grand Gold King in tow. In a display of humility, the king points the blame at himself and the humans of the city. They didn't know that the Ant Girls had feelings and believed the queen to be evil. They caused her suffering and are in the wrong, just like she would be if she went through her revenge. The oppressed becomes the oppressor. We all face pain and sadness, but we can reach an understanding and don't have to live in fear of each other. Of her own accord, the Queen Ant takes the King of Grand Gold at his apology, properly forming the harmony Grand Gold is known for, but leaving Luca and Alice with a mystery. Just who is Promestine? With that nipping at their heels, our duo traverses over to the succubus village to hopefully stop the Purple Sabbath. Not many locals are in the village, though a number of male vagabonds are wanting to protect the town. The demons will launch their attack at midnight when the purple moon is high in the sky, but instead of an outside invasion, many of the female locals either are forcibly turned into succubi by the effects of the centenary event, or were already succubi lying in wait to start the pleasantries. An inside job. No Alma, though, as Alice states that the fickle queen doesn't care about anyone other than her own fun. This year's Purple Sabbath is special, though. The succubi want to, and actually do, revive Lilith and Lilim. The two 500-year-old succubi will supposedly lead their kind to the Promised Land, enslaving all men to their will, but Luca is quick to put a stop to their plan, just like Heinrich did 500 years ago. Same sword, same smell as the twin demons lambast that they've been defeated by his descendant. With more pressing matters, though, Luca tries to rescue all the men who have been drained dry, pleading to Alice that because fighting isn't required of her, she can help, and she does, by healing everyone in the village, man and monster alike. The succubus village elder, her second in command, Lilith and Lilim, and every woman that was turned into a succubus. However, since they've lost to Luca, they don't see a reason to try again as their Promised Land has been denied. Human women and succubi can't exist in the same village, the species forced to live town to town. All they want is a place to call home for them and their livestock. I guess the goal was right in sight then, as why else did all the male travelers make the pilgrimage to the succubus village? Damn perverts and their damn honesty. Solving this problem in a cosmically hilarious way, Luca and Alice make a pit stop at Goldport before deciding their next location. Mostly to turn in the genie's lamp to someone with expertise in handling artifacts like hers and play the lottery, our fake hero winning the used-up Jewel of Fortune. Of those, only one jewel remains, the Jewel of Victory. Too bad the sages at Goldport don't mention where you could find it, so Luca leaves for the ladies' village with a not-too-pleased Alice tailing behind him. On the offset, the ladies' village seems like a retreat, but with Alice disappearing before Luca enters the town properly, one can surmise that the residents are monsters. And after a lengthy conversation with the lord of the ladies' village, Cassandra, where she seemed quite incessant on serving our hero tea and keeping him for dinner, that assumption rings true when Luca points out to Alice that all the villagers are women and not a single man exists. A collection of bug and tentacle women that prey on any wandering man unlucky to enter town. Striving his way back to Cassandra's manor, he's beset by Emily, the Countess's daughter, whom he seals. Taking her daughter's place, Cassandra displays her might makes right mentality by eating her daughter with her grotesque yet naturally formed body. Different from the chimeric dryad fought in the Forest of Spirits or most of the other monsters he's fought, Luca is staring down the logical conclusion of Urubeti, an unreasonable fiend set in their ways that must be stopped. Seeping her body outward, Cassandra transforms her house into an extension of her stomach, predatory organ meant only to consume. And though he puts up a valiant effort, Cassandra's strength far outweighs Luca's, the hero restrained and her viscous fluid helpless. This is the power of one who challenged Alice the 15th, officially making this Alice the 16th's problem. Not mincing words, Cassandra mocks the 15th for her weakness to her daughter, claiming that an advocate for coexistence deserved to be killed by humans. But that's not the only shocking swerve, as Alice has picked up that same torch. Her and Luca carried the same ideal dream of coexistence. And right now, a generational restraint is preventing that dream from coming to fruition. Knowing that reasoning is impossible for someone living in the past who wishes only malice and hate on the world, Alice confuses Cassandra's molecular structure, having her die in the same way she killed all those before her, suffering merciless absorption until there's nothing left. A fitting end to one with her ideal of the strongest of the fittest. Without Cassandra, there's no reason for any monster to stay in the lady's village, and we get a clarification on why Alice chose Luca. She wants to see how long someone that shares her same ideal will last. When will the mask slip off? And yes, the 15th did die for coexistence. At least Luca is over the moon knowing that he and Alice are a lot closer than they seem. Reflecting on the ghost town before leaving for Gold Volcano, Luca asks a profound question to Alice regarding monsters. Can carnivorous ones live without eating humans? Yes, they can. No monster needs to feast on flesh to sate their hunger. Human meat and animal meat both have the same caloric intake, where the issue stems is intelligence level. More primordial monsters like the Roper eat humans because of their instinct in quote-unquote eating creatures with high energy values. More intelligent monsters like Cassandra do it for sadistic fun. It's a problem of ethics and population, as humans far outnumber monsters, and it can be taken as a circle of life kind of balance. Compromises will need to be made, with surprisingly the succubus village having the answer. Why hunt and pillage for man meat when someone could be willing to supply the bangers and mash for free? The things I write to get around the censors. In the immortal words of Anthrax's I'm the Man.
Sexual organ located in the lower abdominal area.
No, man, it's dick!
That said, a human is more likely to be murdered by his fellow man than eaten by a monster. It's still an issue that needs to be addressed, however. Hate to be in that number bracket. Winding down with the Gold region, Luca and Alice make the climb towards Gold Volcano, stopping for camp for another failed training session of mastering Undine's power, but in turn Luca learns Earth Rumbling Decapitation. It takes a rematch against an earlier monster, in this case a fully grown dragon, for Luca to kick into his serene mind and utilize Undine to some proper extent. This catches Salamander's attention, who issues the usual spirit challenge. Unlike the previous three, Alice chimes in that the Spirit of Fire is no joke. She's Grambiria's instructor. Going up against the Elemental, Luca is finally able to activate Undine's serene mind without any limitations, earning Salamander's seal of approval. Just in time, too, as Grambiria besets Luca for her second round of testing his growing abilities. This time not as a hero to be squashed, but as a warrior able to match her blade. But not this go around. Luca's serene mind is still too nascent against the trained 24, almost 25-year-old. I only include this as a joke because damn, Luca and Alice are a couple of zoomers. Dragonkin who mastered the serene mind when she was around 5. Attempting to match her trademark vaporizing rebellion sword with Death Sword Chaos Star, Luca falls to his knees in defeat, battered and bruised. It takes the words of Alice to convince Grambiria to let Luca go, as he only just got Salamander and will be an even stronger opponent when he masters her capabilities. With his life intact at least, Luca is dragged by Alice to the Goldport Inn where he rests to heal his injuries. That dream that Alice had back near Witch Hunt is what Luca dreams of now. While we cannot state these events as facts for certain, we see the 15th lock the 16th in a jail cell, Alice's mother pleading for her daughter to live. Tamamo tries to stop the 15th's meaningless sacrifice, but the deed is done. The group that killed number 15, however, learned of her intentions for coexistence and wished to spread it around the world. But the grief of her only daughter had untold consequences. Back in the waking world, Luca's a genetic freak, healing all his injuries from Grambiria with just a day of rest and picking up Serene Demon Sword from Alice not 5 minutes after exiting Dreamland. Renewing his vigor, Luca looks for a ship so that he and Alice can cross over the Hellgondo, but the continent's cliff sides are so steep that a boat would be smashed to pieces. What Luca needs is a Garuda, but one hasn't been seen since the slaughter of Remina. Those holy wings from earlier finally come into play, but the 6 orbs are needed. Right on schedule, Amira divulges her findings on the other 3. She doesn't know where the blue and silver orbs are, held by the Kraken and Poseidonus, as Alice has to fill in the gaps, and the last by Pirate Captain Selene. For his troubles, Luca is gifted the Jewel of Victory for finding half the orbs before Amira pointed him in their direction. Too bad the reward for finding the 3 jewels is the equivalent of a chocolate coin, and Luca's grown past his older self. Asking around Goldport, Luca finds out from a Sebastian officer that Sarah has been kidnapped for real this time, and that Celine's grandchild Selina is actually a resident of Goldport and is willing to boat Luca and Alice out to where her grandmother's ship has drifted off to. First things first, the blue and silver orbs. Already friends with Kraken, she gives the orb to Luca while he has to prove himself to Poseidonus in combat. 2 down in quick succession, 1 to go. The problem with the purple orb though is that when Selina tells Luca of her grandmother Selene, that treasure is connected to another, the Calamity Box. What killed Selene and an artifact that should have been destroyed by the first Monster Lord. Opting to ferry Luca and Alice out to sea to look for Selene's ship, it is obvious that Selina has ulterior motives. A week's boat ride on a suspiciously crude ship of all-female pirates, ghost pirates as Selina is Selene, her ship is found floating adrift with a magical barrier locking something inside the bowels of it. They don't call it a calamity box for nothing, as lurking inside it was the 3 remaining Beelzebubs. Ancient as the first Monster Lord and more destructive to the environment than a Devil Joe, a single one could birth enough flies to overwhelm the world twice over, and there are 3, with the primordials as invasive as kudzu. Luca and Alice team up to finish what Alice the First started and end the threat to the world as the Beelzebubs' time has passed. Purple orb in hand with Selene free of her worldly connections, all that is left is to figure out who kidnapped Sarah. Queen Elf and Fairy did, wishing to take back the lands that belonged to them from the citizens of Sabasa. Putting his life on the line again for King Sabasa, Luca hears out the queens first before deciding his course of action. The elves and fairies of the Sabasa region were originally peaceful, but the concept of appeasement saw their land taken away by humans, leaving them with just a tiny island. To get their revenge, the Queen Elf and Fairy wished to awaken the monster blood in Sarah and then send her back to the king. When he dies, a puppet will inherit the kingdom as the citizens are turned into monsters by the queens. A grave misunderstanding, however, as Sabasa is proud of their monster heritage, the queens believing that all humans worshipping Ilias is the problem here when it isn't, a failure of understanding at the core of this crisis. At a standstill, Luca duels with Queen Fairy and Elf, managing to best the two, but not before Sarah's blood is awakened. As a direct descendant of Sphinx, Sarah's prowess far exceeds the 2 queens. Luca jumping in between them and the king's daughter to protect his once opponent. Sealing the power within Sarah, Luca returns his attention back to the Queen Elf, both sides acknowledging that they each acted out of line. Luca under Ilias and Queen Elf under Alice, but only Luca is self-aware to note that the Queen Elf is playing the victim. She's resigning herself to not understanding humans or even the Monster Lord's feelings without even putting in the effort to try. That outburst hits a sore spot as the Queen Elf pulls a knife on Sarah, cowardly putting a hostage in danger as the elf declares rebellion against Alice. In this neck of the woods is Granbaria, who may have overheard that little declaration and decides to uphold her duties as a knight. It's Sarah this time to jump in front of the Queen Elf, claiming that the Monster Lord wouldn't want her people killing each other. And Granbaria agrees with that sentiment, her status as a knight adding extra significance to the claim that the Monster Lord does care for the pain of her subjects. It all goes back to the failure of understanding, as neither side thinks the other cares. While she isn't in agreement to anything, the Queen Elf is prepared to wait and see for the sake of the future, ordering both the elves and fairies to no longer attack humans as a repayment for Sarah's selflessness. And with Granbaria here, the Queen Elf reports to her that a Black Alice is rounding up like-minded monsters for some unseen scheme. Whatever she's planning, it goes directly against what Alice's goals are. Seeing each other off with words of encouragement and fondness, Granbaria teleports back to the Monster Lord's castle with Sarah in tow as the princess jumped the dragonkin right when she teleported, while Luca returns to the king to inform him that Sarah is with Granbaria and she won't be harmed at the Monster Lord's castle. He's okay with that. Around the same time, the sister of the nice Shirohebe of Yamatai, the evil Shirohebe of Yamatai, joins Black Alice's ranks, preparing for war. Finally finished with all the tasks on Sentora, how long have we been here for the runtime of this video? Our group of 6, Luca, Alice, and the spirits, can finally head to Hellgondo and the Monster Lord's castle. A small problem, however. Ilias Cruz has moved Garuda's egg back to their HQ. In a meeting that was a long time in the making, Luca and Lazarus finally clash in a war of words. Looking at the son that looks exactly like the father, Lazarus fesses up to the truth. He killed Marcellus. Not a monster as the world knows it, but a man. Marcellus's best friend. At the start, Marcellus held the same anger as Lazarus towards monsters, the two a part of the four heroes Lucas saw in his dream at Goldport Inn. They killed Alice the 15th, inheriting her dying wish, but with the 16th stricken with grief, she lashed out and killed the group's wizard Merlin and priest Karen, the woman both Marcellus and Lazarus loved. In a tragic turn of events, Lazarus lost the use of his left arm and Marcellus his left eye, leading to Ilias Cruz's adoption of terrorist tactics. Yet as time marched forward, Marcellus saw the error of his ways and sought out coexistence. Like father, like son, Luca championing coexistence while Lazarus staunchly criticizing it, indicating an undeniable truth. Monsters will always be stronger than humans. As the worn-out shell states, the weak will always fear the strong, with closer understanding only driving that point harder. That's where Lazarus is wrong. From Alice's mouth, both her and Luca have seen humans and monsters get along despite that power difference, and Alice herself carries the guilt of having killed two other people in a fit of rage. Yet, even still, Lazarus deludes himself, repeating that every human in the world will be like him once they come to the realization that monsters are naturally superior to humans. All because he wants to die a martyr. The chink in Lazarus's armor. While having pulled out his iron sword meaning to murder the husk of a man, the words of Alice and Luca's own nature pull the weapon back. Instead, Alice doesn't give Lazarus the satisfaction of escapism, turning him into stone, neither dead nor alive. A rush of emotions hits Luca like a battering ram, and while he tries to summon Garuda right now, Alice is concerned for his well-being. The mental shock is apparent, and when the two leave Ilias Cruz's HQ to an overlooking hill watching Goldport, Luca almost suffers a breakdown. As Alice warned, he's imploding, the swirl of emotions causing him to doubt everything he's done up to this point. He was a kid who chased an impossible dream, all because his father was a terrorist and his mother shoved him into the role of being a hero. What does coexistence truly mean if Luca couldn't even understand a fellow human? Yet, for all his faults, blunders, and rashness, he is a true hero. Alice thinks so, at least, comforting her troubled partner by praising his truthfulness to himself. Luca's mask hasn't fallen off. He's always wanted to protect the weak. There will be people like Lazarus and Cassandra, those so stuck in their ways that they can't see the world as anything other than black and white, good versus evil, strong versus weak, human versus monster. But that doesn't deny the bonds of those like the townies of Iliasburg and the bandits, the Grand Gold King and Queen Ant, Luca and Alice. Taking that first step and trying to understand the other, whether coexistence is an illusion or not, is better than not trying at all. Even Marcellus knew that. And with this revelation, we receive another. Luca's dream of the 15th actually happened. Alice blames herself for the state of the world, especially for her hand in turning out Lazarus the way that he is. To the 16th, it is better to act as the cruel monster lord that he knows her as so that he has a reason to hate. Yet that is beyond unjust to Alice, as she was a grieving child. Instead of tearing herself down over her accident, Luca takes his turn to lift up Alice, telling her that she has inherited the will of the 15th. A fake, idiotic hero and a rude, gluttonous monster lord, both fighting for coexistence. With this complete understanding, Alice passes along the true reason for why she started traveling with him. She wanted to see if coexistence was possible in the first place, to see if humans were as bad as they were claimed to be, and it just so happened that she bumped into Luca. Nearing the end of his journey, Alice knows how precarious Hellgondo is. That's her home, so before any catastrophic event separates the two invariably, Alice dons her human disguise and makes love to Luca. No pretense, no bullshit reasoning, no stepping over Luca's comfort zone. Alice cements her love of him by taking both their virginities.
果てることになるかもしれん。しかし、貴様は童貞なのだろう。女の味を知らないまま、力尽きるのはあまりに不憫。よって世が女というものを教えてやろう。やれやれ。それならこの姿ではどうだ。人間体の世が相手ならば魔物と交わったことにはならんはずだ。より強くなるためにも女の味を知っておくべきだ。魔の大陸のモンスターはますます強力な正義を使うのだからな。じっと目を閉じて訓練とでも思っていればいい。あとは世が快楽の世界に導いてやる。男に生まれた以上女を味わっておくがいい。
Hazy, but in a relaxed sort of way, Luca and Alice rest for a time in the open air outside of Goldport before awakening Garuda with the help of Amira. Naming their surrogate child Golda, Luca and Alice fly off towards Hellgondo, a roving wyvern pushing Luca into harnessing Salamander's power better. Landing on the final continent, there are two other points of interest for Luca and Alice to visit before completing this adventure: Remina and the Sealed Sinner's Prison. Built up since the start of this tab, when our duo finally arrives in Remina, the site is as eerie as it was made out to be. No traces of humans or monsters remain, and the town is in ruins. Stalking the grounds of the ruined utopia, however, are more chimeras, this time a sizable number of beasts and a dryad vor that our hero and monster lord put down or seal. But to make matters more worrisome, Luca catches a glimpse of Promestine and finds an angel feather, pointing to the real culprit of the tragedy. The Sealed Sinner's Prison, meanwhile, reveals another truth hidden from the world. Instead of ascending to heaven for slaying the 8th monster lord, Heinrich Hein's immortal soul was trapped in the prison forever for the crime of rebellion against the goddess. Neither of those paint Ilias in a good light, but having set out to solve the discrepancies of the Heavenly Knights, Luca takes the plunge into the monster lord's castle alone, having learned Heinrich's quadruple giga from Alice the previous night at the Two's last camp. Facing powerful retainer after next, including a chimeric war machine codenamed Giganto weapon that motivates Luca into learning Vaporizing Rebellion Sword, Luca finally reaches the 4 Heavenly Knights, dueling them one by one, starting with Alma. While he understands the wind, Luca hasn't mastered it yet, the teasing of the Succubus Queen inciting the devastating gale of Sylph. While she tries to throw the fight, Luca gets Alma to fight seriously, the Queen stripping off as a show of respect before our hero manages to win. Tamamo is much the same, the Kitsune breathing life into Luca, letting the wildlands of Nome run free. A ceremonial strip later, she too joins Alma in defeat, both vowing to Luca that they won't cause any more flagrant disasters. Urubeti couldn't care less for teaching Luca about the elements, Salamander taking her duty as Luca focuses the spirit's fire, letting the purgatory flame burn freely. It is also within this duel that Luca manages to mentally reach Urubeti, the hero talking down the slime from releasing a nuclear explosion dooming all of Hellgondo and kickstarting a war. She still doesn't like humanity, but will abide by Luca's words. Lastly, the promised time has come. Warrior versus warrior. Combining all his knowledge, Luca perfects his serene mind, mastering all the spirits, using them at the same time. But in an odd showing, Grambaria wants to measure her vaporizing rebellion sword to his quadruple giga, allowing Luca the time to charge it up without interruptions, the elemental cataclysm sending the dragonkin to the ground. At long last, Luca has come to the end of the road. If it weren't for the booming voice of Alice calling him to the Monster Lord's throne room. In a misunderstanding, she's taken Luca's words of embracing her mother's will as following the same path of self-sacrifice. Forced into a battle, Luca disarms but doesn't kill Alice. He doesn't want to build coexistence on dead bodies, especially not with one he considers his friend. Martyrdom is an escapism. It's best to live and build coexistence with your own two hands. But right before Luca, Alice, and the Knights can properly spread that message, Ilias descends, the true villain of this story. Sneering at Luca's betrayal of her faith, Ilias announces the Monster Lord's castle will become a second Remina, with a battalion of angels led by the Great Seraph Eden and Chimeras, headed by the anti-Heavenly Knight unit, the Nextals, led by the Angel of the Ninth Hierarchy Promestine leading the siege, while across the world, Black Alice's loyalists spring into action. With angels only harmed by holy energy, Luca takes aim at Cupid, Valkyrie, and Archangel Ariel, with Angel Halo as Alice, the Knights, and the monsters of the castle fend off the Chimeras to mixed results. The basic Chimeras are a pushover, but the Nextals easily match up to their counterparts. Grambaria gets it the worst, thrown around by her equivalent as she's still reeling from the damage of Quadruple Giga. Defeating Ariel and more of the beasts, Luca and Alice pincer Promestine, only for the angelic scientists to seal Alice away with the same magic that sealed all 6 of the great monster ancestors, while also disrupting the elements, stripping Luca of his connection to them. In a bad spot, Luca still chooses to point his blade at Promestine, the action buying enough time for Tamamo to restart Giganto weapon so that she can distract the Nextals, Arc-en-Ciel, Grambaria's counterpart, destroying the relic of the Sacred Monster Wars. Though Promestine tries to push the advantage, a threat from Tamamo, the Kitsune scaring away a majority of the Chimera beasts due to their brain patterns lying close to beast-type monsters, leads her into retreating. For as eager as the Nextals are to fight, losing them would turn the tide of war in favor of Luca and Alice. She does goad our hero into chasing after her. Meanwhile, in heaven, Seraph Eden criticizes Promestine's failure to accomplish any of her goals laid out by Ilias, but the goddess browbeats her subordinate into compliance. With the use of Galda, Luca races towards Remina, Black Alice alerting our hero to a secret lab underneath the ruins for undisclosed reasons. Sowing chaos seems to be a full-time job for the Alice wannabe. Exploring the hidden lab, Luca finds various chimeric creatures, some using monsters as the base, others angels, in tanks, the purpose of this madhouse apparent. Only 2 subjects try to stop Luca as a klaxon roars out, the presence of another intruder allowing Luca an easy time finding Promestine. Winning against her is a different story, as Luca is without the spirits and Alice sealed into a smaller form, a technique she learned from Tamamo to circumvent the Great Seal, while Promestine has willfully experimented on her body, combining it with Aeon's old seaweed dating back to the time of the first Monster Lord. While no longer classified as a true angel, as the incorporation of monster genes makes her susceptible to attacks from anyone, not just holy beings or sources, the scientist's endurance is unreal. Thrown into a corner, Luca comprehends that even if he is without the spirits, states like the serene mind have nothing to do with the element of water. Even calling upon an artificial wind, Promestine still can't catch Luca, as Zilf was designed to be a tool and thus neglects the personal connection that makes the real elements as strong as they are. This miscalculation leads to Promestine's defeat, but she's not one for accepting her loss, exclaiming that the only way to undo the Greater Seal is that the person inside it must die for it to go away, before almost injecting a strange drug into her body. Black Alice prevents her from doing so at the last minute, Ilias still needing Promestine's mind functioning, as the White Rabbit would irrehensibly mutate the Doctor. Despite being on the same side, there is some dissension between the ranks of Ilias's army. That said, Black Alice isn't an Ilias. She really is the 8th Monster Lord saved by Ilias for some grander goal, the extinction of all life on Earth. Ilias wants to start anew with a race completely loyal to her. Bidding farewell, Black Alice leaves the hero and Monster Lord alone, allowing them to begin searching for a way to undo the seal on Alice. There's a million discs in this lab, Alice looking one to comprehend its contents. Reuniting with the two, Tamamo has her kitsunes handle decrypting the information, while Luca and Alice fly towards Ilias village, as it too has become a staging ground for this world war because of the temple. In the meanwhile, Promestine converses with her Seekers of Truth after a brief resting period. The Seekers, they being the Angel Promestine, the Monster Lacroix, the Chimera Laplace, and the modified human Lucia, yes, the same one missing from Witch Hunt, all discuss what to do with Black Alice, as she knows the existence of the White Rabbit, as she is in Ilias's palm. The genes of Black Alice make her a suitable candidate for the drug, but as mentioned, there are issues. Assigned their duties, the Seekers separate, Lucia off to torch Witch Hunt down to the ground. Back with R2, Luca learns that the Great Seal uses the basis for who it is sealing for its strength. Thus, with a weak body, the seal itself would be weak. Placing her real body in subspace, Alice created a fake one so that she could exist in the world and help Luca. He needs all the allies he can get as his side is disadvantaged on the power scale, but the armies of heaven are disorganized and not on the same page. Coming into view of Ilias village, Luca witnesses the remains of his hometown. Many of the houses are burning to rubble, a few soldiers have been torn in half, and Ronnie the store owner is dead. Archangel Raniel is behind the massacre, sentencing the sinners to a painful demise with a variety of organs. Rage explodes from Luca, his keepsake ring shattering into pieces before cooling to sub-zero temperatures, coalescing into the shape of an angel's wing. With his holy powers no longer bound, Luca seals Raniel back to her base holy components. In the aftermath, Luca collects the pieces of the ring as Alice finally figures out that it was what was holding Luca's power back. Up front, the sealed monster lord tells the hero that he's an angel, or at least a Nephilim on his mother's side. The keepsake ring is an item that could turn a monster or angel human, with Luca's mother only passing it on after her death. Standing in the decay, outside of Ronnie and a few soldiers, there aren't enough casualties for this to be the whole of Ilias village. They got away, teleported by magic and evacuated to Enrica village. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom, as these scenes make up our in-between moments, Ilias and Black Alice go over battle plans as Eden's failure has annoyed Ilias and she knows about White Rabbit. Alice's deduction was right, as most of the townies of Ilias village were teleported to Enrica, the rural village under attack by chimeras and angels. Breaking the siege, Luca is beset by Rapunzel, but is chased off by Michaela, the Sword of Heaven. With Enrica no longer a war zone, the pin from earlier can finally be pulled. Enrica is a home to all those who wish to remain hidden, those who object to the conflict between humans and monsters, elves, and fallen angels. Michaela herself was the first angel ever created by Ilias, the oldest of two twin sisters. Way back in the past, billions of years to be exact, a Big Bang happened and shaped this world, the two elements of light and darkness forming into the beings known as Ilias and Alphys the First. Both started making creatures as neither light nor shadow can interact. Ilias the angels, and Alphys the monsters. While the angels are direct offshoots of Ilias, every single one of them carrying an aspect of the goddess herself, Alphys formed monsters by mutating the natural wildlife of the world, birthing the 6 great monster ancestors. Viewing the angels as failures, as she was basically just putting herself into different containers, Ilias gave intelligence to the primitive life of Earth, kickstarting evolution. And that's how the two goddesses differ. Holy magic affects the spirit, dark magic the body. Ilias's religion is merely a tool to keep humans in line and wipe out monsters, a long con formed out of the ashes of the Great Monster Wars. Michaela fought in those bloody conflicts, the world almost tearing itself apart if it weren't for Alphys and her ancestors surrendering to a maniacal Ilias who put everyone on the path to Armageddon. Sealed under the Great Seal, the 6 ancestors and Alphys were banished while Ilias remained free, unless the balance of light and dark magics becomes asymmetrical. In the case that happens, the Great Seal will come undone and the ancestors will roam free again, though that wouldn't be a positive as their essences are primordial. Remember, the Beelzebubs were a threat because evolution, both biologically and culturally, deemed them a splintered branch. Thus, to work around the limitation, Ilias ordered Promestine to kickstart the Chimera project alongside drafting Black Alice to help maintain the balance of light and dark magics. This caused an uproar within heaven, leading to a civil war, the second Seraph Lucifina falling with this straw that broke the camel's back. While Michaela was forced to fight her twin, she too would fall after the slaughter of Remina, leaving only the third sister and last great Seraph Eden as the strongest angel under Ilias. So, for a recap, Luca is the descendant of both Heinrich Heine on his father Marcellus' side and is the grandson of Ilias on his mother Lucifina's side. That also means Michaela and Eden are his aunts. That's a fucked up family tree. But it does mean that humans, monsters, and angels can coexist together. Luca is the proof of that. Got everything? Good. Tamamo breaks up the long exposition with a finding. The seal in the spirits has a range of the entire world. However, since the elements are vital to the planet, they can't be destroyed, only hindered. If Luca returns back to all their sanctuaries, he can reform his bond with them and hopefully figure out where the seal is coming from. World Road Trip Part 2. This time to regain the spirits and stop Ilias's army on all fronts. There is a ticking clock, however. Luca's body is slowly deteriorating. His might is that of an angel, but his flesh is soft and squishy like a human's. As Tamamo warned back at her shrine, an overuse of holy power will see one without the body to handle it turn into pure holy energy. Resting can stave off the effects, but with a war going on, how much time Luca has left until his body transmogrifies completely is unknown. To lessen that burden, Tamamo teaches Alice Word of Dispel, allowing the Monster Lord 3 seconds of action with her real body to aid Luca in combat. Both sides prepare for battle, the first stage of war, the Ilias continent. Defeating Marielle and Trinity at Iliasburg and Happiness Village as humans and monsters deal with the encroaching chimeras, the fruits of Luca's journey have bore through. The second stage of the war is Sentora. Us, the audience, learning that besides the Nextals, Eden has full command over the armies of heaven, an obvious ploy from Promestine. In the streets of San Ilia, Luca fends off chimeras and loyalist monsters, namely Sister Lamia, as the castle gets flooded. The king of San Ilia almost drained dry were it not for a pair of ghosts and fairies replenishing his energy. With the king spiritually collapsing, Luca talks some sense into him, inspiring the king to protect his flock and lead them into a new world. At the castle's temple, all the priests are fervently praying, waiting for their goddess to make them martyrs, but the abhorrent appearance of Power Mizukiel snaps their faith in twain. Before she can drain the priests, Luca crashes through a stained glass window, donning the appearance of an actual angel, and seals Mizukiel, allowing the king to remind the priests why they all became a part of the faith. The king was a humble clocksmith that drew upon the ideals of humble poverty and loved everyone equally. One priest became one because of the crimes he committed in the past. Another because he lost his wife and was in despair. Faith is not meant to control those around you, but inspire those to positive actions and bring people together. Hope is the basis of faith. Out at Port Natalia, the mermaids of the town are battling the mermaid loyalists of Black Alice, led by Queen Mermaid. Heads up, I didn't cover this way back then, but the reason why mermaids inhabit Natalia is because of the legend of Laura and Alan. It's a typical mermaid story where Alan was killed by the townsfolk because he loved Queen Laura. That led to her resenting humans and today, but her daughter Elle, clinch game is strong for mermaids as that is Alan's daughter, doesn't carry the same resentment. A regressive line of thinking must not be passed down to the future generation. Laura not forgiving humanity, but letting her daughter Elle mingle with them as she rescues a boy trapped in a crumbling building. Returning to the haunted mansion, Luca and Alice become separated as the hero sees that Chrome is back to her research, this time with ghosts. She hasn't done anything immoral as of yet, and outside of attacking Luca and pestering Alice, she's not an enemy and even killed a chimera that drained 3 men trying to find shelter. Like with the Mages of Grand Gold, Chrome had a distant relationship to Promestine, only receiving technology for her zombie studies that the meddling kids of Luca and Alice broke up. In fact, Chrome's research had a noble intention. She wants to revive the Artiste family. Her family. The Artistes loyally served the Monster Lord until they were branded as heretics by the 15th. It is a quest for honor. Ironic that Chrome doesn't know that Alice is the Monster Lord until Luca brings that factoid up. A joking ban of 300 years later, the one who ruined the relationship between the Monster Lord and the Artistes was Chrome's older sister, the now current LaCroix. Fashioning herself as an artiste, LaCroix doesn't care which side she is on, only wanting to showcase her dark arts to an adoring audience. Unveiling her masterpiece to Luca, Alice, and Chrome, LaCroix releases the Saga-Croix, a collection of high-ranking monsters, including the elf Fernandez that invented the bloody fissure Thunderthrust, the ringleader killed and revived as zombies. This menagerie of queens and important figures was the reason the artiste's name was cast out of the Monster Lord's castle. As a bit of revenge, LaCroix has added the corpse of the 15th to her circus. Finished with her show of power, the Cirque and LaCroix leave, Luca deducing that she wanted to enrage the two into attacking her. Chrome blames herself for the state of LaCroix, as a botched experiment led to the older artiste suffering a mortal injury that left her for the worse. All three will need to be prepared for the upcoming battle against the demented necromancer. On the edge of the Forest of Spirits, Luca has to face off against two angels, a power and a virtue, before finding no. To upset the balance of elements and keep them weak, Promestein has swapped their locations with the parallel element. Gnome at the Forest of Spirits, Sylph in the desert, Undine at Gold Volcano, and Salamander at Undine Spring. Because of the forcible nature of their removal from Luca, he has to renew his bond with each Fate Stay Night style. Bit of the old mana transfer, leaving Alice jealous that someone else is with her man. Reacquiring a weakened Gnome, Luca and Alice fly off towards Sabasa while Eden gets chewed out by Promestein for the failure to capture San Ilia. In the desert surrounding Sabasa, Luca helps a small platoon of soldiers beat back some chimeras before an officer tells him what happened at the castle. Fucking vampires are holding the king hostage. The tight corridors of the castle means a smaller force will easily be able to beat back the creatures of the night, Luca sealing the queen vampire in her court, who aren't really evil, but definitely believe in feudalism to the point that Black Alice managed to convince them. A number of Sabasa citizens did find the vampire forces charming to a degree, and not in a put-upon way. Freeing the king, he starts putting in a word to the human rulers of the world that they need to unite as Luca and Alice hastily travel to Witch Hunt. Lucia has begun her attack on the town, starting with absorbing but not killing Lily, yet the Seeker's forces are matched by Luca's skill in the Worm Villagers. Mono, a wormy Armo, Luca sees right through Lucia. She hasn't killed anyone before, thus her attempt to destroy Witch Hunt is half-hearted. She feels more displaced than anything else, bearing the brunt of her modified human status. But Luca himself is of mixed blood as well, and by using his experiences, he's able to talk down Lucia into giving up her revenge, but the hybrid human doesn't accept who she is and believes other humans can't change. Fleeing Witch Hunt, Lucia doesn't see that the worm villagers have been accepted by the town as defenders, proving her point wrong. Having defended the people of West Sentora, Luca and Alice recover Sylph after facing off against a Virtue and Dominion. The toll on Luca's body is growing, however, as he and Alice move to East Sentora. This time it's Black Alice laying into Eden for the incompetency of the war effort. Grand Noah, like the previous cities, is under attack, Luca taking on the Lameroid before learning that the Queen has been taken to the Colosseum by Nightroid. Issuing him an official challenge, the Nightroid has set up the arena in a mocking way, all the women of the town chained to the seats, but her skill in swordsmanship doesn't hold a candle to Luca's. Protecting Grand Noah, Luca does the same for Yamatai, sealing the evil Shirohebe and her gang of ruffians with the help of the Goblin Bandit and Nekomata. Plan Sect is much different though, as there are a number of casualties. Queen Alruna and her garden have been brainwashed into fighting Alra Priestess and the combined peoples of Plan Sect, restraining a number of them and draining roots. Luca does beat sense back into Queen Alruna, who is horrified by what she has done and reverses the damage she caused. Behind the mind control was the next doll, Tsukuyomi, the counter to Tamamo. Wishing to repay the Chimera for her generosity, the Queen Alruna tries to subdue the next doll but is fatally wounded. With the last of her strength, The queen passes her title to priestess for her show of loyalty when not giving in to Tsukiyomi's temptations, before stunning the next doll into retreating with the purple haze of Aztec Rose. The strain of using the poison at near death kills the queen, but her sacrifice won't go unavenged nor disrespected. As most of East Sentora is secure, Luke and Alice fly to Undine's Spring for Salamander, finding Urubeti protecting a number of human refugees. It isn't in her person to care for humanity, and she still doesn't, but slimes are still dependent on humans. Asking her subordinate for a report, Alice and Luca learn from the Knight of Water that Tamamo is still analyzing the discs from the Remina lab, Alma is organizing the castle's defenses, having a bit of an attitude about it, and Granberria is still resting as she got rocked the most. The wound from Quadruple Giga's still fresh. The Slime Queen also points Luca towards Salamander, hiding under a blanket because she is supremely cold. However, before Luca can join with the Fire Spirit, a poisonous miasma rips through the spring. A loyalist slime to Black Alice has dumped magic mercury in the water in the attempt to overthrow Urubeti as queen. This shocks the slime to her core, not once believing that she could be betrayed by her own kind. As Luca and Alice take on the Loyalist, Urubeti tries her best to evacuate everyone out of the domain. While she does, her next doll equivalent attempts to assassinate the knight, Luca protecting her from a vibroblade that would have turned Urubeti into a puddle of goo. Amphisbaena's armor is also capable of vibrating, able to shake off any slime that tries to constrict her movements. While Luca was powerless to stop the last next doll due to his exhaustion, a throne-level angel blocks his path this time. In the nick of time, Luke and Alice beat Eggiel and rush to Urubeti's side. The difference in numbers one of the factors in Amphisbaena's decision to retreat. After cheering up Urubeti and rebonding with Salamander, the duo head into the last battlefield, North Sentora. Meanwhile, at the Drained Lab, Promestine is running tests on the next dolls with her remaining seekers while concluding that White Rabbit is in the clinical phase and that Eden and Black Alice should not be trusted. Beginning with Grand Gold, Luca and Alice defend the city alongside the ants, golems, and magic engineers from the invading spiders led by Spider Princess, who has captured Grand Gold King and Queen Ant. The Spider Princess is woven from the same web as Cassandra, ambitiously cruel, and though Luca seals her, it's obvious that both the King and Queen of Grand Gold will keep her locked up tight. Before the two leave to clear out the rest of the Gold region, Luca and Alice learn that the Tsubasa King is already rounding up everyone for an eventual summit to discuss a counterattack. Hopefully the considered turncoat monsters can unite under Alice and her knights. Racing to Succubus Village next, the Great Barrier of Babylon has been constructed overhead, causing any man to double over in stickiness. The loyalist Eva has erected the Great Magic, and though Luca does seal her, it doesn't put an end to the barrier. It takes the unfortunateness of Amira and her unfortunate friends to kill the mood. As the hero and monster lord leave Succubus Village for Goldport, we, from Lazarus's perspective, see what happened the day that Marcellus died. When Marcellus tried to convince Lazarus to give up on their terrorist ways, the shell of a man unsheathed his sword and feebly swung it at his friend. An attack anyone could dodge. At least that's what Lazarus thought. He didn't know that his friend had a blind spot. He lost sight in his left eye. Waking up from his dream, Lazarus finds himself back in the Ilias crew's HQ, no longer stoned. The Great Seal Alice was put into interrupted her ability to keep him petrified. Leaving the converted church, Lazarus ushers in one of the only uses of fuck in the story, as it has been relegated to an attack prompt, when he finds Goldport swarming with trooperoids. Without thinking, Lazarus throws himself into harm's way as if he remembered that he originally wanted to protect the weak as well. Proclaiming that he's not some fucking guardian to a boy that a trooperoid was planning to kill, you can tell this is one of my favorite scenes, alright. He does his best to hold off the Chimera, but right when he has the advantage, the boy comes back, leading to Lazarus employing the strategy of my body as a shield. Reminiscing about a past event that was just like what he's going through now, the event repeats, but in Marcellus' place is Luca. Sealing the trooperoid, more take her place. As such, Luca and Lazarus form an uneasy alliance, the soldier tricking the trooperoids with a simple question while he asks Luca for Salamander's power. Since this directly concerns the fire spirit, she tells Lazarus the dangers of asking for her power without a proper bond, but he doesn't care. People need to be saved right now. And so as Luca fights and seals the Assassin-roid leader, Lazarus kills as many trooperoids as he can, burning himself to a crisp. He was prepared to die, and though Luca still can't forgive Lazarus for his crimes, he won't forget the sacrifice his father's friend gave to protect Goldport. With his dying words, Lazarus tells Luca to bury him next to Marcellus. The port's gravekeeper knows what the burial plot is, and if he's already dead or gone, the burial record is in the church. Adding another vow to their growing list and leaving Goldport, Luca and Alice deal with Cherub Wormiel as she's the only angel protecting Undine. Regaining all the spirits, Luca and Alice fly back to the Monster Lord Castle, the two sharing a conversation regarding the strength of Ilias. Alice did try to fight her once before, see the start of this tab, what a long way we've come, but came up short. She was alone back then, but now she has Luca and Ilias has dropped her facade. Ilias also resides in the secluded plane of heaven, reachable through the navel of the world, but only holy energy can pass through the gate of heaven as of right now. For Luca and Alice to defeat Ilias, they will have to remove the protection she and her agents have from those born on the ground. Meanwhile, at the Legion of I've already used this joke, Black Alice and Promestine repeat the same scene with Eden, only this time together. Poor Third can't catch a break. Back with Luca and Alice, they receive Tamamo's findings from the discs. 4 towers, one each at the ends of the cardinal directions, are sealing the spirits. The 4 knights will have to personally replace the disc at each tower within a 3-second window to remove the seal, so why not interfere with the holy energy, sealing the protection that the angels have? One tiny issue: to create 4 copies of a disc that nullifies the angel's nature, Luca and Alice will have to copy the one from the sealed sinner's prison. While Luca wants to do it now, all the previous events I've talked about apparently happened on the same day, making this the busiest day in Luca's life. Fucking rest, Chief. The sealed sinner's prison isn't going anywhere, and the armies of heaven will need more than a day to launch a counterattack. Under that line of reasoning, Luca concedes the point, but before he and Alice rest for the night, Queen Elf and Fairy appear to inform the duo that a lot of prisoners of war have been transferred to their island for processing. Tamamo knows the location as the Drain Lab, making it another target for tomorrow. Due to the richness of the land, it makes a perfect place to build a lab, Alice context cluing that another one has probably been built under the Forest of Spirits, giving the Monster Lord and hero another place to hit up. In the guest room of the Monster Lord's castle, Luca tries to get some shut-eye, but Alice notices that it's 4 p.m. Time for his dick flattening. On to something more philosophical, Laplace and Lacroix debate each other over the meaning of existence, the machine's burgeoning humanity at odds with her programming, while the necromancer seems strangely afraid of losing her emotions. In the morning and after a briefing from Tamamo, mostly to say that Granberria is still resting, Luca and Alice disable the Drain Lab first, the hero defeating Laplace as the machine finds her meaning within Luca's words. She sets the Drain Lab to blow up with a 5-minute delay, allowing Luca and Alice to rescue all the prisoners of the workshop. The Biolab is next, Chrome joining Luca and Alice to deal with her sister and find the device that is keeping the Great Seal on the Monster Lord. Spee, Rit, and Frederica also join the three as the two ghosts I didn't mention earlier when Luca had to fight Chrome again are when they appeared, and Frederica wants to protect those she cares about from beyond the grave. That's a deep cut. Looks like what the soul wants is important for necromancy, as Frederica before didn't take to the modifications, but now she is. Like the usual haunted house antics, our group gets separated, Luca the one to find Lacroix first as the necromancer planned. A private show, she tells him, unleashing the Cercle du Crow only to watch them get beaten back in groups of 2. Flipping the script, Lacroix substitutes in the 15th, allowing Luca a chance to seal Alice's mother so her daughter doesn't have to fight her. However, the former Monster Lord is so sturdy that Luca can't knock her out before Alice arrives to finish his fight away from the audience chamber. This leaves Luca to deal with Lacroix and the Cirque, effortlessly crushing 3 of the members as the zombies are pale imitations. They don't have a soul like the other queens Luca has fought. Entering the audience chamber last, Chrome mops up the rest of the zombies, spiritually hacking them as arrogance runs high with her sister as Luca clashes against Lacroix. Battered and bruised, Lacroix loses the will to fight, unveiling that she herself is her own experiment by revealing the flesh wound separating her body into halves. We get a double case of sadness as Alphys, right before she returns back to the soil, tells Alice that she's happy to how her daughter has turned out, as Lacroix gives her backstory. Way back in the past, when she was still alive, Jerome Artiste didn't properly label chemicals, leading to Chrome accidentally exploding the sisters' labs, the eldest shielding the youngest with her own body, tearing it in half. Before shock set in, Jerome reanimated her own body, leaving the lab as one last act of affection for Chrome. As a zombie, one's emotions dull over time until they cease to be, explaining Laplace's observation. Before that happened, Lacroix wanted to find a way to reverse that effect of necromancy, slaughtering an untold amount of people as she no longer felt guilt. Jerome died a long time ago spiritually, and now she dies bodily. Chrome upholding the rules of the Artiste family to grant her sister mercy. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Outside of defeating another Seeker and rescuing more prisoners, the Biolab Assault is a somewhat bust, as the device sealing Alice apparently has the traits of the Gate of Heaven, meaning no one is able to touch it until a seal has been placed on holy energy. Finished with the Biolab and allowing Chrome a free license to pursue the dark art of doll making, Luca and Alice end the day by heading towards the sealed Center's prison. Copying the technique Ilias used to seal Heinrich is going to take some time, and though at first it seems like no one is going to ambush our duo, Black Alice speaks up right when Luca opens his big mouth. Having 5 minutes of playtime with Black Alice, Luca holds her off only for a cavalcade of angels to surround him and Alice. Right when he is needed, the spirit of Heinrich escapes the prison, the angel killer displaying his title with ease. The legendary hero even possesses Luca's body to finish off the angels, sharing a reunion with the spirits, teaching Luca Element Spica, and passing on his hero's will before his existence fades away and returns to the cycle of rebirth. The 4 elements are all a bit bummed, none more than Sylph, so for the first time in their jokey comedic bits, Gnome doesn't abuse the wind spirit and instead gives her a hat. Returning back to the Monster Lord's castle, a plan of attack is devised for the 4 towers in heaven. Luca will pass through the navel of the world and wait for the Heavenly Knights to replace the discs of the 4 towers so that he can enter heaven, while Alice waits by the sealing device to destroy it when the Knights are finished before joining Luca, as every angel will be susceptible to non-holy based attacks. That is one half of the Blitzkrieg, as the other half involves the armies of the earth stalling the armies of heaven, preventing them from supporting the leaders of Ilias' army as Luca goes to strike them down. That is the point of the summit, so both humans and monsters are in agreement on what to do. With the rest of the day free for relaxation, Luca walks around the Monster Lord's castle, speaking to each of the knights and witnessing Granberia's losing streak to Alma, the queens and kings of the world, and other important figures before retiring to bed for a full course of Snake, the seal allowing Alice to retain her full body if she receives direct nourishment. As the heroes finalize their plans, the villains do the same. Promestine seeing the outcomes of all her seekers and finding a form of solace in their answers, wishing to talk to them again in the future. Alone is what Promestine has always been, an outcast of the Ninth Hierarchy because she believes in science instead of the blind faith of Ilias, wanting to solve all the secrets of the cosmos. One gift of fire to humanity later, Promestine lived 500 years of her life in a prison cell, experimenting on any creature that found their way into her cell and giving her time to formulate formulas on the walls of the jail, leaving it like Gerald Robotnik did his at Prison Island. It was only after Ilias rescued Black Alice and sealed Heinrich after he rebelled against Heaven did Promestine leave her cramped living space due to the Eighth. Back in the present after our backstory, Promestine and Black Alice prepare for the final day of the war, when the White Rabbit's watch will ring forth. With the pieces all in place and Luca's body reaching critical levels, the assault on Heaven begins with him fighting to the navel of the world, waiting for the Knights to finish their end of the plan. All 4 run into their counterparts, the Next Dolls, but because they were created with only the information Promestine knew of the Knights, the Chimeras fall one by one. Alma rips apart Hanawile with more advanced martial arts, Urubeti tires out Amphisbina before exploding her with a smaller version of that nuclear bomb attack the slime almost used back then. Tamamo unseals herself, revealing that she's one of the 6 great monster ancestors, specifically Tamamo no Mei, disintegrating Tsukuyomi while confirming that the advanced chimeras were nothing but sacrifices for Promestine and Black Alice's long con, and Granberia obliterates Arkansas with Quadruple Giga. The leader of the Next Doll is at least happy that she was able to experience a warrior's death in her perfectly flawed body. Rapunzel eats it as well, Luca defeating her with the full might of the spirits and his angel abilities. He then crushes Heaven's Gate, setting foot into Heaven and squaring off against Eden, leaving Ilias unprotected as Promestine and Black Alice seal her so they can take her place. All over the world, the armies of heaven are surprised by the removal of their protection, leading to mass panic in the ranks and allowing the armies of Earth and literally everyone Luca met help to hold them in place. In the middle of the duel against Eden, a finally unsealed Alice joins Luca and the two seal the last Seraph. While they have a happy reunion, Promise 9 is the next to combat them, injecting the completed White Rabbit into her body, as while Black Alice was a perfect candidate because of her lineage, the scientist is compatible with the drug because of her DNA having been spliced with the ancient seaweed. Yet she too falls like Eden, the scientist's dying words proclaiming all of humanity as her successor, and that she loves humans dearly. All that leaves is Black Alice, the eighth, the most horrible of the three encounters thus far, the unstableness of her psyche further mutating her body and reasoning, leaving her a giant mouth hell-bent on consuming the world. After a lengthy battle, Black Alice's body destabilizes, returning to a lump of flesh before dissolving, but you can't keep a good goddess down as Ilias emerges from the remainder of Black Alice, revealing that she pulled a double cross on Promestang in the 8th. Because she was consumed by Black Alice, the genes of Ilias now contain both light and dark magics, allowing her free reign of the world with no one to stop her, if it weren't for Luca and Alice. While Ilias' goddess form is a pushover, the rampant magics twist her shape into Neo-Ilias, an entity that will return all memories, dimensions, and existence to nothing. Neo-X-Def reference aside, Luca and Alice draw upon the hopes and dreams of all they met in the world plus their own ideals to challenge the goddess. When the going gets rough, the Heavenly Knights begin making their way to the battle, ending with Michaela deceiving Ilias twice, landing the sacred sword of heaven to greatly weaken the malformed goddess. This sets her up to be defeated by Luca and Alice combining the elements and their own light and dark magics into a quadruple Giga, defeating Ilias for good. Right before she shudders out of this existence and into a different dimension, close yet removed from this one, Ilias remembers all the pain and loneliness she was inflicted with, and her dream to become a goddess for the people of Earth. The forced role she placed on herself. Like a certain hero chasing the ideal instead of the real. Like a certain lord playing the monster instead of acting the saint. Ilias, too, was like Luca and Alice. With Luca's body finally giving out on him, Ilias heals him as an action befitting a goddess. In the aftermath of the war, Luca fell into a coma for a month. All the angels stood down alongside the loyalists and chimeras, few reports of revenge killings taking place. Coexistence has finally been achieved, and Luca gets to see it firsthand alongside Alice as they have their victory lap around the world, learning that Amira dramatized their life story into a biography that claims that Luca and Alice are married. That last bit was a ploy by Tamamo to see if Luca would remain faithful to the Monster Lord, as they can only mate with someone stronger than them, and Luca proved that during his duel against Alice. Even if that wasn't the case, Alice would have willingly weakened herself to be with the man she loves. Shotgun weddinged, Alice is eager to get to her and Luca's honeymoon, the pair having a 3-day, 3-night sex fest so that Alice can determine the best genes and give Luca both a son and daughter. Our story properly ends with Luca and Alice off adventuring again, hoping that the world they fought so hard for maintains its peace generation after generation, under a blue sky where no more war is taking place. Just like Kamen Rider Kuga. Befitting a tale about coexistence, Mon-Musu Quest tackles a lot of topics pertaining to generational separation, instinctual being versus rational thought, the roles that parents play in their child's life, the downward spiral enacted by martyrdom and the fallacies of self-sacrifice, the scary amount of control a government or religious body can have over its people, the dangers of mistaking an idealized concept as what you have to be, what it truly means to be a hero, and that's not even getting into the whole fear of the unknown and change that pushes people away instead of closer. There is a lot to talk about here, especially since a lot of themes and ideas overlay on top of each other or play off one another. To start somewhere simple, let's begin at the heart of the matter: Luca and Alice, a fake hero with ideal dreams of coexistence in an oppressive world, and a monster lord who for a good portion of her life has bared the sins of accidental murder. While they couldn't be the furthest thing from the other even if they tried, Luca, a descendant of the ancient hero Heinrich Heine, with the boy's father the previous generation's hero and his mother the fallen seraph Lucifina, and Alice the 16th in a long line of monster lords dating back to the original monster lord Dark God Alphys. Past their exteriors, both are pretty much the exact same: a weathered dreamer who seeks out a solution to the ongoing crisis between the races, and for a decent bit, a wannabe martyr for their cause, unafraid of death if it means upholding the dying dreams of their mothers. Both characters have quite a bit of baggage, to say the least, with Luca having to sort out the contradictions of his life to strengthen his resolve. From the word go in Chapter 1, Luca plays a painfully stupid part acting the hero, or what he thinks one is, rushing into danger even when the odds are stacked against him and solving every tiny little issue that crops up. He runs himself ragged without stopping to think that is he doing this because he wants to help people, or is it because Marcellus and Lucifina both had a hand in shaping their child into a somewhat selfishly selfless automaton unafraid of throwing his life away. Tiny cracks peer under the mask of self-guilt. As early as when Luca first faces off against Granberria, he spouts that he isn't afraid of dying. Now, Luca's drive to be a hero is both honestly a part of him, and many of the situations he blindly races towards end up working out because Luca intervened, but the nagging actuality of why he has minuscule self-preservation is that he chooses to carry the sins of Ilias' crews on his back and justifies his blind pursuit of heroism as the way of undoing all the evil the terrorist organization has committed, alongside living up to the image of a hero that was instilled to him from a young age by his mother. For the first part of this conundrum, Luca is willingly carrying the sins of the father despite not being the one at fault. It wasn't his choices that led fanatics to firebomb innocent civilians, but because his father was the one to cast a retaliating stone, which, might I add, was a knee-jerk reaction born from a knee-jerk reaction, which doesn't excuse the formation of crews, but explains a whole lot of why the organization was birthed, as well as Marcellus's death, and honestly a whole lot of why a war between humans and monsters is brewing. Luca takes it upon himself to right a wrong that he isn't the cause for. It's the frame of mind that is important here. Self-righteousness is not heroism. You can swing your sword all you want for your supposed ideals, but at the end, someone will get hurt and ultimately lead to a never-ending cycle of violence. Both humans and monsters are subject to this. That's why the Plansect village is one of the most important turning points on Luca's outlook. Once again rushing to play the hero, Luca inadvertently begets a genocide of the insect monsters from the plant monsters, all because he rushed in. It takes the realization that his actions can do more harm than good for Luca to cut with chasing after the image of a hero to become one, neutral and fighting for the weak. What his truth is. As a boy, Luca was ostracized from Ilias village due to the insular nature of the town, creating the perfect storm for his mother's death. Instead of lingering on the hate and letting it boil over, he decided to cut the ties of prejudice so that no one else would ever have to experience what it was like to be all alone and an outsider. This is not a blanket statement on forgiveness, but an acknowledgement of the wrongs against him and Luca putting an end to the cycle. I think a lot of people forget or don't understand that just because an evil has been committed against you doesn't mean you shouldn't feel justified in getting revenge. How you act, however, can have ramifications on the world around you. Not to break away from Luca right now, the very nature of the theming of MGQ just kind of forces my writing sometimes, but that's all what Grand Gold was about. In all intents and purposes, the Queen Ant is wholly justified in turning the king of the country into her breeding stock. I won't fight against that point. He turned her kids into slaves all so that the people of the city wouldn't have to work a day in their lives. Imagine the outcome if she did go through with her plan. There wouldn't be any town to speak of. Everyone would have been a victim. You can have grievances and choose not to forgive people. Luca never forgives Lazarus even after he sacrifices himself for Goldport, but deciding to lash out with that pain can have untold consequences for both you, the people around you, and the world at large. Revenge is a natural state of being. Humans and monsters both understand that, and when wronged, you don't have to be buddy-buddy with the one who caused you pain. Placing an entire species at fault for the crimes committed against you is unnecessarily cruel. That's what makes Luca's choice of wielding Angel Halo a pivotal point of his character. He wishes to break the Ouroboros of vengeance without staining his hands, the mark of a true pacifist. Pacifism in writing usually gets lambasted for the whole forgiveness angle when it doesn't fit. Former fans of Steven Universe chime in here, as turns out forgiving Space Hitler for the untold genocide of billions of life forms across the cosmos is not a good look on your writing and makes your main character come across as willfully unconcerned for life itself. Luca, on the other hand, isn't afraid of fighting. The difference is that he actively avoids starting a fight. Almost every battle Luca gets into is because someone else is the aggressor. From his first fight against the Slime Girl to his duels with the Heavenly Knights and Alice to the finale with Eden, Promestine, Black Alice, and Ilias, Luca is always the defender. Many fights start off with Luca attempting to appease a monster, claiming that he isn't looking for a scuffle, but then he gets dragged into one and has his hand forced. On the flip side, when a monster is a known threat that willingly ignores what Luca has to say, such as the case for the Kanan sisters, he knows he can't sit idly by. A fault that people have of pacifism is that it means an action. That is a misnomer. Pacifism means that you don't go looking for fights, but are more than willing to stick up for the weak or your ideals when an injustice is happening. It is the logical conclusion of pacifism, the acknowledgement that you will have to fight in some circumstances. Yet my bringing up of how words and ideas get interpreted leads to the second half of Luca's budding character growth. The ways that mere concepts, words, and ideals can be twisted into a monstrous design. Luca struggles with the idea of measuring up to being a hero. No small part of that is tied to his missing the baptism, all because he wanted to make sure Alice was unscathed. The world at large tells him what he needs to do to be a hero, but from minute one, he's already displaying the characteristics of one. In fact, Luca, outside of his confrontation with Troubles, is probably one of the nicest people on the planet. He's extremely humble, never taking advantage of those around him. He's understanding to a fault, and whenever he screws up, he always tries to make amends. A lot of the virtues that make up a classical hero, loyalty, honesty, courage, selflessness, integrity, compassion, Luca casually displays when many other so-called heroes lack the grit to even intervene when a dispute comes up, let alone avoid taking advantage of the kindness of others. As I have said previously in the community tab, heroes, even fake ones, don't balk at a challenge or run tail and hide. It's not the title that makes the man, but his actions that deem the type of person he is. Which is why a lot of characters straddle that moral gray area in the story, as no one is ever what others truly claim them to be. Humans at large think monsters to be unresponsive to conversation, essentially a roving band of marauders that eat who they want to eat, fuck who they want to fuck, and basically be a menace to society that should be ultimately stopped. Monsters, on the other hand, view humans as religious blowhards that are willfully damning their race to extinction, even if a great number of humans don't really understand their customs or needs. The higher-ups of San Ilia are definitely afraid of monster kind, leading to the irony that when fairies move into the city, many people are alright with their inclusion. Their stereotype proved to be false, and many just want to frolic around or have someone to play with. One of the NPCs of the town tells his fairy companion all the places they're going to travel to, like the beach and mountains, with the fairy excited that she gets to see so many different landscapes with her friend. Going to the opposite end of the spectrum, Urubeti lambasts humanity for their pollution of the natural habitats of the slimes, but instead of viewing this as unwitting ignorance, I mean, how many years did it take for people to recognize that maybe dumping toxic waste into streams and rivers was actually bad for the environment? CFCs were all the rage until we popped a hole in the ozone. She views it as willful destruction. It takes a double cross from Slimebest and Luca intervening when Amphisbina attempts to liquefy the Slime Queen for her to recognize that, well, putting your race on a pedestal will see it crumble before your very eyes as someone hits you from the blind spot. It proved to Urubeti that anyone could be the scum of the earth or a saint in disguise. You just have to give people a chance to prove who they are instead of blindly accusing them. That's where the puppeteering of large organizations comes into play. Far greater than how one was raised by their parents, towering bodies like governmental structures and religious assemblies can absolutely shift how their citizens or worshippers view world issues. I think it's pretty safe to say that Mon-Musu has a dim view on large power structures, with the Church of Ilias at the center, but it isn't one to completely disregard the idea of faith or hope, and it's not like the story isn't even-handed. A lot of the squabbles that monsters get into is because Alice was so lacking in her instruction. While that latter issue stems more from the whole interpretation theme that I've mentioned earlier, as only concluding with monsters should fight in self-defense is beyond open-ended that even the knights themselves toy around with the decree, letting someone else think for you is the mark of a dullard and only exacerbates the struggles of the world. Freeing your mind from religious or governmental dogma is what everyone should strive for. Recognizing that a set of rules or laws has an overt negative impact on the world at large should cause people to start questioning why they even exist. Abolishing outdated thought processes is the first step in learning to understand those you share the world with. It leads to the realization that despite our differences, whether physical, mental, or spiritual, we all have thoughts, feelings, desires, and wish to attain them. There will always be people like Cassandra, Spider Princess, Ilias, and Lazarus who wholeheartedly believe that change is impossible and what we are determines who we will be. And to a degree, there is an inkling of truth to their words, Lazarus pointedly. Monsters are naturally superior to humans. That is a fact. While we are born with fleshy and peach-soft skin vulnerable to all kinds of bruising and injury, monsters can be brought into this world with tough scales or carapaces. While our physicality is based on how much training we do and the experience we gain from fighting, monster instincts are hard-lined into their being and allow them to overcome any opponent regardless of the amount of combat knowledge they actually have. While we lack a connection to the magical world and have to study to even grasp at straws, monsters live and breathe magical energy, granting them skills far beyond that of a human. But what we both share is the ability to converse. Humans and monsters are social creatures, or at least a wide selection are. Going further, monsters are reliant on humans for breeding purposes, adding in interesting wrinkles to the dynamic between the two kinds. In all reality, it's the humans that are considered the dominant in this situation, as without any, monsters cease to be. I'm not saying that humanity should hold themselves hostage against monster kind, far from it. The fact that monsters Need humans is the beginning of the conversation. Bartering, pacts, ceremonies, and all sorts of dealings lead to the races mingling and thus a better view of the other from the two. Yamattai's tradition of sending males over to the local elf village for marrying purposes in exchange for the elves protecting the village from outsiders alongside their reverie of monsters as natural gods. The Colosseum of Grand Noah providing both entertainment and revenue to both human and monster, and the male willingness to act as cattle for the succubi of Succubus Village are all examples of the two races coming to an understanding. Is it all perfect? No, nothing is perfect, but there is a willingness to see what works, what doesn't, and go on from there. You don't just immediately give up on something all because you failed the first time around, which, might I add, is one of the strengths of cognizant creatures, our conviction and spirit. We have the tendency to give the natural order the middle finger. Iliasburg let the 4 bandits settle in town despite the religious leanings of it. Frederica held back during her battle with Luca as she knew what she was doing was wrong, and Luca's miraculous healing after getting stomped by Granberry at the volcano I will attribute to his belief in fighting for the weak and wishing to create a just world. When we put our minds to something, we're more than likely will achieve what we're trying to do. This is a double-edged sword, however, and once again paints a lot of people, human and monster included, in neutral light. It is almost like people are complex entities affected by the various stimuli surrounding them that goes on to explain why they act the way that they act. In other words, condemning someone without comprehending who they are is ignorance. Look at Lazarus, Promestine, and Ilias. All 3 have horrific actions attributed to them. Lazarus blind terrorism, Promestine the freedom of experimentation, and Ilias genocide. I can drag all 3 and rightfully will. I do so knowing that Lazarus lost his friends because of the fury of a young Alice. Promestine's scientific advancements can actually better the living standard of everyone as long as those experiments aren't without restraint, and Ilias's warped sense of superiority was conjured from her loneliness. Coming to the understanding of someone else doesn't mean you have to fully agree with them or provide a truce to someone who means to harm you. If anything, coming to the conclusion of why someone acts the way they do allows you to disprove their line of thinking. Luca and Alice both talk Lazarus into a corner because they realize he wants to die a martyr. I swear I'll get to Alice soon, but my inclusion of the word is heavily tied to both her and Luca. A lot of philosophical and religious types, plus I would say a good number of people, think self-sacrifice is an ultimate good. Giving up your life for someone else is selfless. But doesn't living and actively working towards your goal affect the world more? Martyrdom is an escapist fallacy. It's the equivalent of armchair activism. Why actually put in the hard work to see your dream become a reality when you could just die and become lionized as a hero for your side and coincidentally villainized by your enemies? In truth, death helps no one as it just justifies both sides' actions against the other. It proves that whatever claims they're feeding their congregation or tribe is completely right, that humans are religious diehards and monsters self-centered ruffians. To take this to the end point, when a powerful leaderhead dies for their cause, that whips the other side into a frenzy. Destroying the chains of command, whether in a military or theological matter, weakens a whole system, and showing weakness leads to mass extermination. While Luca was the one to defeat the Queen Hornet in Plansec, the plants already had a plan in motion to assassinate her. Without Luca's intervention, the plants would have slain Hornet for her cause, then butchered the rest of the insects. Urubeti was dead set on setting off a nuclear explosion with her own body until Luca beat her over the head with how meaningless her death would be. Said sacrifice would have enraged the relations between humans and monsters even more. Both sides undoubtedly would come to conclusions of who was responsible for the destruction of Hellgondo and bring the undertensions boiling over. People don't die for their causes, their creeds, their nations, their race. They just die. And with their death could come the untold number of how many would follow. All killed for what? For a sense of glory that a wrong has been righted? Then what of the generational pain that will linger, seething until it strikes out in a torrent of violence? Your self-righteousness today can make the monsters that will slay you tomorrow. Good and evil are relative. It is central then that Alice attempts to uphold her mother's dying wish by acting out the same plan as the 15th. For all her pomp and circumstance, Alice is a dramatic mirror of Luca, while he holds a neutral ground as a traveler that isn't vested into either side and wants to see them both get along. Alice is the ruler of all monster kind with accidental blood on her hands. She can't meddle. Not when Luca very clearly needs help in a physical way, such as aiding him in combat when there's an obstacle that her abilities could easily bypass, nor in a legislative way, as she can't simply order her adorable subjects to not pester Luca. The only way that she believes she can help achieve his dream is by acting as the Monster Lord, a villain for his hero to defeat. Like Luca, she's so pigeonholed on what society expects out of the Monster Lord that she doesn't recognize she can make the role what she wants. Alice claims her teaching Luca the cursed sword style was only so that he'd be prepared to play his role, but then why get invested into his training? Why congratulate Luca after his rebound during the Plansect Civil War? Why stick her nose in during the battles against Cassandra and the Beelzebubs? And the big one, why go out of her way to not only argue back against Lazarus, but spend the most intimate of moments with her fake hero? That's why her mentioning the idea of Luca finally having his mask fall off is a highlight for Alice. She's talking about herself. The cold, serpentine woman is a front for someone who deeply cares for not only her subjects, but the world at large, wishing that humans and monsters didn't fight against each other. That's what makes the plucking of Luca and Alice's virginities such an important scene. The two finally come together, free of the baggage that the world has placed on them, away from what the world has demanded them to be, together as one, with the Monster Lord going the extra mile of still respecting Luca. A big hubbub is made about Luca and his religious practices, seeing as Ilias's laws directly harm monsters. The way that Luca practices her religion is on the looser side, and besides Alice masquerading her hunger with the excuse that it is meant to train Luca against monster attacks, over the course of each session, Alice slowly but ever surely becomes more intimate, capstoning with their escapade on the hill overlooking Goldport. To look a bit deeper when there might be no meaning, as I like to entertain random thoughts from time to time, the fact that Alice takes Luca out in the open when anyone could have seen them getting it on is an obvious sign that she's done playing games. Alice already makes Luca suffer secondhand embarrassment when he lets loose a bit too loudly for other ingoers to hear, but that was behind closed doors. Her choosing a public location where any voyeur could spot the two is essentially her statement to the world that she's not going to let it determine her lifestyle anymore. Alphys the 16th, current Monster Lord, wants the whole world to know that she loves Luca, the fake hero destined to battle the Monster Lord, and that's why she uses her human disguise. When you love someone, you're more than willing to respect their boundaries, and with Luca still teetering in and out of Ilias's teachings at that point in the whole prohibition, Alice opts for her human form as a non-verbal sign of respect. Yet that would also be overlooking the sadder part of this scene. Alice believes she will die at the end of the journey. The hilltop is Alice admitting her love of Luca and sentencing herself to death, spurned on by Luca's conjecture when it comes to embracing the wishes of others and taking it the wrong way. Due to her role in kickstarting Ilia's cruise by lashing out against Marcellus and his group for slaying Alice the 15th, but not before hearing her dream of coexistence, Alice shoulders the blame of the state of the world on her tail unjustly. It takes Luca ignoring her request to finish her off during their duel in the Monster Lord's throne room for her to finally recognize that she would be merely throwing her life away, just like Luca before he overcame his contradictions with her help. Alice and Luca are one of, if not my two favorite heroes in fiction history due to this feedback loop, as all throughout Chapter 2 when Luca begins doubting himself, Alice is in his corner to bring him back up, only for him to do the same for when she views herself stuck in the past and in her ways. They are the definitive proof of coexistence, that humans and monsters can come to an understanding, that anyone can come to an understanding. It may not be easy, and coexistence is not a fix-all solution. Problems take time to solve, and forgiveness is up to the people who've been wronged. But to denounce someone without understanding where they come from is a poison that will bring us all down. That is the core tenement of Ilias's religion. If you aren't with me, you're against me. Where this takes a dramatic turn is that Ilias's motivations are way more personal than anyone could have guessed. If Alice was a reflection of Luca, Ilias is the double of Alice. Both take on the mentor role at the start only to let their mask crack to reveal what's underneath, but while Alice shows the heart on her sleeve, Ilias reveals the deep darkness of her soul, a woman gone mad from loneliness, suffering from an inferiority complex that paints all monsters as the enemy no matter how sick the goddess's actions become. Another interesting comparison is while both Alice and Ilias are self-loathing, the Monster Lord directs it inward as a criticism of her own faults, while the goddess projects it outward to hide the pain. It isn't bold of me to say that I pity Ilias. A billion years separate from your other, this case being the original Monster Lord, with only facsimiles of yourself to keep you company would drive anyone mad. The Angels are an interesting bunch in the hierarchy, but only a few seem to have formed a unique personality. For all her bravado, Eden is still just a blind follower of Ilias, praising the goddess's words at the drop of a hat. They aren't people in the ways I would regard them. The Angels as a whole are mindless drones, no different from ants in a colony. And while that works out for simple organisms, Ilias herself is closer to humanity and monster kind than anything else. She needs social stimulus, and when most of your interactions with your creations boils down to incessant praise for quite literally nothing, no wonder you stop making angels. For as flawed and chaotic as monsters are, especially back in the speculation eras of before the times of the main story, this dips a little bit into paradox. They had free will and all the positives and negatives it brings about. You need others to mentally and spiritually challenge you. You don't grow if you don't face adversity. You become set in your ways, so when a change-up does happen, such as when your two best soldiers decide to become fallen, instead of inwardly asking yourself why that happened, you proceed to blame everyone other than yourself. What makes Ilias sadder is that her goal is noble to a degree, or at least understandable. Her whole shtick is that she wants people to depend on her. She's the mother goddess wishing for people to give her praise for acting as the guiding light in dark times. You could make the argument that at her core, she's no different from Luca or Alice. But the adventuring duo haven't gone off the deep end yet. They haven't resigned themselves to fate, and learned that change is possible, that the title of hero and monster lord is what you make it. To Ilias, the label of goddess is static. She must direct humans away from monsters in any way possible, and if that means a scorched earth campaign where monsters cease to exist, and humans are replaced with replicants, so be it. There will still be sheep to herd at the end of the day, allowing Ilias to fulfill her role as goddess. It's a terribly bleak way of looking at anything. It breaks down anyone to their simplest functions, outright denying them any sensibility of being an entity that exists on the planet. Misanthropic would be the best term. Indulgent self-centeredness would be a prime insult. It takes a show of force for a fizzling Ilias to recognize she can make her role whatever it had to be. A bittersweet moment that embodies what I brought up previously regarding the topic of expectations. While I won't say all her problems would have been fixed, and she's still a villain at the end of the day, perhaps Ilias's mental anguish would have lessened if she visited the populace more, came into contact with humans and monsters outside of war, generally come to understand the world she's in instead of hiding in reclusivity and letting it take its toll as she tries to control all those around her. It speaks the height of a mountain that Promise9 is far more forgiving, she who regularly experiments on live subjects, and Black Alice way more compromising, gathering forces by either granting power or promising them a return to tradition. I don't have a lot to say about Black Alice, mostly because she is a continuation of the points brought up about recessive thinking in connection to Cassandra and Queen Laura, as she rounds up her forces by playing to superiority, but the fact that she barely has to lift a finger to keep her part of the army in line speaks to how much they are on the same page compared to Ilias and her angels. Black Alice isn't bending anyone to her will, she's just offering what her loyalists want. Why force others to work under you with a show of power when you could talk them into joining your cause? She is surprisingly silver-tongued, which is one of the most dangerous attributes someone could have in her position. The ability to tempt and tantalize others with their desires has a stronger effect than beating someone into submission or lording over them. While she doesn't have the physical traits of one, Black Alice is very much a snake in the way that she can slither her way to her goals by guiding the pieces to where she needs them to be. Any crack she'll exploit, any wish she can grant. Of the three main, sorry Eden, Black Alice is the hardest to grasp because of how she goes about accomplishing her goals. She plays everyone against each other. She seemingly guides Luca to Promise9's Remina lab just so she can learn what the scientist is planning, only to jump on board with her for their long con against Ilias that Black Alice benefited the most out of. She's the last remaining of the leaders after she absorbs Ilias and gains control over light and dark magics. The scariest part about Black Alice is that she willingly sides with anyone before tossing them aside after they've outlived their usefulness. In that way, she's the contrast to Luca and Alice in that while both are selfless, Black Alice is self-centered to such an insane degree. Because I can't find a good way to phrase this, she's like Sean O'Hare in those Temptation promos he cut. The 8th is able to frame whatever she needs to say in a positive light to those she can convince, even if it means self-destruction. On the opposite end, what sweet irony that it's the Seekers of Truth that prop up the idea of coexistence. An angel, chimera, monster, and human, if modified, working all together for the sake of their own goals. The 4 of Promestein, Laplace, Lacroix, and Lucia are all hard to pin down, as they straddle the gray line harder than anyone else. While I've already brought up Promestein's circumstances, Laplace is a victim of her own creation, Lacroix her own madness and lucidity, and Lucia her anger. All 4 have understandable motives. Promestein wishes for humanity to better itself, Laplace is struggling with her burgeoning soul, Lacroix seeks to prolong hers so that she still lives, and Lucia wants retribution. They don't always get along, Laplace and Lacroix's heated argument showcasing that in spades, but neither do a number of characters. 2 of the 4 Heavenly Knights are appalled by Urubetti's decision to blow up, Alice and Luca bicker regularly, and there are a number of NPCs that complain about humans and monsters alike. But at the end of the day, they still work together. It's a darker twist on the concepts brought up before, that people regardless of nation, creed, or race can work together, but what they are aiming for can be a spectrum ranging from unalloyed good to disastrous evil. The Seekers lie somewhere in the middle, as do a lot of us. At the end of the day, we define who we are, not the actions of someone else and not any prestigious accomplishments we've gained. It's up to us to stick true to ourselves, and to bear the brunt of others that wish to bring us down. As they all say, we're all in this together, so why should we fight one another if we don't have to? What will probably grab you first within Mon-Musu Quest is the amount of artistic talent on display. Usually for a visual novel, only one artist is at the helm. Fate Stay Night has Takashi, Danganronpa Komatsuzaki, and so forth and so on. Because there is a central mastermind dictating how the world works visually speaking, all the characters follow the same flow, so to speak. This isn't a negative, having a shared art style isn't a hamper on character design. I can point to all the previous examples to prove that statement true. In the case of Mon-Musu Quest, however, because monsters are a loose confederacy and the angelic hierarchy pertains to differing values of strength, the abundance of many artists helps to sell both those concepts. From the softer palettes of FRFR to Satochi's blending of animal and woman to Cross themselves knocking it out of the park with Alice and Urubetti, you'll easily be able to pick out who's drawn who. Like, that's only 3 of the total 18 artists, and let's just say that they run the absolute gamut. Going hard first, one of the more memorable artists in all 3 chapters is Zelvi. You'll immediately come to learn how much they carry the body horror aspect of MGQ with the likes of the Chimera Bug and Drainroid, both unnerving creatures befitting the unnatural upbringing that the Chimeras have. It's hard to describe either without devolving into, oh god, that shouldn't exist, why does it? As both are supremely alien despite supposedly being made up of natural materials. The mixing and matching of haphazard biological components with smooth mechanical parts creates this contrast and makes their monsters stand out amongst the crowd. Even their tamer designs like the Assassinroid and Nightroid are still beholden to this philosophy, the Nightroid especially with her bizarre armor seemingly natural like an insect's chitin, but then her flesh is this amalgam of twisted blue. Lameroid is another such design, as you can see the extensions built upon a regular Lamia, as one of the Chimera's legs is her tail, with twisted muscle fiber attaching 2 extra arms to her person. It's very much the corruption of the natural order by a scientific mind, enhancing already powerful creatures with insidious robot parts. On the other hand, Satochi inhabits the more organic side of the body horror equation, stuff like the Beelzebubs or Cassandra that are very much of the world but embody how freakish monsters can be. I can't understate this enough how utterly baffling it is to peer upon the visage of the Beelzebubs. I see the fly aesthetic and can recognize that they're of the world order, but there's something about the creatures that feels off. that the insect race has evolved past such an ancient relic so as to not doom the world. And I think that is what I really like about some of Satochi's designs. They capture from the visual standpoint how powerful monsters are. Using the other character I brought up, once you see Cassandra in her full glory, you can easily tell how formidable she is. The very room you fight her in becomes an extension of her body, malformed and malleable so as to consume anyone unlucky to cross paths with the Duchess of the Ladies' Village. Yet as I've said before, Cassandra is a naturally occurring entity, which is the other half that Satochi plays with. When not going full hard into the body horror as the Chimera Beast is attributed to the artist, among a lot of the other one-shot chimeras, Satochi focuses on the animalistic side of monsters as a whole. Characters like Nanabi or the Kraken are clearly extensions of the world order, proving that monsters are a phenomenon that is a part of the life cycle. That Alice I used animals as the basis for a selection of her brood. Does that mean that there isn't a reason to be terrified? I mean, both Nanabi and Kraken might have fox and octopus traits, but I would still be slightly weary as they display their power just from looks alone. I wouldn't want to get on either's bad side, but I can rest assured knowing that neither are like the Chimeras. And to round out Satochi, they too are a backbone for MGQ, but not in just the category I've brought them up in. A lot of the monsters within the game, as well as important cast members like Seraph Eden and Lazarus, are drawn by Satochi, displaying how flexible the artist is. From artificial nightmares to angelic heresy to the native fauna of the world, Satochi is one of the stars of Mon-Musu Quest. From one who has drawn a lot to someone with only a few characters under their belt, EP handles most of the human characters Luca runs into. People like the King of San Ilia and Tsubasa, a tired old geezer with a predilection for mental fits as his faith crumbles around him, and the seasoned warrior born with the blood of Sphinx in him. While the human cast is mostly upheld with silhouettes or of other artists, again Lazarus was drawn by Satochi, EP helps to visually capture how differently each human city has developed, as you can tell that Tsubasa is a military powerhouse because their king is a jacked hunk of beef, or that Grand Noah is quite progressive since their ruler is a queen as opposed to a king. And the fact that a lot of human characters are drawn by EP non-verbally speaks how more unified humanity is as a whole compared to monster kind. Punching up a bit higher, FR might be a fan favorite for most of you due to his softer and inviting uses of color to play up the attractiveness of his monsters. Featured prominently with the likes of Gramberia, the Spirits, and Ilias herself, FR handles expressions quite well, what with the likes of Ilias's murder face or the absolutely adorable blush that Gramberia gets when she's embarrassed. There's always a warm energy to their characters, whether they're on the side of good or evil, as a lot of the cuter angels like Cupid and Valkyrie are handled by FR. This isn't to say that they're typecast, the creepy Arachne Lord and Angel Ghoul were drawn by FR, as well as the somewhat esoteric Replicant, but they definitely pull their weight, which makes sense seen as a majority of the heroic cast, Gramberia, Alma, Ilma, Michaela, and Lucifina, have the artist's signature style. I feel that this goes without mentioning. Kinku Cross knocks it out of the park displaying their usual attention to detail when it comes to showing emotion. Like, I don't feel that I have to point out how expressive Alice can be, whether displaying her usual indifference to that light smile of hers approving of Luca and his actions, or when she gets full-on terrified by ghosts. You've probably seen enough of her to fill a lifetime, but her wide range of emotions help get across her character. Yes, even the more lewder ones, seen as Kinku Cross handled practically all the canonical sex scenes with their usual gusto. I would know, owning both editions of the Monster Girl Encyclopedia. Cross can draw people getting fucked quite well.
魔王の伴侶に頑丈な男が求められるのは波の男では生殖の儀式に耐えられんからだ。それでは交わるぞ。心配するな。最初から最後まで世がリードしてやる。貴様はただ射精していればいいのだ。
Probably one of my favorite artists out of the wide bunch is Undo, and not only because of the obvious connotations. Primarily drawing with a heavy leaning into a watercolor painting style, their monsters stand out with a darker color palette and softer texturing, befitting the death and decay of the zombie monsters who Undo focuses on. Whether the macabre circus of the cross and its ringleader to the likes of the zombie dragon, Undo really went all out with making generally cool designs. They handled the artificial spirits as well, taking advantage of the cooler range of colors to get across how unnatural the fake four are. Jingai Madoki is another fan favorite of the game, tackling most of the friendlier monsters of Yamatai with Tamamo, the Kitsune and Shirohebe, Yao, and the four bandits of Iliasburg. Lolly isn't my thing. My favorite girls from Jingai are Yao and Unsealed Tamamo. Something unreasonable women. Though I will say Jingai's bolder color choices and softer facial features help to get over how kinda detached his monsters are away from the usual mentality that many people think they have. Cute like a puppy would be the phrase. If anyone harmed the four bandits, I would kill everyone, then myself. They are precious and don't deserve any harm done to them. Thomas, I think, is another one of my favorite artists out of the bunch next to Kinku, FR, and Undo. Most of their monsters go for a comic book style with heavy shading and bold contrasts in color. Creatures like the Basilisk and Behemoth that have a striking look. Of course, Thomas also handles the next dolls, proving that they aren't limited to monsters of flesh and blood. And much like Undo, Thomas has designs that wouldn't be out of place in a traditional RPG, as I get a heavy vibe of the Gnosis from Xenosaga when I look at the next dolls. Their crowning monster, however, is the Queen Ant. My headcanon, if I'm allowed to have those, is that the King of Grand Gold and her are a couple because they're just too cute together being co-rulers after the two come to an agreement. To round out on the artists, I'll end with Delphinus, as they are probably my least favorite of the group. There's something about their shading and style I don't get, but man do they love body horror. Those in the inner circle know how much I love to torture people with Drain Plant or Cherub Wormiel. There's something captivating about both designs, and not in the, oh, this looks kinda nice way. For a man that loves prefacing himself with words, I find many to be lacking when describing the two. Especially Wormiel, as it's like looking at a massive pile of fleshy refuse. Here's hoping I never become something like her, otherwise that would be a shame. If you're wondering, each defeat scene and ending is illustrated by the accompanying artist, which means there are a lot of CGs to go through. Again, to wrap around this whole entire approach to the artists, what you do and don't enjoy will be up to you. I'm partial to having horny designs mixed in with eldritch horror as it helps the world building, but if that isn't your cup of tea, that's okay. We want different things out of our H games, so I'll leave you be with the Draendroid. And kidding aside, MGQ isn't like, say, 3 Charms or Succubus Prison wherein the gherkin isn't hindered unless you're worried about a case of energy drain in the latter example, so take your quality time with a grain of salt on this one. My dances around Big Dick Dudley aside, audibly Mon-Musu isn't something you haven't heard before in the sound department if you have a Rolodex of H games on the mind. Lots of them share sound effects as they are stock, and most of what you will hear is of that nature besides the voice work and music. Only 6 characters got voiced: Alice, Ilias, and the 4 Heavenly Knights. Not very traditional for a visual novel, but what was given for the 6 is pretty good. You'll only hear it in H scenes, but all are captured well enough, each having a distinct manner of speaking, with Urubeti having a breathy, relaxed tone of speaking to Gramberia's tomboyish, rougher way of talking. Again, you know what you're into, so I won't press any further.
それじゃあこれでとどめよ。ほーら、おっぱいでドクドクしちゃいなさい。ルカちゃんの恥ずかしいお汁でおっぱいがドロドロよ。とっても気持ちよかったでしょ。おっぱいにお漏らししちゃうなんて恥ずかしい子。そんなそんなに恐れることなどない。うちに犯してもらえるとは幸福なことなのじゃぞ。この肉壺に己のものを預け、正気を絞り取ってもらいたいがため、そのために多くの男が魂まで投げ打ったほどじゃ。ほーれ、すべてをうちに任せるがよい。手取り足取り、天国に導いてくれようぞ。ほーら、幸せでしょう。気持ちいい。もっともっととろけてしまいなさい。あなたから絞った体液を養分として同王たちに分け与えているの。この行為が私たちとの共存そのものなのよ。分かったらおとなしく快楽に溺れなさい。ほーら、ここをいじくり回されるのが好きでしょ。
それでは中に入れてやろう。さて、どこまで抵抗できるかな。ほら、お前のものを膣内に収めてやったぞ。どうした？抗わないつもりか？さあ、どうだ、私の中の心地は。 初手は圧倒的に私の有利。ならば一気に攻めさせてもらうぞ。
無様な姿ですね、ルカ。これでこの私に歯向かう気はなくしましたか？なんという悲しいことでしょう。以前のあなたはあんなにも忠実かつ敬虔であったのに、あの頃の汚れを知らないあなたに戻してあげましょう。ルカ、これよりあなたを調教します。どうですか、ルカ。私の胸は心地よいでしょう。以前のように私を敬うなら、このまま射精させてあげましょう。私の胸で果てることができるとは、とても幸せなことなのですよ。
What will catch you off guard is the music, as while there are renditions of classical pieces, a lot of the human rulers and Amira have recognizable tracks that are pretty rad, the original music is straight fire. The main combat track is a somewhat upbeat, energetic track that captures the simple affairs of facing off against a roaming monster, but then the boss themes come storming in harder than a motherfucker. With the first of the bunch being the Heavenly Knight theme, it starts off slow and imposing with the usage of timpani drums before letting loose with a torrent of beats that then slows down into an interlude. It is the first real taste of how fantastic the music is, with the Queen boss track coming after it, never letting up in the tension department, and the main boss theme puts you right on edge, helping to get across that what you're up against isn't common rabble. You're facing off against a Queen class or equivalent monster fully capable of bringing you right to your knees if you aren't careful. The next two are boss tracks 2 and 3, the former carrying an air of mystique to it as it only plays during fights against unknown type enemies such as the Chimera Dryad and Cassandra. The track very much captures a sense of confusion, as you can't exactly nail down what you're fighting, only that it has a lot of power. Track 3, meanwhile, is the Seekers of Truth boss theme, combining harsh mechanical beats with angelic chanting, a neat little mixture displaying how blended the group is, as each part can be attributed to a member. You want to talk about an absolute banger though, the Angel Battle theme's serene undercurrent with a heavy overcurrent slams into your head how legitimately dangerous the angels are, putting on an air of serenity when they are fully capable of malice. Then there's the unique battle tracks for Alice, Promestine, Eden, Black Alice, and Ilias. It's hard to do any of the combat tracks justice with words, and my least favorite of the bunch is Alice's, not because it is bad, it's that its competition is off the charts. But away from the battle music, Mon-Musu has a wide selection of tracks, from the somber melody that plays during the more crucial moments of the story, like after defeating Alice, to what I call the themes of shenanigans with Alice 2 and the aptly dubbed comical track. From the highest highs to the lowest lows, the music of MGQ captures tone well. Then there is, of course, the memeable defeat track. It only consists of a few notes of differing tones, and it isn't a good music track, but there's something so mesmerizing about it. It triggers a fight or flight response in anyone that listens to it enough. Indeed, a lot of the presentation puts other games to shame. H game shouldn't be a stigma. It is all about how much effort one puts into the craft. I mean, I also like the ladies, that just goes without saying. Here's a tier list. Mon-Musu Quest is a combination visual novel and turn-based RPG, with both halves taking up equal screen time. Of course, since this is an H game, there is another purpose, but I won't dictate what you should do in your personal time, despite that ironically being partly the selling point. On the visual novel half of things, Monster Girl Quest is actually a bit more invested, as while most of the time you do read through dialogue boxes, you are expected to both make choices as well as fiddle around in menus. While the last of those two is mostly for flavor text, Mon-Musu does keep to its visual novel roots of having bad ends. Those two words are both capitalized if you're wondering, as this is the first time on the show I'm having to explain this concept. Since most VNs don't have gameplay, the way one puts you into a failure state is by presenting choices that lead to negative outcomes. A premier example from the genre is leaving the Holy Grail War in Fate Stay Night. Doing so ensures Heracles beats the fuck out of Shiro. For Mon-Musu, option selection has a few connotations behind it. You have your standard bad end where Luca's journey ends, such as not confronting Granburia or Alma or giving yourself up to Promestein, but you also have your optional encounters and free choices. Not every monster you have to fight in MGQ, as some like the Mandragora, the Mimic, the Genie, and impossible fights like Tamamo 1 and Sphinx can be skipped over. Is this advisable? Depends. To max out the Monsterpedia, you have to encounter each monster, regardless if you can win or not. Touch Fluffy Tail is mandatory for 100%. You also miss out on experience, such as the case for the Mandragora and Mimic. On the flip side, you sidestep some annoying encounters. The Mimic and Genie can be a pain, and get different scenes for not fighting, like Alice commending Luca for his intuition. Thinking with a cooler head sometimes grants Luca the experience he would get for going through a battle, as both the Genie and Fairy trio increases XP by the amount they would have given off. This also opens the door for side quests, but more on that near the end of this section. Free choices are exactly that. You can pick whatever and the game will still continue. These are merely for somewhat comedic or personal scenes, like opting to play dumb as the San Ilia library burns down, or choosing whether to attack Lazarus or not. One last part about the choices as a whole. You are always given the option to save before making one. Breaking from my usual tradition, I'll go to the major gameplay loop of MGQ before I talk about the actual combat or difficulty, as it is in depth, each chapter adding a new layer that you have to balance. How the structure of Monster Girl Quest unfolds is that usually when you enter a new area, you go through a transitional phase where you might have to deal with a few what amounts to random encounters before reaching your destination. Using an example, on your way to Tsubasa Castle after completing the Sylph quest line, you go through 3 fights and a bit of story before reaching the location. Once at a new hub, you generally have to explore around town to get a few places of interest. Continuing from the example, once you reach Tsubasa, you get pulled into the Pyramid quest line alongside the Gnome line, but after talking to the king and conversing with the townsfolk to gather more information about Princess Sarah and the Pyramid, you also learn of the Witch Hunt Village quest line that is optional. Kinda. After dickering around in a city or hub to learn all of what you can do in an area, you can return to the map screen to plan your next course of action. This means selecting your quest area. The difference between the two is that quest areas are a linear sequence of, well, not scares, that involve solving a problem alongside uncovering more story and fighting a boss or two, while hub areas contain extra dialogue that helps flesh out the world. After you finish a quest area, you are plopped right back on the map screen and generally can't return to the quest area, as Alice will pipe up and say that there is no reason to go back there unless the quest area is also a hub area. The Witch Hunt Village is one of the better examples of this, as after finishing the Lily quest line, you can return back to the town once you are told to pick another area to go through. How you tackle quest areas is linear, as each location has a set level requirement that you want to be at to have an easier time. So for going after Sylph, you do the Ocean Temple, the Haunted House, and then the Forest of Spirits, as you're going from lowest level requirement to highest. There is nothing stopping you from challenging higher level areas first, just be warned that you will be at a disadvantage as you might not have the health or SP to outpace damage. You can also skip areas entirely by only going after mandatory quests, but that brings about its own issues, and for sake of having an easier time, just do what I outlined above. Guess this brings me to gameplay and difficulty. At the start of MGQ, you have 2 options to pick through. One is difficulty, and the other is if you want to skip vor scenes. As I am not a baby and want the full experience, I choose to watch vor scenes, as should you, as while I don't enjoy it, it does play into the world of the game. There are 3 difficulties to select, though at the start only 2 will be available. The 3 are normal, hard, and hell difficulty, the last one only selectable when re-challenging monsters for the Monsterpedia. As per my rule, I stuck with what the game considers normal difficulty, in this case normal, but hard and hell do offer changes to the gameplay that need to be explored. On normal, fights that are counted as scripted will end once you have reached that part of the fight. Dodging goblins, earth-crashing goblins signals the end of the fight on normal difficulty, but on hard and higher, the fight continues with the monster using new techniques. To clear out the Monsterpedia or unlock certain achievements, more on those when I talk about side quests, you will have to play on harder difficulties to take certain attacks. That isn't the only aspect that changes with difficulty, however. With standard video game logic, you can guess that enemy health and damage is increased, which is true, but also affected are the 4 spirits. They become less useful on higher difficulties, which is to say that on hard, fights become a little bit more unmanageable, and on hell, fights become downright impossible. There's a reason why one of the achievements in the game is win a fight on hell mode. There's also EX mode, which is unlocked after beating the game. It's MGQ's version of heaven or hell mode, where you knock out monsters in one hit outside of some set fights. Guess I could just call it heaven mode as there's already a hell one. Now before each encounter and already mentioned at decision points, the game will flash a save prompt that you can take advantage of. Due to the nature of how MGQ is translated, you cannot save willy-nilly like in other VNs or video games. However, these prompts are a constant companion and have the added side effect of warning you for when you should rotate saves in case you want to face off against optional monsters or see bad ends and whatnot. Before getting into combat, while MGQ is an RPG, it is a light one. You never have to deal with item or equipment management, as since Luca aims to avoid killing any monster, Angel Halo works in practically every scenario besides the ones where Luca is forced to rely on his iron sword. Same on the defensive front, as the Enrica shirt provides the best protection, and the only way Luca's attack, SP, and health stats grow is by leveling up. There's no grinding or anything of the such, and it's honestly better to describe Mon-Musu as a puzzle game at times with how battles play out, since you don't have to worry about equipment, and your level will always be within range of what you need it to be because you are led into monsters. Okay, with all that said, I'm going to separate encounters into 3 parts as each chapter builds on top of the other. For a basic overview of combat, it is turn-based with you and your opponent taking turns battering the shit out of each other. While there are standard options like attack, skill, guard, and wait, there's also struggle, request, and surrender. There's no run option. Heroes, even fake ones, don't run away from a challenge or evil. Attack is your standard RPG attack. It hits the monster for an amount of damage depending on your current level. It has a set accuracy, but whether you hit or miss a monster, as long as you use the attack option, you gain 1 pip of SP. SP, skill points, are used for skills, but more on those later as these define each chapter of MGQ. Guard and wait are both self-explanatory, guard lowering your damage by half, wait having Luca perform nothing for the turn, but a key component of guard is that when a monster readies a move, usually one-hit kills or highly damaging attacks, guard will circumvent it if it's a one-hit kill. Most of the time there is a tell for when a monster will use a one-hit kill as they enter a ready stance. Kraken precedes hers with the move targeting, and some monsters' sprite will change accordingly, like with the Chimera Dryad. Outside of dodging instant KOs that aren't followed up from a bind and avoiding counters, guarding and waiting are 2 options you'll rarely use as neither earn SP. For a detour, monster attacks are mostly standard affairs if not for their method of combat, though what I will call regular attacks, as in there's no modifying factors, can hit you more than once based on what you are fighting. With 3 Beelzebubs, their attacks hit you 3 times. Frederica's strongest attack strikes 3 times despite her being the only combatant you face off against in her battle, and some monsters can go more than once a turn during fights. All of Page 66537's regular attacks only hit you once, but she goes twice a turn. That said, some monsters have options outside attacks, like with the Sandworm wasting some of her turns staring off into space, and counter-focus monsters like Iron Maiden and Mimic switching stances. While I've brought up the topic of binds, let me run through the other status effects as most kinda do the same thing. Status effect attacks, while not common, are one of the more dangerous options a monster can cycle to, as not only do you take damage in most instances, you get afflicted with whatever status effect the move causes, with most monsters following up with what amounts to a combo of sorts. Paralysis and trance prevent Luca from acting during his turn, allowing the monster free damage and sometimes a win scenario if paired with bind. Both paralysis and trance last no longer than 3 turns. Confusion has Luca act randomly on his turn, from throwing out an attack at whoever, Pokemon rules are in effect, to wasting his time. Generally a centerfold into the battles it shows up in, Confusion exists to get you to accidentally bumble into a countering monster. Surrender, not the combat option, and Temptation are the damage-oriented status effects, as when Luca suffers from one of the 2, he hurts himself via instigating an attack from a monster, or performs a damaging act to himself. The monster will then have her turn to damage Luca, except for the case of Queen Elf, who orders Luca to jump her bones when he's hit by her Eyes of Obedience. Other than that, like with Paralysis and Trance, Surrender and Temptation wear off usually after 3 turns. Sleep is barely worth mentioning as it serves a story purpose rather than a gameplay one, leaving me with Petrification and Bind. Petrification is capable of defeating Luca, but most monsters who use it apply it in steps, giving you a set amount of turns to end the battle before you're petrified. Only Chimera Medullahan and Gargoyle Girl can instantly petrify Luca, requiring the usage of defensive options. Bind is the premier status effect of Monster Girl Quest, as practically every monster has a move that leads into one. Bind attacks are 2-part, the initial move itself that deals damage, this isn't always the case, and the bind. For differentiation, binds are separated into a few categories, there being 2. Standard binds and follow-ups. Explaining the second of the 2, when hit with a follow-up bind, typically one of 2 things happen. Either you have 1 turn to break out before the monster proceeds to fuck the ever-living shit out of Luca, or they don't give him a choice and immediately pounce. For a number of fights, these follow-up binds are the most dangerous move an enemy can do, as once inserted, Luca can't pull out. He has pretty weak game on that front, so your best plan of attack is defense, avoiding the follow-up either with a well-timed guard for follow-ups that are prepared outside of the bind status, an attack if the follow-up is let off of a preparation while in a bind, a spirit, or a combination of guarding and the ability of a spirit. Not all one-hit KOs are the same, so use discretion. The more common type of bind is what I've dubbed the standard bind. When in one, a monster gets some free damage, as Luca is forced to either attack out of it or struggle. There is a difference between which option you have to use, as fights where Luca starts off bound or against a large enough monster like the Sandworm require him to attack out, while a lot of standard binds just need for him to struggle. Struggling takes around 1 to 3 turns to work, so going into a bind with low health is a recipe for disaster. Not escaping a bind quick enough can also lead to a follow-up attack that is an instant kill, so you're on the clock when you're grabbed by a ghoulie. Some enemies are also too strong for Luca's regular strength to break out of, so if they grab you while you have an activated gnome, you're fucked. This does allow me to segue into the spirits and skills, the meat and potatoes of MGQ's gameplay and what makes each chapter stand out. Beginning with Chapter 1, Luca for the most part starts with no skills and has to learn techniques from Alice once he reaches certain destinations, usually when the two set up camp. In Chapter 1, he learns Demon Decapitation, Meditation, Thunder Thrust, Demon Skull Beheading, and Death Sword Chaos Star. He does automatically start the game off with Edging and naturally learns Flail Wildly, but since both are joke moves, I won't cover them. As mentioned earlier, attack earns SP regardless if you hit your target or not, which then allows you to use skills as long as you have the prerequisite amount for the one you want to use. DD and TT use 2, DSB and Med 3, DS CS 4. Skills do increase damage and are always accurate provided the enemy isn't in a weird avoidance state like the Harpy or Assassin Roid, so they make up the better parts of Luca's offense. They are still counterable, however, except for one which I'll get to in a minute, and Luca can't use skills when bound. For a breakdown, Demon Decapitation deals mildly increased damage compared to a regular attack. Thunder Thrust deals more damage when used on turn 1, with its damage dropping off the longer a fight goes on for, and you usually start a fight with full SP and less jumps, so for a good part of Chapter 1, opening up with Thrust is a good move. Demon Skull Beheading deals high damage, but is reliant on environmental aid, as jumping in combat is supposedly a stupid idea, thus unless you are fighting indoors or near trees, Luca can't use it. And Death Sword Chaos Star deals low damage, but you hit your opponent 5 times. Deciding which skill to use is pretty easy, as most of the time you want to save up for DSB or Chaos Star, as either do great damage, but sometimes other factors might come into play to dissuade you from using the two, that being damage. Meditation is the most important skill in the game, as until Chapter 3, it is Luca's only way of recovering health. When used, it refills his life gauge by half of whatever his max HP is, but because it costs 3 SP, it creates the dilemma of when you should attack and when you should heal. While Luca does gain SP upon leveling up, he only gets 1 per 4 or 5 levels, so for Chapter 1 combat, it's mostly sticking around between whether to go full force with DSB and Chaos Star or fall back with Meditation. At times, the basic attack is your best option. Near the middle of Chapter 1, Luca gains access to Sylph. She costs 2 SP to evoke for 8 turns, expanding his defensive repertoire. However, because managing a spirit takes time to master, Chapter 1 Sylph is limited to wind protection, only blowing off one-hit KO attacks, magic moves, status ailments, weak attacks, and most plant and tentacle-based moves. Going forward in Chapter 1, you always want to summon Sylph even if she doesn't seem useful, as her ability to avoid attacks is RNG-based. Moving on to Chapter 2, you begin with Sylph and Gnome, who grants the ability to break out of binds easier. Attacks start needing the focus of one element at this point, as some binds are unbreakable without Gnome, while other follow-ups require you to dodge with Sylph, but you can only use one spirit at a time for the beginning of Chapter 2. Read your opponent and what they do, then decide who to use. In Chapter 2, though, you receive upgrades to all your moves in the spirits. Base, Undine, and Salamander are not worth mentioning, as the base level of Water grants a negligible defense buff beaten by Gnome with no other benefits, and Salamander gives a negligible increase to attack but preventing Luca from meditating, granting us a new moveset to play with. While SP costs don't change besides the spirits as they lower, or in one case raise, in price to invoke, all of Luca's attacks receive direct buffs. Thunder Thrust changes to Lightning Sword Flash, retaining the increased damage when used on the first turn, but gets a higher boost when Sylph is active regardless of what turn it is. Demon Skull Beheading switches to Earth Rumbling Decapitation, removing the location limitation on beheading, as well as receiving a power-up when Gnome is active. Demon Decapitation becomes Serene Demon Sword, kicking you out of level 2 Undine after the enemy moves that turn, but dealing considerable damage, and Death Sword Chaos Star upgrades to Vaporizing Rebellion Sword, further increasing the damage of Star, with Salamander's evocation adding to it further. A lot of Chapter 2's combat is spent around the spirits, as over the course of this section of MGQ, Luca learns to master them. That means they level up, granting newer abilities. Sylph level 2 becomes Playful Wind, granting Luca perfect accuracy to his regular attacks, with level 3 changing to Devastating Gale, lowering Sylph's cost to 1, allowing you to strike twice with your regular attack, and lasting much longer than the original 8 turns Sylph had before. Gnome level 2 is Breath of the Earth, maintaining the ability to easily break out of binds, but also lowering all damage by half, and slightly raising Luca's crit ratio. Level 3 is Wildlands, increasing the crit ratio to 100, lowering Gnome's cost to 1, and lasting longer than 8 turns. Upon facing Undine as all the spirits are bosses, Luca learns the ability to maintain Sylph and Gnome at the same time, generally meaning from that point forward, all battles should start off with summoning the 2 on turns 1 and 2 unless specified otherwise. While I've already covered how useless Undine level 1 is, at the ending of the Salamander fight going into the 3rd Granbaria fight, Luca evolves Undine into Serene Mind 1. In exchange for draining your SP by 1 per turn, you get increased damage and attack with perfect accuracy in the form of Blade of Still Water, and basically avoid everything. That's why I brought up Serene Demon Sword before Serene Mind 1, as one of the newer strategies you can pull off of Undine 2 is Serene Mind canceling for extreme damage before falling back on Sylph and Gnome. Undine level 3 is Serene Mind 2, making her compatible with the other spirits, switching the cost of Undine to 4 with no drain, giving her around the same turns to be out as Gnome and Sylph 3. Serene Demon Sword no longer cancels Serene Mind, and Blade of Still Water stacks with Devastating Gale, Purgatory Flame, and Wildlands, but it no longer dodges with 100% efficacy. A little note on dodging: if Serene Mind dodges, it avoids all attacks from a group, while Sylph will have to avoid each individual attack. An example, if the Beelzebub split up to attack and Serene Mind dodges, it avoids all attacks, but with the wind, if you avoid A, B, and C still have a chance to hit you. Salamander 1 is equally as useless as Undine 1, but at level 2, Salamander grants Hellfire Blade at the cost of 2 SP, replenishing all of Luca's SP in the process, even what he used to invoke Salamander, and greatly increasing his regular attack and skill damage, but at the cost of being unable to heal, draining his SP to 0 when the 5-turn buff runs out, and forcing him to pick between his spirits, as Hellfire Blade can't be wielded alongside the Gnome Sylph combo or Undine. High risk, high reward, as you are essentially betting on your opponent's next move. Salamander level 3 is Purgatory Flame, costing a total of 4 to invoke, but with none of the penalties from before and leaving leads to infinite SP as long as you have 4 SP when the 5 turns are up. It's only a few fights in Chapter 2 and 3 where Luca has all his spirits at full power, so the general setup for combat if you aren't forced into doing something is pull up either Sylph, Gnome, or Undine on turns 1, 2, and 3, heal if you've been damaged greatly, then call Salamander to restore all your SP, then go all out, leaving 4 SP left so that when Salamander runs out, you can get all your SP back. Rinse, repeat, keeping your other spirits topped up. The last of the Chapter 2 moves is Quadruple Giga, a nigh instant kill if it weren't for the fact that it takes 4 turns to charge, removes all active spirits, and is subject to Focus Punch's penalty, as in if you get hit, it stops Quadruple Giga. There's only a few fights where you can use it, and 2 of them are mandatory, so you won't be throwing it out much. Chapter 3 throws a monkey wrench into Luca's game plan, as with the sealing of the spirits, Luca loses all of them and has to reconnect with them, forcing Gnome and Salamander back to their level 2 variants, with Salamander's level 2 jumping up to costing 4 SP, while Undine and Sylph side grade and all his skills regress back to their Chapter 1 counterparts. Facing off against Promestine for the first time, Luca awakens his Serene Mind, functioning the same as Serene Mind 2, only with a cost of 2 SP instead of 4, but it can't be used in conjunction with other spirits until after they are restored to full power. It keeps the lower cost. Serene Mind has a better chance of dodging monster-type enemies as well as negates the effects of Gigamander, but its effectiveness is lost against angels. When Luca encounters Raniel at the destroyed Ilias village, not only does he learn Fallen Angel Dance, but breaks the ceiling on his angel skills. Fallen Angel Dance acts as Sylph 1 with it dodging angel-type monsters easier, but against monsters it has less usage unless they invoke Nomarin, which becomes one of the gimmicks of Chapter 3. Enemies can summon artificial spirits, they being Zilf, Grandine, Gigamander, and Nomarin. Wind, water, fire, and earth respectively. Zilf increases an enemy's dodge rate while granting them an additional 2 hits to their attacks, Grandine gives enemies an additional hit, Gigamander awards an additional hit alongside increasing your opponent's damage, and Nomarin raises your foe's defense and makes their binds inescapable. Countering an artificial spirit is as easy as using the parallel spirit. Gnome to Zilf, Sylph to Nomarin, Salamander to Grandine, and Undine to Gigamander. That said, sometimes it is best to either outright dodge with utility or stone wall attacks. Changing out the weaker Chapter 1 skills are Luca's angel skills, coming in the form of Flash Kill, Heavenly Demon Revival, Ninefold Rakshasa, and Daystar. Flash Kill is the upgraded Lightning Sword Flash, costing 2 SP and receiving an increase in power when a fully powered Sylph is invoked, but it loses the first turn damage increase. Heavenly Demon Revival replaces Earth Rumbling Decapitation, costing 4 SP and receiving a buff with Wildlands, but those are the only differences. Ninefold Rakshasa takes the place of Vaporizing Rebellion Sword, costing a whopping 6 SP, but hitting a total of 9 times with the Purgatory Flame buffing its damage considerably. Lastly is Daystar, swapping Serene Demon Sword and gouging you for 8 SP. Out of all of Luca's moves, it is unique in that Daystar is a counter stance. After prepping it, if an enemy hits Luca with a bind, a regular attack, or a status effect, Luca negates their move and hits them 3 times with a damage total usually ranging to half the monster's health. Powerful, yes, but a waste if you aren't attacked. The risky strategy for Chapter 3 is prepping Daystar on turn 1, countering, invoking Salamander on turn 2, then repeating with Daystar. This can fail considerably, and you leave yourself open to binds and other nasty moves, but it is the quickest way to deal with a lot of enemies. Daystar also counters 2 specific attacks, one from Laplace, the other Black Alice, that need to be shut down by it, otherwise you die, and Daystar also hits through counters if a monster is able to attack when they are in a counter stance. Near the end of Chapter 3, Luca learns Element Spica and Quad Summon, costing 9 and 10 SP respectively. Element Spica is the more usable version of Giga, hitting for a fuck ton of damage while keeping your spirits up, while Quad Summon is only unlocked during the final phase of X-Def Ilias, calling forth all 4 spirits, though you don't get Salamander's SP regen. Also in Chapter 3, Luca is accompanied by a sealed Alice, who for 1 turn and only 1 turn can unseal herself to perform one of 4 moves: Omega Blaze, Frost Ozma, Monster Lord's Cruelty, and Eye of Recovery. Omega Blaze and Frost Ozma only hit once, but deal more damage against specific monsters. Mermaids and plants hate fire, Lamias hate ice. Monster Lord's Cruelty hits 4 times, and Eye of Recovery fully heals Luca. Alice acts in place of Luca for the turn when she attacks, and she doesn't help you out of binds because Well, when she's sealed, her combat strength is pretty shit, but why she doesn't help push Eden, Promestine, Black Alice, or Ilias off Luca is beyond me. Only in the last 4 fights of Chapter 3 does Alice act on her own, providing you extra damage for free at the cost of her dropping Eye of Recovery. The final boss also has several interruptions for characters to stack damage onto Ilias, and the next dolls are fought as the Knights, but the doll fights are next to impossible to fail. Chapter 3 is marked with a lot of handling stance, switching from enemies and weighing options up. As Daystar is a handy move but costs a lot, Alice can deal a good bit of damage, but a full heal might be better, and other such complexities. With the whole of combat accounted for, this brings me to Request and Surrender. As it says, Request allows you to ask a monster to perform an attack on you until you're defeated, while Surrender is exactly what it means. Now, why do these options exist? They help fill out the Monsterpedia. Taking certain moves completes that monster's section of the Monsterpedia, and when you do lose to a monster, you aren't booted right back to the start menu. Instead, in great detail, you see what happens to Luca as he's taken. This applies to every monster by the by, and only some world factoids do you learn from losing, such as the Kitsune marriage ritual. Some monsters also have multiple endings, like with the case of Yao switching to Sloppy Toppy if she beats Luca with Gate of Defilement instead of tricking him with it in her first ending. As I said earlier, what you do in your personal time is only for yourself, but the alternate endings to the game are also listed in this category, and if you want to hear how the Knights sound like, you have to lose to them or pick their ending. After you and Luca finish, you are taken to the Game Over menu where you can change difficulty, restart the fight, quit, or view an evaluation. Like Tiger Dojo of Fate fame, evaluations are humorous jabs at the player from Ilias as she tells you how you should win a fight. Some of these are pretty hilarious, as the Beelzebub one has her dumbfounded by what she witnessed. Also in Chapter 1, viewing 50 evaluations has the goddess get hands-on with Luca, unlocking her entry in the Monsterpedia for that part of MGQ. As I've been talking about it, the Monsterpedia is the game's database of every battle Luca gets into. With it, you can jump to specific encounters to fill out the monster's entry or just relive the fight. Getting back to that pin from earlier, there are technically side quests in the game. That being the hero's proof in the achievements. You saw the route I took in the story recap? That's the exact path to get the hero's proof, as you basically become friends with everyone and do all the optional stuff first. There are others, like letting Sarah defeat an enemy or summon Gnome when she is sleeping, and there is a list on the Mirai Hayes wiki for MGQ, but this, alongside being remembered only by Amira during the final fight, are among the most difficult achievements. Lastly, because of the format of MGQ, side content and stories do exist, like the New Game Plus mod and General Fluff. Again, you'll have to use the wiki for this one, and my focus isn't for this content, but it is cool that the engine is flexible enough to allow people to make content for it. The joys of collaboration, you could say. This is going to be a stuffed tab sandwiched in a video with stuffed tabs. For a proper start in this section, I'll separate gameplay and story for both good and bad, otherwise things could be messy. On to the good of gameplay. You heard how long it took me to work for that tab. This is an age game, so having any form of gameplay that doesn't facilitate wankering is an automatic positive. But with how in-depth this combat can get, it's surprisingly fun to engage enemies. I think mostly that's because it plays to the strength of Luca as a character. When you first begin in Chapter 1, you feel like a complete idiot out of their depth. You don't win fights in the earlier parts of the game. You struggle through knowing that you only squeaked out a win via quick thinking. I think the Nanabi fight puts this all into perspective, as while you do challenge Grambaria and the Queen Harpy before her, both were holding back so as to not outright harm Luca. Their strategies were also simple to digest, as Grambaria only needed to be struck with demon decapitation for her to recognize that Luca might have more potential in him than she thought, and Queen Harpy's obvious counter stance is, well, obvious. Nanabi, meanwhile, comes at you full force, earmarked by the fact that she uses 7 moons twice. There is no way to avoid it at this point in time. You have to cleverly work your battle plans around the move lest you become her husband, which I think acts as a safety net in that out of the beginning monsters to really throw down with Luca, Nanabi doesn't kill or eat him. Yes, she does give a clear indication when she's prepping 7 moons with a 3-turn head start before she fires out all her tails, but that's where the heart of the battle beats. In those 3 turns, You have to prepare for the incoming damage, so starting off with a heal when you potentially have enough health to tank moons for your guard can be disastrous, as you'll need 3 turns to recharge for meditation. Nanabi does give 2 turns for free damage, as without Moonlight she can't immediately move after 7 moons, but you'll be looking at around a third of your health after it, where she can possibly turn the tides with a bind after her rest period. There is a possibility that Nanabi might not go for a bind, but that's a risky way of planning your offensive with so little health. And remember, she does 7 moons twice, so struggling during the midsection of the fight can lead you to having no health to barter with for the second onslaught. You have to plan ahead, as fighting in the here and now with so little options is a good way for Luca to end up as someone's lunch or partner. Then, right when the fight becomes dire, Mon-Musu gives you a taste of things yet to come during the ending of the Nanabi fight. Not to sound like Virgil, but you get a taste of true power that is followed up on in the Kraken fight when you shatter her Aqua Pentagram with Flash Kill. The Kraken is very much the same with the Nanabi fight, as you are having to punch up with the arm strength of a wet spaghetti noodle. Kraken is manageable as long as you think and don't get ahead of yourself and follow the usual rules of combat. The difference is that Kraken's bind is much more dangerous than Nanabi's, needing 3 turns to break out of, with that being a hard time limit, otherwise you get smashed by Tentacle Smash, and her prepared move is only a 1 turn prep that doesn't leave her tired. There aren't a lot of grace periods with Kraken, but to offset this, Luca is a bit tougher, rocking a somewhat complete moveset that allows him to dish out damage better. Kraken, if following the proper timeline of events from the lowest level requirement to the highest, is only 12 fights after Nanabi, showcasing how quickly Luca grows from scrawny wimp fresh out of a lackadaisical training regiment to a competent swordsman that is still growing. Not to run back a bit, but the Heavenly Knight encounters in Chapter 1 set a good precedent for their later fights. You don't win against Grambaria, Alma Ilma, or Tamamo. You either impress them with a showcase of moves that staves them off for the time being, adhere to a somewhat cheap victory as you force them to break their own rules, or you completely avoid them. It's very much a Pyrrhic win, as you only survived in the case of Grambaria and Alma, or let her be on her way with Tamamo. Skipping ahead, Urbeti is the same way in Chapter 2, except that it's way more explicit that without the intervention of Undine, Luca would have been dissolved in 2 hits, especially since you need to pop Gnome and Guard to avoid dying in 1 hit to Meltstorm. The spirits are a bit alike as well, though Salamander is a straight up brawl until you activate Serene Mind. Suffice it to say, she does wrestling moves like the Frankensteiner, so you bet that popped the inner wrestling fan in me. Under the Chapter 1 banner, I do give Frederica and Chrome a nod, as both are the last breath of how Luca usually wins fights. They're the culmination of his somewhat simple fighting style, seen as both push him to the limits, with Frederica having the terrible twosome of Immoral Trio hitting for free, and her throwdown bind that is inescapable until she preps Pointless Mating, and Chrome having a higher damage output with a combination of a follow-up she might prepare off her bind and a paralysis move. Out of the 2, I think Frederica is the harder battle, as she's a massive stone wall with unavoidable damage, with her best moves hitting multiple times. Where everything changes in Chapter 1 is the Chimera Dryad. Introducing you to Sylph and the typings of monsters and angels, the Dryad is a test of endurance, offering 2 instant kills, a selection of status moves like Trance and Drain, and hitting harder than most other monsters at the time. And this is the easier version of the fight, as Alice whittled down the Chimera's health from 9,500 to 2,500 before Luca threw himself at the beast. That is probably the best way of describing the Chimera Dryad fight. You're throwing every strategy you can think of at the creature in the hope that it finally gets pushed back and beaten. The whole feel of the fight is wildly different from the rest of Chapter 1 because of this. Ending the Chapter 1 section off is Lily, who, while not a hard fight in any regards, is a nice way of capping this third of Mon-Musu off with having a little bit of everything. There's a scripted sequence near the end, she segments her moves off until specific health gates, and she tests your knowledge between Luca's basic moveset and the inclusion of Sylph. Chapter 2 starts off with a bang in the form of the Yamata no Orochi fight, introducing Gnome and the Breath of the Earth quite properly compared to earlier failures, and having a more dependable ally in the shape of Tamamo that would later get expanded for Chapter 3 in Alice. Orochi's also one of a few monsters that completely negates an attack, as Death Sword won't hurt her, and though this manner of avoidance isn't played with often, it does set up for the majority of Chapter 3's combat, wherein a terrible decision can leave you up shit's creek. Sometimes the safer option is the better one, as holding off on damage is the way to go, something that Orochi's bulky frame and multi-hit moves prove. Queen Ant is that step up, requiring the combo of Sylph and Gnome to mitigate her higher hit amounts and follow up off Eyes of Seduction. However, with both the spirits at your beck and call, you can start pushing the tide in battle. Luca's upgraded moveset putting in the work to switch encounters from a struggle to an even playing field. Even though she's a Queen class monster, Queen Ant isn't a world away from Luca, she's merely a slight step above him. A lot of the later boss encounters take the same route as Queen Ant, matching a monster's natural abilities with the power of the elements, but that's what makes Cassandra the real standout of Chapter 2. On the story front, it's a clash against old versus new, coexistence versus dominance, idealism versus nihilism, the realization that some people won't change and will try to tear your dream down. On the gameplay front, it is a battle that puts you right back into your place. Even with Gnome, Luca will still take around 100 damage per attack from Cassandra, with a number of them that damage twice and Black and White Concerto going for 3 that bind, so losing Gnome is a death sentence. You really have to weigh out your options alongside your health and remaining spirit time, but the battle itself isn't completely overwhelming like another Chapter 2 fight. It helps that after realizing the futility of beating down Cassandra via Luca when it's her problem, Alice intervenes to have the Blob indulge on herself. A fitting end for a despicable and one of the only unredeemable characters in Mon-Musu. In my opinion, Chapter 2 does have some of the weaker fights, as even though they are all 3 bosses, Queen Fairy, Elf, and Sarah aren't too memorable to me, and neither are the Plan Sect encounters, though the story beat there, as mentioned earlier, is fantastic. But one battle that always sticks out to me is the rematch against the Chimera Dryad with its sister, the Chimera Dryad Vor. It serves as a great milestone to see how far Luca has come from Ilias Village. The weaker Dryad gave a newly infused Luca a bit of trouble, while the Dryad Vor gets pummeled by the imbued strength and keen training of a more experienced fake hero. And that's ultimately what the final few fights of Chapter 2 are like, taking on insurmountable odds like it's nothing. From Giganto Weapon to Alice, you're the one that gets to do the spanking, paying it forward with the knights and fighting for the ideals of coexistence. The only fight that has a subtle bit of challenge to it is Urubeti, befitting that she wants nothing to do with Luca and is actively trying to kill him. And that's only because she can fire off a cheeky melt storm that can still hit you for basically all your health without Gnome. Not even Alice puts up much of a fight, though there is partially a story reason for that. It still gets me though that the way to end her encounter is by waiting or guarding for 2 turns after she asks Luca to finish her off. While Chapter 3 definitely has some flaws in the gameplay department, thank you Fallen Angel Dance for being a worse off Windguard, it has the most climactic battles of the story. Dealings with Promestine and her Seekers, Black Alice and her Loyalists, Eden and her Angels, and the variety of Chimera types. Like with Cassandra before her, the first Promestine fight presents you the mountain that you will have to overcome later on, as without the spirits, Luca is strong in his own right, but not enough to take on a modified angel. Luckily, he has Alice in his corner finally backing him up in combat, and a few natural tricks up his sleeve like Serene Mind catching the scientist off guard. Then Raniel happens, pushing Luca to the point of exploding and granting him his final moveset. I absolutely adore that the strongest move that is a part of Luca's own fighting ability, as in he didn't learn it from Alice or Heinrich, is a counter. Can it be annoying? Yes, I'll see you in bad for the failings on Daystar, but it's so fitting to his character scene as he's never one to push the pace or blatantly attack anyone. It is also in Chapter 3 where you start seeing big numbers on the attack front. Ninefold and Daystar deal well near or over 10,000 damage, with Flash Kill and Revival hitting for 3,000. Element Spica trumps them all, however, casually blasting a foe for 15,000. Encounters can blow by quickly with a bit of luck with the Daystar Salamander combo, though it has its own trappings that make it unreliable. Chapter 3 can be best described as a series of boss fights, as you take on one after usually 2 or 3 fights in an area. While some are hit and miss, Power Mizukiel's Prelude is more interesting than the fight itself, and Virtue Revel is boring as sin. You have the likes of the Lamian Knight and Assassinroid, Queen Vampire, Dominion Indiel, Cherub Wormiel, Cirque du Croix plus Alice the 15th, all the Seekers, and all the final bosses besides Black Alice 2, 3, and 4. Not only is there a high amount of variety on display, as some fights you don't have Alice as a companion, others you do but she might be less effective, or you need to maximize your defensive capabilities at specific times, though some battles do have a case of schizophrenic RNG that can make them annoying, amongst other gimmicks. The Saga-The might be one of my favorite fights in all of Chapter 3, as it's a singular gauntlet. You start off with Fernandez and Queen Harpy, then at the third mark they get switched for Titania and Queen Skyla, who get swapped for Rosa and Queen Lamia at the 2/3 mark. Unlike with a lot of other classical RPG phase-based encounters, there is no health gate. You can completely skip phase 1 or 2 with a well-timed Daystar, forcing the Fernandez or Titania duo to immediately switch without having done anything of sorts. The Circus of the Cross also takes advantage of the stripped-down spirits by never having you deal with mid-battle switching like the case of Sister Lamia. The Fernandez duo needs Sylph, the rest Gnome. While the Seeker battles are all relatively easy besides Late Place, there is a sense of climactic resolution to all of them. Video game boss battles don't need to be hard, though that is a positive in my books if they are a fun level of challenging, but satisfying to a degree. Look at the next stalls, which it is cool you get to play as the knights for a battle, Eden, Promestine, and Ilias. The final bosses are trounced by the power of the spirits and love, blame Amira, but being able to slap the ever-living shit out of them for their misdeeds is one of the greatest moments of Chapter 3. In fact, Final Form Ilias feels straight out of Final Fantasy or Tales, every one of Luca's major allies rushing in for an assist in some way. A neat little detail is that during the evaluations, it is always Ilias that makes fun of you for losing like a little bitch, but for the final fight, it's Safina that tells Luca to push forward and wrought out his dream with his own hands. A nice little send-off from one of the most important background characters. Moving on to the story half of this tab, Luca and Alice's relationship is the major narrative highlight of MGQ. What mostly starts off as a somewhat forced partnership, Alice only traveling with Luca to see the food sites and watch his vision fail, slowly but surely peels away to reveal that at their cores, our two leads are the exact same. This is the heart of the coexistence ideal, as despite Luca's homely upbringing as a village outcast and Alice's regal monster heritage, both struggle with the hardship of carrying sin. Luca his father's and Alice her own. It proves that no matter where you come from or who you are, you can share happiness, sadness, trauma, etc. with almost anyone, that classifying people and segregating them is an unadulterated negative for the whole of society. What helps in the case of Luca and Alice is that they have some of the wittiest banter between themselves, the two having no qualms with firing off pot shots at the other. Alice is quick on the uptake when it comes to Luca's rather slow realizations, while Luca always chides Alice for her displays of gluttony or childish behavior. You don't forget a scene where Luca is outright struggling to face an increasingly difficult book monsters, while Alice tries to bake potatoes in the San Ilia library, only for a rampant fire to grow and help Luca seal the final page monster. And even before that, Luca tries to act all prim and proper in front of the city's king, only for Alice to send him into shock by destroying the precious goddess sword that was apparently made out of sugar glass with how brittle it fell apart. For as serious as Monster Girl Quest gets, it knows when to ease off the tension and provide a bit of comedy from time to time. The sole mentioning of ghosts around Alice throws the strongest monster in the world into a right tizzy, the echidna either quickly blurting out that ghosts aren't real, frothing at the mouth in pure terror, or having her eyes go pure white. Meanwhile, Luca's like, ghosts are pretty cool, right Alice? For what amounts to a village bumpkin, Luca accepts the world's phenomenon compared to the more worldly Alice, who should accept ghosts are real but is so scared that she refuses to think they do. Then when shit really does hit the fan, like in the witch hunt or plant sect villages, Alice always tries her damnedest to raise Luca back up into good spirits. While I may have said that Plant Sect has some unmemorable encounters, Luca snapping and going on a non-massacre is a legitimately great moment within the story. He snaps full on, leaving himself in a field of flowers that were originally Alruna, left with only his dark thoughts and criticisms before Alice appears and nudges him into stopping the war. Luca doesn't kill anyone, but comes off as if he did slaughter the plants. really touching how hard he takes his no-kill rule seriously except in unique circumstances. And out of the few monsters that do die, it's either because Alice intervenes like with Cassandra or the Beelzebubs, or the monster that Luca is fighting brought on their death because of themselves like Promestein, Black Alice, and Ilias. What really helps the relationship between Luca and Alice is that you see them learn and grow in real time. Alice lets down her walls as Luca learns to share his burdens, the two forming such a genuine bond that gets tested to the limit at the end of Chapter 2 come the two's duel. It is possible to kill Alice at the end of it, and your reward for doing so is a massive gut punch. Ilias shows up to take Luca to heaven, but not before pointing out that there is a chest within the Monster Lord's throne room. Its contents? The ribbon Luca bought for Alice when they were at Grand Noah. That tiny little token of appreciation that Luca bought for her became Alice's greatest treasure. One of the symbols of their love. It really is the tiny details that do get me in this game, as moving onward to the Seekers, particularly Lucia, one of my favorite aspects is that the reason for why her attack on Witch Hunt failed is that she doesn't have the stomach for killing. Even when put through all the heinous shit she was under Lily, Lucia still can't bring herself to kill anyone from her hometown or devour the one who started her suffering. While we never get confirmation about what happened to Lily after Lucia absorbed her body within the game, Toro's blog has a post that mentions that Lucia spat out Lily back into her prison cell. The amount of confliction that the Seekers have honestly makes me gravitate towards them a lot, as all their backgrounds are steeped in tragedy that shapes who they are today. The backstory of Jerome having her body blown in half only for the Necromancer to revive herself as a last-ditch effort with massive consequences is such a soul-shredding beat within the game, and I like that MGQ doesn't shy away from the grim details. We get to see the body damage, and it ain't pretty. Laplace's pure mechanical body is at odds with not only her fellow sisters, as all the other chimeras have at least some sort of biological essence to them, but the inclusion of a human thinking process makes the Pinocchio feel unwelcome to everyone. She's neither chimera monster nor human, a machine told to think in logic but with a brain of flesh and blood. Her small talk with Lacaw over the importance of the self drives a wedge between the machine and the undead, but because it highlights how scared Lacaw is of losing what remaining connection she has to her previous life. It's a measured thought by Laplace in understanding the point of existence, an irony made that there isn't any. Life is what you make of it, which can be read as a pretty roundabout way of insulting Lacraw's disdainful viewpoint of what it means to exist. Befitting her role as the leader of the group, Promestein has the most screen time, where we come face to face with how harsh the Society of Heaven is to determined outsiders. Instead of wanting to see humanity wistfully die out when they could go out and explore the world around them and learn about how to better themselves, Promestein willingly put herself in harm's way to give the first people fire. This bright, idealistic action put her in the slammer for 500 years and left a sweet if naive Promestein down the road of brutal experimentation. She holds a paradoxical view in that she loves humanity, but uses them for the basis of her experiments. Promestein feels like the personification of the scientific method in which it is a fully neutral party. To call Promestein blatantly evil would be undermining her advancements for the world, but to completely praise her would be ignorant of her atrocities. It is not her that is conflicted, but us instead. For every grand gold golem that protects the city from intruders and evildoers, there's 10 roaming chimera incapable of being reasoned with. Some chimeras after the war do find peace within the cities of the world, as Nightroid takes up challenges in the Colosseum as a member of the Royal Guard, but how many of them have become renegades? Unrestrained science can have consequences for everyone, but challenging the status quo does lead to innovation. In a dark twist, the experiments performed by Lily, who was a candidate for the Seekers of Truth before her defeat and replacement by Lucia, end up helping Witch Hunt Village during the war, as the worm villagers are able to buy time for Luca to take down Lucia. It's like the Colosseum. While the very function of it has been perverted, as it's not so much about winning fights for male contestants as it is putting on a good show, it does provide Grand Noah entertainment and revenue. Some would view what goes on in there an affront to martial skill, while others would be fine, as at the end of the day, the Colosseum is just meant for entertainment. To what degrees are things alright or not is a massive question that is presented all the time in MGQ, and the answer is always somewhere in the middle. It takes a lot of the issues presented as complex problems not solved by one or a few people, but by the whole of society. Promestein failed because she only worked by herself and crumbled under the pressure. Luca and Alice both tried to shoulder the world on their backs before coming to the realization that doing it alone will kill you. It takes people to make and run a village. It takes cooperation to run a world. And again, Mon-Musu Quest is able to present these ideas seamlessly in between bits of comedy or drama. It never directly holds your hand or tells you the correct answer, as there isn't any. Complex problems are ever evolving, and that comes with the territory of living. But choosing to not make a stand or throwing your life away won't solve anything, and make everything worse. Before I close out this tab, I want to cover a few other story moments that I couldn't fit anywhere else. Like I said, a lot of the comedy of MGQ is pretty funny, playing on either Luca and Alice's relationship or the quirk of the characters. I haven't mentioned them outside of their abilities, but the Four Spirits provide a much needed breather anytime they decide to pop up in Luca's headspace. At first, it's just Sylph and her flighty nature, then that goes up against Gnome, Undine, and Salamander, all who proceed to bully the Wind Spirit. From being punched by the power of Earth to drowned within a sphere of water to suffering spontaneous combustion, Sylph gets it rough, but always bounces back. She even turns into a JoJo ghost at one point, and how could I forget Chi Papa? Amira is another one that holds up the jokes with her unique biology. There's a joke about how she only has one CG and that her pose allows her to watch the skip button, but then MGQ goes the full 9 yards by making the comedy relief one of the best characters in the game, as Amira reliably showcases her worth, aiding Luke on what to do next. I do like that the ending to her narrative has the inclusion of the unfortunate friends, all of their own little gimmick, and that Amira herself contributes the most to Coexistence via the biography. It says a lot that the hardest achievement in the game is remembered only by Amira, which requires you to take a roundabout way of completing the game, so during the epic moment of when Luca and Alice remember all the people they helped along the way, only Amira shows up. Speaking of, the whole entire finale is properly awesome, what with all the run-ins and the fantastic moment of Luca calling upon the spirits for Giga as Alice body blocks Ilias. It is the only moment in the game that we see Gnome talk. There are so many little and big moments throughout MGQ that I could gush about all day if it weren't for how many there are. Dicking around in Port Natalia, your first visit can see you learn about the mermaid legend of Laura, which then comes back in Chapter 3 when the first Loyalist mermaid asks you about the tale. A lot of the post-game content of seeing how the world has changed is phenomenal, as well as a lot of the loose ends get tied up neatly, such as whatever happened to Lucia and other side characters. Taking the time to explore the world rewards you with a pretty clear picture of how it operates. Wow! Pretty funny that following that up is going to be something extremely lower-minded. I feel that if I don't talk about my favorite girls from Monster Girl Quest, there might be a riot on my hands. I did make a tier list as mentioned earlier, so without further ado, here's a deep dive into the inner workings of my brain. I mean, it goes without mentioning that Alice and the Four Heavenly Knights are either near or at the top of the list. Call me boring like a missionary, but all 5 hit a spot on the spectrum of what you may be looking for in your fictional monster girl. I definitely drift towards the more dangerous side of the equation. Those who know me know of my tendency towards villainous or unreasonable fictional women, preferring Alma Urubeti and Unsealed Tamamo out of the 5. Flirty, stoic, and regal, I would say, and I am partial to succubi slimes and kitsune. That's why Yao and Nanabi are also 2 of my favorites, though their one-shot nature does mean they don't get as much screen time. All I'm saying is that the Church of Fluffy Tail is a popular religion for a reason. On the more villainous side, Brumestein Eden. Base and first seaweed form for the former, base form for the latter. I have limits on gross body horror, sorry Garden of Eden ending. My 2 favorite girls from Satoshi, if all angels were baddies like these 2, maybe siding with Ilias wouldn't be that bad. These 2 are also funny in the design ways. They kinda succeed Michaela and Lucifina, so it's very much the de-evolution of clothes for Eden, while Promestein prefers to cover up when she isn't going all Professor Seedweed. Wherever you are, Mr. Solomon, on the MGQ wiki, just have you know, you have phenomenal tastes in waifus. Michaela and Lucifina are also heavenly as well, but I ain't a homewrecker, so I'll respectfully compliment Luca's mother. Michaela, on the other hand, call me. Seeing as I'm a big fan of Zombina from Daily Life, you bet your ass LaCroix is an instant favorite of mine. Exposed spinal columns don't scare me, and neither do Mad Plague Doctor zombie assassins. Outside of Late Place, don't do lollies, though she cool like Giganto weapon. I could put all the Seekers, including honorary member Lily, into my like column, which says a lot about me and my likes and dislikes. I believe the Arnold Schwarzenegger quote is apt here. Well, I am a bit ballsy and don't take shit from no one. I like my women any shape they are, even if that means tentacle arms and 5 hours of crying in the fetal position. A good number of the queens also show up high on my list. I can't help it, they all seem like nice ladies. What with Queen Ant, Harpy, and Alruna having a somewhat gentle disposition to me actually liking the ditzy-nits of Kraken, and Queen Vampire just, being a vampire, suck your blood and all that kind of stuff. I hope you're ready to learn more than you wish to know about me. Shockingly, a few Chimera do breach the top of my ranks, those two being Assassin and Nightroid. I don't know how she can kill people silently when she's dummy thick. All I know is that Sir Mix-a-Lot would write a song about Assassinroid. It isn't her name. Twice. Nightroid, meanwhile, why do you think Granberry is so high? Tomboy plus Night equals I want me some of that. Both do kind of get let down by their endings as one dips into horrific territory. Why does Assassinroid use the lesser organism? And the other includes water sports. Probably my favorite of the one-shot side characters is the Succubus Witch. Glasses, witch, succubus, and cute? No wonder every man went to the village. Again, I could be here all day, so I'll just leave the top half of the tier list for you guys, as that all that matters to me is who is in A and S tier. While overall might be quite easy to predict, MGQ does have a few problems, some pertaining to story, others gameplay. Easy ones out first, RNG is a somewhat big player in a few fights. Mostly on a defensive front, but there are fights like the Iron Maiden and Sister Lamia where the whole entire encounter is a crapshoot. In a frustrating case, their most dangerous attacks are either only negatable by the roll of a dice, or their attack patterns switch so often that your way of negating damage is subject to change turn to turn. Iron Maiden only needs one lucky hit of Eyes of Confusion for you to be locked in her, as more often than not when you do get confused, it's because Sylph was up but decided to be off playing with the fairies. There is a mild chance that both Confusion will wear off before she opens, or that she'll waste time instead of opening up, but once the Iron Maiden confuses Luca, it is much safer to reload a save than suffer a somewhat humiliating defeat. Other notable mentions are monsters with one-hit KOs that are thrown out without warning. Chimera Beast has a mount that can come out turn 1, so if you don't pop Sylph immediately, the fight can end before it even starts. I knew I was gobsmacked when it happened, and Beast isn't a particularly hard fight. There's also the case of the spirits waning at the worst possible moments. Nothing like being subjected to Phantasmagoria because Serene Mind decided not to dodge Chrome's paralysis attack only for it to cut off right before she orders her ghosts to use the move. And this can happen at any point of a fight from before a battle heats up to nearing the end of a struggle. It's real aggravating in the following case, as it feels like victory was unfairly ripped away from your clutches, all because a simple dice roll that should absolutely be in your favor if you took the precautions failed. Moving on to the Sister Lamia problem, a majority of Chapter 3 isn't bogged down with these types of battles, but the more frustrating fights are solely because you are stripped back to limited defensive options while your opponents now have newer attack patterns that strain your SP. Sister Lamia is supposedly easily dodged with Serene Mind since she is a monster. I'll take a rain check on that one, but since she has no Marin, you'll have to switch to Fallen Angel Dance to circumvent the bind. Same to avoid Eyes of Temptation when she goes into her counter stance, which introduces an annoying habit of enemies striking while in counter formation, leaving Luca to either hope he has enough SP for Daystar, or attempt to avoid the damage if he doesn't have enough. But the frequency that she enters it and summons no Marin is so inconsistent that floundering between Fallen Angel Dance and Serene Mind will leave you open to her dangerous moves. It is fully possible for her to go into her counter stance, leave it, attack you once regularly, then invoke Nomarin. If you change defensive options during that inert phase, congratulations, I hope you have enough SP because you just got punked. It got so annoying that I opted to just stick with Fallen Angel Dance and hope for a speed kill before the Sister's damage racked up too much. Sister's Bind also has Trance on hit, which is lovely. And I think that is a flaw in a majority of the annoying Chapter 3 fights. Your best attack options are all or nothing. Ninefold and Daystar deal considerable damage, with Daystar easily dealing half to most enemies, but both drain so much of your SP that it will be surprising if you fire off another in the same encounter. This leads to fights honestly stalling for a good period of time as you slowly whittle whoever you're fighting with basic attacks and hope to God that your defensive options hold out. But the opposite is also true. Sometimes you can get lucky and the enemy will do nothing of substance. Whenever Zilf is in play, it might as well be the enemy giving you the okay to beat the shit out of them. If you didn't have Gnome by the time the artificial wind became more common, I could understand the danger, but because Gnome puts such a damper on the effects of Zilf, enemies deal more hits and evade more but deal less damage when Gnome is up, that recharging SP for Ninefold or Daystar becomes trivial. What is exchanged for multiple hits is the ability to use one-hit KOs as well when your opponent uses Zilf, so it's practically your foe putting a kick me sign on their back telling you to stomp them flat. Again, it's only when more than one kind of cautious action needs to be taken is when Zilf becomes mildly annoying, and that's not even because of the foul breeze. It leads back to the wasted SP issue. Then there's the really hard encounters like the Beelzebubs or Black Alice. Anyone who has played MGQ before knows how much of a gauntlet both fights are, a heady mixture of multi-hit attacks that are far and above the most painful moves in the game, strong grapples that require a multitude of turns to struggle out of even with Gnome, and the ever-looming threat of losing a spirit at the wrong time leading to failure among other troubles. Starting with the flies first, they are one of the trademark fights of Chapter 2. Not only do you fight 3 Queen-class monsters at the same time, leading to all their attacks damaging at least 3 times, they each can separate for an attack of their own. A can hit 4 times with her solo attack, B hits for damage and the Treant status effect, and C drains health. It is a case of if they do decide to attack out of unison, they are more of a threat than when they are together. Of course, there is also Black Sabbath. Most monster and angel attacks hit you between 1 to 3 times unless buffed by Zilf, Gigamanda, or Grandine, but Black Sabbath hits you 8 times. If Zilf doesn't activate, Gnome's defense boost will barely cut down on the damage, and that is if you have her up. The only safe spot of the Beelzebub fight is that when they go for a grapple, only 1 attacks. You also don't have to fight them to completion, only about a 4th as Alice joins in after A is sealed. Not to be outdone, Black Alice's second, third, and final encounters are the hardest fight in the entirety of Mon-Musu, and this is with a Luca that not only has all his spirits back to full power, but is supported by Alice. For an overview, there are no saves between each encounter. You face 2, 3, and 4 back to back to back, with one screw up leading you back to the beginning. Good thing Black Alice has a total of 8 instant kills. Yeah, it's one of those fights. Phase 1 of Black Alice has you have to manage your SP lest you get devoured by demonic predation, as it is only dodgeable by Daystar. That means during Luca's setup period of activating the spirits, if you have the need to heal and opt to do so, you may have fallen into a dead game, as when Black Alice decides to prep with predatory mouth release is random. She can do it on turn 3, 5, whenever she wants for the first time. After a failed demonic predation, that's when she starts giving you more leeway if it weren't for her bind. The final fights in Chapter 3 have the most powerful binds in the game, so unless it's a follow-up KO, Luca needs 3 turns of struggling with Gnome up to even escape. With Black Alice, her bind attack Sweet Demonic Prison hits thrice after the initial grab. That means while you're attempting to get out of her massive flesh before sinking under, she gets a total of 7 free hits on you if you count the initial usage of the move. There's a reason why I started off summoning Gnome, as Sylph and Undine's inconsistency could be a killer. Phase 2 of Black Alice is the easiest, but that doesn't mean it isn't annoying, splashing in with her multi-hit moves are Nomarin and Zilf, making this the only instance that the False Wind is a threat. She does have an instant kill and Swallow Prey off a bind, but Undine completely negates it, leaving her basic attacks the upfront threat. Leech Suck has draining properties on the last 2 hits, or with Zilf the last 4, so she can completely offset damage. Trampling Shackles, her bind, only hits 4 times with the False Wind, but that adds up with having to struggle 3 times to escape it. Phase 2 is a lot like fighting a living wall in that you have to slowly chip away at it while it tries to dissolve you. Phase 3 is the real deal, however, as the kid's gloves are off, Black Alice begins negating your spirit summons only to pop her own. With all 4 at her disposal, you have to play a life or death game of matching her counter, as whenever she summons 1, her next turn will be a 1-hit KO KO if you didn't choose the parallel spirit. But because she cancels yours out if you summon more than one, that leads to the aggravating situation that when she summons Grandine, you have to max out your damage output with Salamander for the duration of the artificial water spirit. Just because over half her attacks are instant kills doesn't mean she doesn't have regular moves, Octopus Pat and Leech Suck returning from phase 2 of the fight. She alternates between the two after a failed follow-up, so you get put into the uncomfortable scenario of not having any way of offsetting damage besides meditation eating into your SP. At least when you do summon two spirits, Black Alice wastes a turn to undo them, so using Salamander as a secondary grants you SP back, getting you out of the red, or purple in this case. Away from the spirit shenanigans, Black Alice does have 3 other moves built off a bind: Elimination, Squeeze, Chew, and Suck. Squeeze is a traditional bind attack needing struggling, Chew is one of those weird follow-up binds that needs an attack to break, while Suck is a prepared follow-up that requires a guard. You'd want to talk about juggling a lot. Black Alice is one of the few fights that you'll probably need to flowchart due to her changes in complexity. One last complaint on the gameplay: breaking follow-ups with attacks. There needed to be more signposting for these, as both regular binds and follow-ups sometimes have to be broken up with an attack, but there's nothing to tell you besides suffering a failure state. On the narrative front, some characters do get lost in the shuffle. Probably the biggest examples are Alma, Ilma, and Eden, as neither really have much to add to the plot outside of comedy stylings. The Queen Succubus's willingness to surrender at the drop of a hat, and Eden getting bullied for her incompetence when it comes to commanding the forces of Ilias. While the parallel between the armies of the world and Ilias's army is a nice focal point, especially since the criticisms against Eden showcase how the heads of Ilias's forces lack cohesion and coexistence, while their rivals are able to unite and drive back a much considerable force because of their ability to cooperate. The stingy feeling between Alma and Eden is that both are characters that have depth, but we never get any real time to see it displayed. At best, Alma's clinical breakdown of Hanawile hints that most of her actions are a front, a mask designed to hide away the real Alma, who's more blood-soaked than Fernandez in her heyday, and that her relationship with the rest of her race is piss poor. She doesn't care for the plight of the succubus village and how they want to live. She mentions that her mother practically disowned her, and yeah, it is odd that someone such as Alma is highly skilled in the arts of killing. She's an enigma to her own race, but not the only one. Sharome and Chrome are both counted as succubi, and neither is seen with their race either. Context cluing that perhaps the succubus species discriminates against those who have an interest outside of their usual focus. But that's it. All I, and by extension you, can do is speculate. I've always had the hankering suspicion that Alma's self-exile was because nothing good came out of her martial arts skills. There's a difference between having an audience to show off your skill towards and the act of killing. Alma may be the most predatory of the knights, eating or killing Luca after she toys around with him the most, but those deaths are strictly from a monster standpoint. It's not like she's karate kicking his ass from here to Tiananmen Square. That just reads to me that she must have had an unfortunate accident with her melee capabilities and has renounced her serious side so that nothing bad can ever happen again. It takes a neck stall to bring out the ferocious side of Alma, and only for that brief stint until she joins the offensive against Ilias. Yet the wheels keep turning round and round as we don't have a concrete answer, only a smidging of something deeper that never gets elaborated on. Eden might be the most wasted character out of the bunch, which is sad as her personal connection to Luca shouldn't be understated. That's her nephew. I know angelic relations are kind of fucky as Ilias is directly related to Luca via Lucifina, thus that means, yeah. But all we get out of Eden when she encounters Luca is her condemning Michaela and his mother. Nothing grand or befitting the fact of the matter, just a continuation of Eden's previous scenes, upset that she can't compare to her eldest sisters. It is honestly hard to take her as a villain, as she is so non-threatening that even when she comes at Luca stationed in her garden, the only damage you'll be taking is visual. So much time is given to Promestein and Black Alice to the point that their highest highs point out how low Eden's character goes. The most we get of Eden's backstory, or any character at all, is when Michaela recounts the world history, and that is in more favor of her, Lucifina, and Luca than developing Eden. She's flat as a board, pun intended, but the funniest part about my complaints is that Eden did get development in supplemental material. Beyond the End is a side doujinshi series created by Satoshi that follows what happens after Luca is defeated by specific monsters, the third issue having a section dedicated to Eden. What we learn within the 7 pages that she stars in is that Eden might have bore a dislike of her sisters, not only because of the reasons she gives off in MGQ, but because of pure jealousy. As she is personally handling Luca, she lives through a vision of his conception, witnessing the love that Lucifina and Marcellus had for each other. In turn, this causes the Seraph to tear up before quickly acting all high and mighty, only to see Luca as Marcellus, heavily implying that Eden also had a thing for the hero. 7 pages. Already more intrigue than she got in the main story. I understand that with an ensemble cast, you have to be pixie-choosy with characters, but Eden gets left with literally nothing when other, lesser characters get more to do. Cassandra is a bit part villain, but her whole questline introduces the ideas that some people will resist change no matter what, further added upon by Spider Princess, how generational struggles can persist to affect the present, a major part of the theming, and a neat little side conversation between Luca and Alice that explains why monsters sometimes eat people. As soon as the Duchess of the Ladies' Village is introduced, she's snuffed out, but Eden is a major player for not only the setting, but for Chapter 3, she doesn't even offer insight into how the angelic structure is. Promised does that with her backstory. You could yoink Eden from the plot, and outside of minor squabbling and the differences between the two armies, nothing would change without her inclusion. Eden really is a useless third, but she number 1 in my heart, minus the gross tentacles and undercarriage. Mon-Musu Quest is, without a doubt, my favorite game of all time. It lulls you in with promises of usual age game goodness, then BAM! Hits you hard with the philosophical ramifications of coexistence between asymmetrical races, the fallacy of martyrdom for personal causes and past sins, the upward climb of sticking true to one's ideals in the face of a world that can and will eat you up, the generational divide between past traditionalism and future progressivism, and true and honest love born from close understanding. It is not an understatement to say that MGQ is a landmark title for a variety of reasons, and it easily puts to shame other games that present the same themes. Mon-Musu is a game I regularly think about or go back to simply for the interesting setting that is fully realized, the top-tier character writing, and the hype moments. And the ladies, because some of them be damn fine. Hit me up, Heavenly Knights. The Joel Gertner of YouTube is your hookup, so holler if you hear me. While some of you might be turned off, heyo, because MGQ is an H game, you are weak and won't survive the winter of your own shame. Or you're underage, in which case you shouldn't be here at all or even really watch my channel.